I got scrapings off Jim's wall, Jim's wall. 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 I got scrapings off Jim's wall, Jim's wall.
They get the views from the UFO fairy tales and UFO fairy tale huckstering.
Scrapings off Jim's wall.
They get the views from the UFO fairy tales and UFO fairy tale huckstering.
Scrapings off Jim's wall.
This UFO circle jerk. 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 This UFO circle jerk.
I got scrapings off Jim's wall, Jim's wall. I got scrapings off Jim's wall, Jim's wall. I got scrapings off Jim's wall, Jim's wall, Jim's wall, Jim's wall, Jim's wall.
This UFO circle jerk. 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 They get the views from the UFO fairy tales and UFO fairy tale huckstering.
Scrapings off Jim's wall.
They get the views from the UFO fairy tales and UFO fairy tale huckstering.
Scrapings off Jim's wall, wall.
Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back. We are back once again, and tonight we're doing some things a little differently. Instead of focusing on one scammer, disclosure advocate, UFO celebrity, whatever you want to call them, tonight we're going to be spreading out and giving you a bit of an overview of the circus of UFOs. We've got convicted pimps, fake scientists, convicted pimps that people are using to make millions of dollars selling fairy tales. We've got secret space program drama. Did you know that among all of those secret space program insiders, there's a big civil war going on, and they all want to be the next secret space program superstar. Wait. Secret space program superstar. Yeah, that's it. Due to Corey Goode admitting under oath that he's never even been to space, he's been knocked out of the top spot, and he's no longer the guy that's going to be making millions of dollars telling fairy tales about secret space programs with no evidence. He had a nice run. 8 years. 8 years that dude told completely fake stories with no evidence, no corroborating witnesses, except if you count that old dude, William Tompkins, who used to say that he had what did he say? He had like an alien hot blonde Nordic for a secretary, right? Great sources of information. And they used the wackadoo super duper prover maneuver. You know, Jay Widener said that he vetted Corey Goode because that other guy, the other wackadoo, said that his wackadoo stories were true. Next, we get, let's see, we've got Travis Taylor. I love this guy. This guy belongs on an episode of Hee Haw or something. In fact, he had his own show that was largely centered around, you know, sort of hillbilly stuff, right? Blowing stuff up in the woods and, you know, making submarines out of barrels. And yeah, that's the government's top scientist on UFOs. He also happens to be the top scientist at Skinwalker Skinwalker Ranch. I always screw that up because after years and years and millions of dollars generated out of Skinwalker Ranch, apparently the best evidence that they have is videos that could be moths. That's the best. That, you know, a New York Post journalist visited there, asked to see the best evidence. They showed him a video which could be a moth, and then they showed him another video which could be a silkworm, you know, glinting in the sunlight. That's the best evidence. Congratulations to the Skinwalker scam crew, right? How many of you Skinwalker scammers have made hundreds of thousands of dollars or millions of dollars? And of course, George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell were on that train, right? Made every dollar they could. Where is the evidence? When a New York Post editor flies all the way from New York, right, to go to the ranch and says, "Where's the best evidence?" What do we get? Garbage videos that don't prove anything, right? But don't worry, because Brandon Fugel says that there's more. They have more evidence. That's just what they had when he asked or something, right? And at least to his credit, Brandon Fugel let a real reporter that was skeptical go there. Hopefully we'll get more from one Stephen Greenstreet. But the interesting thing is that, Travis Taylor is on the money train. They're all on the money train. Millions of dollars generated out of Skinwalker Ranch, right? And Travis Taylor was the head scientist for a UFO program for a while, right? Or was it consultant? Did the program even exist? Who the hell knows, right? It's a little murky. But here we also have to keep in mind the history. So we're going to put our fair use banner up, and we're going to begin our journey into the circus of UFOs, because that's what it is. Right? And just like any good circus that comes to town, they send their characters out to the town to sell the tickets, right? And let's make no mistake, friends. If you have bought a book about UFOs, a DVD, or a movie about UFOs, if you have attended a UFO conference, if you have paid for a course from one of these UFO celebrities, if you have paid for get behind the paywall access where they show you things like fake pictures of aliens and shit for your money, you bought a ticket to the circus. You just might not have known that what you were really buying is a ticket to this goddamn circus. And here's Travis Taylor inviting the aliens, right? What could go wrong?
I'm Dr. Travis Taylor. I'm a subject matter expert in space defense, asymmetric warfare, rocket science, and alien invasions. I've really studied this phenomenon my whole life, and I've made a pretty good detailed investigation into what might happen where we have first contact with extraterrestrials. Now, this message is a welcome and a warning for any UFOs or aliens out there that might receive this signal and decide to act upon it. First, the signal was sent against my advisement. Second, if you do show up, you got to keep this in mind. Humanity is mostly a peace-loving, fun-loving species, but we have a very good propensity to make warfare, and if anybody shows up and tries to impose things on us, cultural or alien concepts that are something against what we're all about, we will make darn sure to activate our warfare making machine. So keep that in mind and come visit us. We'll have a good time. We'll learn from each other. We'll see y'all soon.
Well, I don't know about you, but I feel better knowing that a prestigious scientist like that guy is going to protect us in the event of an alien invasion. Welcome to the circus. Shit is ridiculous. And let's get to more ridiculous fun, because right now in the secret space program, there's all kinds of drama among those folks. Like I said, Corey Good has been sort of knocked out of the top SSP grifter scammer slot, and the knives have come out. These people, they all want to be the next big Corey Good and make millions of dollars telling their alien fairy tales. But now they are all arguing because apparently, what can I say? Apparently, there's a war going on, and some of these people are not telling the truth. That's right. According to some secret space program insiders, some of these people are just not telling the truth. And isn't it interesting that there are people on the internet arguing, right, about who's really meeting with the aliens? Who's really going on secret space missions with the aliens? And by the way, before we do this, I just want to welcome you all in the live chat. What a glorious evening to check out the UFO circle jerks, right? And we have plenty of you here with us. I am getting caught up now. Let me just get caught up and welcome you all to the live chat. Great attendance tonight. So we're going to get into this whole secret space program superstar. Apparently, Ismail Perez, you remember him. That's the guy who he said his friends in the secret space program called him the Kryptonian because he had Superman godlike powers and he saved the multiverse with his heat vision. Yeah, that guy. And Elena Danyan, the other wackadoo who makes pictures of the aliens she talks to out of stock images on the internet. Yeah, one of her aliens, just search for surfer dude hair. You'll find her alien boyfriend. But apparently, Ismail Perez has been talking a lot of shit about Elena Danyan. And then Elena Danyan's wackadoo friends, I call them the Wackadoo Defense Force. They have come to the aid of Elena Danyan, and they will not let Ismail Perez besmirch her good reputation, because Ismail Perez is telling everybody that Elena Danyan got murdered or died somehow, and now the Elena Danyan that you're seeing on YouTube is an AI robot that's lying to everybody, and only he has the truth about the secret space program. But Elena Danyan says, no, Ismail Perez is a liar, and only she has the truth about the real secret space program and them real aliens. Ismail Perez is a liar. And so anyway, the wackadoo secret space program defense force jumped to the aid of Elena Danyan. And now they're talking all kinds of shit on Ismail Perez. And this is glorious, glorious, I tell you. Let's watch it. The race to become the next secret space program superstar is on. Recently, Corey Goode, who is the top-earning grifter of telling secret space program fairy tales, well, recently he took a deposition under oath. Corey Goode essentially admitted that he'd never been to space and that his stories were made-up fiction. Kind of hard to be a secret space program whistleblower when you admit under oath that you've never actually been to space.
Did you ever go to space?
Did I ever go to space?
Yes.
In my physical body?
Yes.
I don't believe so, but I traveled astrally and I traveled out to outer space. And
interestingly, the other secret space program fairy tale hucksters like Corey Goode saw an opportunity to become the next Corey Goode and make big bucks with their equally childish, stupid stories about aliens. All of them want to be the next top cosmic con and rake in millions of dollars, just like Corey Goode once did. But public interest is waning, and even people once incredibly interested in these topics have grown tired of years and years of fantastical stories from so many of these money-hungry characters with absolutely no evidence to prove their stories are actually true. The money in that space is drying out, and the knives have really come out too. There's only so much money to be grifted from stupid people telling alien fairy tales. So the battles have begun, friends. It's funny to watch grown adults argue with a straight face about who's really in contact with multiple species of aliens and who's really going on secret space missions and who's just lying about it for money. None of these people have any proof whatsoever. None. It's all just ridiculous stories with absolutely no evidence other than, trust me, dude. We've got people dedicating their full-time lives to spending all day and night on the internet telling alien stories and telling people that other people telling similar alien stories are somehow lying. Welcome to the circus of secret space program alien contactee wackadoos. So come on, let's watch a couple of these wackadoos who are having a huge argument right now about which of these wackadoos are lying about aliens and which of these wackadoos are really in contact with multiple alien races and offering the world true secret knowledge about aliens.
I don't understand why there is this witch hunt, because I know Elena, I know a lot of people, and it's not true. She's not murder. She's a beautiful person. She's a beautiful being. Maybe she have different information in contrary of your information, but what is your proof she's lie and you don't lie? And inverse, you know? Nobody knows. Nobody have the real truth of the world. You can do this. You can tell this. We have a piece, like I say, and it's very interesting to have a round table and speak with a lot of, oh yes, oh you too, oh yes, oh no, my beings was very tall and she was a spot, oh she's a gray, oh, it's interesting, but it's not that. It's you want to kill somebody and don't tell that, you're crazy people, and the woman say, oh, I'm connected to the Elena is dead, and what, the cinema? You kidding me? And you say, I'm working to the light and la la la. No, no, well, because if it's right, you don't tell that. You don't tell that. The light is a love. And when I say people say that, it's not love.
Yeah, it's not love, and it's not like, you know what, the other thing that happened, because nobody clipped him and said, what are you doing, you absolute fake fraud liar, who are you, no hermit, just a regular guy trying to be famous and, you know, and lie about being on starships. He then dared to go on to say that Alex Collier, our 32-year veteran, a man that stands alone in galactic disclosure, the boy dared to criticize Alex Collier, who has a following of people for over 32 years, who have witnessed that man, who have watched that man. That man has taken more swords in his back than anybody I know. Then he dared to say Dr. Michael Saller, a trusted and revered historian. You know, I mean, you know, we've all made errors with people. I have, and then I just delete them off my channel. You know, and that's what you do when you find out someone maybe of telling the truth, then they lied, you delete them, you get rid of them, you don't associate with them anymore because you know you have proof that they have lied. But there's a real distortion of this celebrity culture that we apparently live in. If any one of you guys that I mentioned, my friends, Elena, Chris O'Connor, Jean-Charles Moyen, Tony Rodriguez, Brad Olson, Melanie Charret, Elena Danan, Alex Collier, Michael Saller, if any of you in particular, I felt were egoic, just up yourself, just claiming the #1 kingdom for self to wear the crown, I wouldn't have anything to do with you. We would not be friends. I wouldn't associate. I wouldn't put your name in my mouth. That's why I didn't put the boy's name in my mouth publicly before. But because he's continued to lie about himself, because he's robbing people of their own disclosure experience. When you tell people, don't do anything, good ship Lollipop's coming. Oh, hang on, good ship Jerusalem's coming. The ship Jerusalem is going to pick you up. You know, but only you guys, because you're the chosen ones. Like, you're going to have to leave all your friends behind, but don't worry, because you can pop through the light, but you'll look like an angel to them. What an ego stroke. Oh, I have to leave my people behind that took medicine that in the arm, but, you know, but I'll pop back as an angel to them. How lovely. How messed up is that? And you believe that? You believe that, do you? Do you believe that? You know, and all these other nonsensical things. Don't do anything. The solar flash is going to upgrade you. Really? Do we not know? Have we not seen the sun is now white? Why is the sun white? Because the sun has been upgrading and upgrading and upgrading since 1983. And we are becoming more and more used to her beautiful rays helping our physical bodies ascend to where they are going. That is what is happening. It will never be one massive taser attack from the sun. That is another lie Ishmael Perez put out. Now, anyone can read the history of everybody else and say all the good things, all the great things. He's good at that. Well, he's very practiced now, hundreds of interviews. You get your story built up over time, But people, I've said my piece on Ishmael Perez being a fraud, being a liar, and no longer gets to attack Elena Danan. Not on my watch, mate.
Not on her watch, mate. It's interesting to know that this girl, Danny, has a lot of superpowers. So she's basically saying that the other guy with superpowers is a fraud, but I got real superpowers. And this is the ridiculous world. This is the circus that we find ourselves in. But, what can I say? I love the circus. I can't lie. And also, I just wanted to make an important announcement, and that is that we have a sort of a new show format, and that show format is going to be a pre-recorded show format with a little more bells and whistles. Essentially, some future shows are going to be me interviewing somebody, and the format is 1 hour. A lot of you have asked for shorter shows, so this new format, it's going to be called True Seekers Special Reports. The first one is now up and available in our members-only section or Patreon. And by the way, we're going to get into another interesting discussion, because recently I got some emails from somebody defending David Wilcock and saying essentially that we are no different than David Wilcock because we're making money too. And I just wanted to be sure that we address those things, because every once in a while, these attack vectors come back up again. And this whole line of defense that we're somehow no different than the grifters because we're making money too. First of all, our Patreon is a $1 paywall, and our members only section is $5. But all of our content is free. Eventually, you get early access. And by the way, that person was specifically talking about us covering David Wilcock's hover car scam and saying that, so what if David Wilcock's making money teaching people the secrets of anti-gravity? Well, first of all, he didn't teach people anything that you can't find on the internet. And second of all, he's lying. No, he said that you'd be able to do it once you took the course. Nobody so far has built an anti-gravity engine. Therefore, it was a scam. And by the way, I believe that was the last course that David Wilcock ran. And during the Corey Good depositions, Corey Good mentioned that David Wilcock made $4 million selling that scam. And I checked because people said, you're no different, Stephen. You're making money too, right? And I checked, and we made $16, I think, covering the David Wilcock hover car scam, anti-gravity, $333 course, and what a scam it is. So David Wilcock made $4 million. We made $16 million. He made $4 million lying to everyone, over-promising, under-delivering, hyping it out the wazoo, saying you'll be able to build an anti-gravity engine and a free energy device after you take my course. Who built one? Nobody. So he made $4 million lying to you all. We made $16 telling you the truth about that course and what a scam it was, and how his whole hover car thing was all a scam. He was telling people that they're going to have a working hover car prototype so that people would believe that he really knew the secrets of anti-gravity and could teach it to them for $333. So David Wilcock made $4 million, right? And we made $16. We made $16. So to you assholes, and you are assholes if you equate what we do here with what they do and say that we're somehow equivalent to them. First of all, we are exposing the scam. We're not running it. Second of all, we make pennies compared to what to tell people the truth about these scams. We make pennies compared to what these scammers are raking in. Do not equate what we do here with what a scammer does. I'm just not going to accept that anymore. And yes, we accept the kindness, the generosity, and the support of people all around the world who want to see these things exposed, who want somebody to finally tell them the truth in a world of grifters, scammers, liars, hoaxers, fraudsters. And by the way, those are just the good guys in this thing. There's a lot worse than that going on. Now let's get to our next piece. Like I said, tonight we're going to be covering a whole gambit of fun stuff. I wanted to address this. I wanted to address this wackadoo. Katie Howland from, what is it, Disclosure Now or Disclosure Tomorrow, or is it Disclosure Tonight, Disclosure Right Now? I don't know. There's so many disclosure shows, right? The disclosure dorks. What have they disclosed? All those shows? Nothing. They do the UFO circle jerk, and they let these assholes come in and lie to their audiences, and they all sit around in their delusion bubbles that disclosure's coming in any day now. This girl has all kinds of superpowers. Did you know that? She has all kinds of superpowers. She's a tarot card reader, a psychic, a witch. I don't know. I didn't get the full, like the Marvel Who's Who or DC Who's Who, right? Like where you get that sheet with what the superpowers are. Like, I don't know. I don't know what her superpowers are, but apparently she is very, very upset. She's very, very upset at the fact that people revealed that Sean Cahill and Lou Elizondo are making fake UFO videos in their backyard. That shit is awesome. These guys went from releasing secret Pentagon UFO videos to faking UFO videos in their backyards. By the way, there's an awful lot more that came out about that. Did you know that there is planes all over that area? And Sean Cahill lied to everybody, saying it was a no-fly zone, right? But Kate Howland is upset because people are doxing Lou Elizondo by, revealing that he's making fake UFO videos in his backyard with Sean Cahill. All right, look. So she says, I've tried holding off on saying this, but I'm going to lose my goddamn mind. Lou has said before he's been on an ISIS hit list. Okay. He said a lot of shit. He also said he ran a government program that never existed, right? He also said that he was the director of a program that had a $22 million budget. But when he ran the imaginary program, they didn't have a budget of shit. They didn't have any money. Nothing. It was from the land of make-believe, you dummy wackadoo. All right. My old boss was too. My old boss. So is she saying that Lou Elizondo is her boss? Because, by the way, there's a lot on this girl here. She's quite the wackadoo, because she's running around canceling guest appearances because people follow people on Twitter that she doesn't like. And then she sends them nasty messages canceling their guest appearance on her shit disclosure circle jerk show. Hey, Katie, I love your show. Oh, I love it. Oh, the jerking. Oh, man, it's like the double jerk. That show is such a circle jerk. You need two hands to jerk it all right. Jerk it off, baby. Keep up the circle jerk clown show that you're running, you idiot, you dummy. Because we just found a new well, and the interviews on this stupid lady's disclosure show are magnificent. I can't wait to do commentary and show everybody what an idiot you are, what zero research you do, and how all you and your equally idiot show co-hosts do is repeat talking points, unproven stories, anonymous sources, a source of a source of a source, trust me, dude, right? The whole circle jerk gambit. But she's going to come to the defense of Lou Elizondo because people correctly pointed out that Sean Cahill and Lou Elizondo are making fake UFO videos in Lou Elizondo's backyard. Somehow that's going to put him in danger. And I just want to put on the record once again that we once hosted a filmmaker here. His name was Manny, and the film was called Who's Lou? And a lot of Lou cult members did not like that video, did not like that film, and viciously doxed him, his girlfriend, attacked him. This was all the goon squad of Lou Elizondo buddies. And by the way, he was notified that his followers were harassing, intimidating, threatening people, cyber stalking people, doxing people, even telling people, we got to get these people. We got to get them. We have to stop them. From what? From listening? From watching a video that is critical of Lou Elizondo? By the way, now that whole Lou Elizondo house of cards is falling down, maybe some of you assholes should go apologize to that filmmaker for threatening his family, for intimidating his family, cyber stalking him, his relatives, his girlfriend, trying to get people in trouble at work. And let's not forget that I faced equal harassment from this clown show group of followers of Lou Elizondo. And where was she to defend me and my safety and my family's safety when Lou Elizondo cult member clowns were running around putting my address all over, were coming into my live chat and threatening my wife by name, threatening my family, my children, claiming they were outside and they were coming in to get my family? Do you have any idea how illegal that campaign of terror that took place in the name of Lou Elizondo was? That's criminal. That is criminal what happened there. And what did Lou Elizondo do? He was notified about all of this by the filmmaker, by me, by the filmmaker's girlfriend, and other concerned parties. And instead of denouncing, doxing people, threatening people, harassing people, or intimidating people's families, even threatening people's families and their safety, he rewarded the entire goon squad of idiots that did that harassment campaign with a podcast appearance right after they did that. So don't you dare, dumb bitch, claim that our side is doxing people or putting people at risk. The person to blame for Lou Elizondo's general area where he lives getting out is Sean Cahill, who decided to put out a completely fake UFO video. By the way, there's still no metadata. By the way, there's still no audio from that video, right? And do you know why he won't release the metadata? Katie Howland, you dummy. Let me educate you. If he releases the metadata, we will instantly be able to show you what airplane that was. Did you know how many airports are all over that area? I think there's 4 of them, all within miles of the location that he filmed that fake UFO. So congratulations, you dummy. You dummy, right? You're concerned about Lou Elizondo's safety. Where was his concern when people were threatening his critics? And by the way, all I did was host a filmmaker and talk about the film. And what you were saying by your silence on those issues is that's okay. But somebody correctly pointing out that Lou Elizondo and Cahill are taking fake UFO videos in their backyard, that's putting people at risk. This is the hypocrisy, the nonsense of this whole goddamn circus. And this fake ass plastic bitch with superpowers can suck a dick. All right. I said what I'm going to say on that issue. Sorry, I got a little upset. I apologize. I shouldn't tell her that. She could be a lesbian. Suck a twat if you prefer. All right? All right. Now we're going to move on. But before we do, I just want to recognize and make sure that you understand that those people who support us are recognized and thanks. And if you become a member on the live show, we give you a nice shout out. So ML just became a YouTube channel member. Thank you, ML, for your kindness, your generosity, and your support of the show. It is so appreciated. And by the way, there's that brand new show. There's a brand new Truth Seeker show that nobody's seen yet. You get early access. Go to the members videos and the members section. You also get priority replies. You get a member badge and all kinds of goodies. So we thank you for your kindness, your generosity and support, and for helping us to praise the cash.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
Thank you very much, ML. And I'm going to catch up to the rest of the live chat. Make sure we didn't miss any more. I tend to go off here and I lose it. Yeah, I lost it. All right, we're back. All right, so we have plenty more to share with you. Let me find my notes here, and I apologize. Oh, okay. So we also have this problem of Gary Nolan lately. This is great. All right. So Gary Nolan, who admittedly worked for the CIA, I think that he is a useful idiot or a bobo or a paid government disinformation agent. And what's interesting about that is that, what's so interesting about that is that there's a whole infiltration going on of intelligence community members into the UFO community. We've got many of them. We did a whole show on it. There's so many of them. We could fill a 3-hour show talking about all of the CIA people, DIA people, Homeland Security, former FBI, former CIA contractor. All the alphabet soup agencies are infiltrating the UFO community, and Gary Nolan is one of them. And, there's this whole issue here. Let me see. Yeah. First, let's continue the cavalcade of, let's see. One second. Let me find this. Yeah, I have it. Speaking of disclosure dorks, Stephen Bassett, who has been telling people that disclosure is going to happen any day now, recently said that disclosure is going to come in months, not years. But here he is walking that back. He says to anyone whose knickers are getting knotted up, disclosure is not years away, it's months away, is activist for disclosure is more likely months away than years away. FYI, 11 months counts, and that is early February of 2024. So here's the latest prediction from Mr. Disclosure. All of your other times that you've said this, nothing happened, right? But here's why Stephen Bassett is making statements like disclosure is just months away. It's called the boner-donor scenario, right? I'm sorry, the donor-boner scenario. We got a new term, thanks to a viewer here, the donor-boner scenario. And if you're going to be a disclosure pusher and you want to give all your fans that are giving you money or donating to you a boner, you got to tell them that something big's coming. Something big's coming, and disclosure's coming real soon. And then the donors get a boner and they give more money, right? Do we understand that? So it's called the donor boner scenario, right? Or maneuver. Let's call it the maneuver. The donor boner maneuver. Stephen Bassett is an expert at the donor boner maneuver. Every time the money starts drying up for him, he just starts saying big things are coming and disclosure's just months away. And all the donors get a boner and give him money. It's the donor boner maneuver. I've noticed it's not just him doing the donor boner maneuver. A lot of these disclosure so-called advocates do it, right? And I just thought you'd like to know that there's this thing called the donor boner maneuver, because once you know about the donor boner maneuver, you're going to start recognizing the donor boner maneuver more. I promise you. And just to be clear, the donor boner maneuver is what these guys do when they need money Big things are happening. Big drops are coming. Disclosure's just months away. Disclosure's coming. And there's hearings. And people are talking about cross retrievals and the aliens to the senators. It's the donor boner maneuver, friends. Learn it. And then you'll learn to recognize it too. And the next time one of these clowns starts saying that big things are coming and disclosure's coming soon, you could just say to him, no. That's the donor boner maneuver. Okay? Great. All right. Now, I was going to talk about Gary Nolan, but we are going to go for the low-hanging fruit. So besides all of the CIA infiltration and intelligence assets that we have, and defense contractors like Ryan Graves, I would definitely group him into this whole CIA disclosure for profit movement, right? And 1 second, I'm just catching up with the live chat. We see Mr. Squatch is here with a kind and generous $4.99 super chat and says, keep moving that disclosure target down the road. Well, we thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support, Mr. Squatch. And listen, we're going to have to come up with something for us, because I can't do the donor boner maneuver, right? I can't lie to people and tell them that disclosure about aliens is coming any day now in order to get free money. We have to work, right? And work is hard. So I don't blame these guys for doing the donor boner maneuver so much. But, thank you, Mr. Squatch, for helping us to praise the cash without having to lie to people. Praise the cash, Mr. Squatch.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
Thank you very much for your kindness, your generosity, and your support of the show. It is much, much appreciated. 1 second. Great. So I'm caught up to the live chat now. I don't believe I missed any, but we check at the end of the show just in case. We never miss reading a super chat. And I'm a little hesitant to do this because these are strange sources, but we're going to go here. All right. So some time ago, so I was saying, besides the CIA and intelligence infiltration with defense contractors into the UFO community, all mining the UFO community for dollars, we've also got a lot of fakers, fraudsters, hoaxers, and ridiculous fairy tale hucksters. And one of them is Journey to Truth podcast, right? And you're not going to find the truth about anything there, because they made thousands and thousands of dollars interviewing a guy called Navwar, who turned out to be a convicted pedophile, among other things. And also, during his speech space program, he claimed he was in the Navy. He told all kinds of stories about being in the Navy. Well, people checked. He was never in the Navy. Navwar, right? He was never in the Navy. He was a child molester, for sure. Yeah, definitely he was a child molester, but he wasn't ever in the Navy. So Journey to Truth podcast, they get the Bozo Award, because not only did they not check and find out that their whistleblower was a child molester, they forgot to check and fact check him. And remember, they were talking to him for months and months and months before they ever interviewed him. Then they did 6 interviews with him. But somehow, throughout that whole course, doing 6 interviews with him, making thousands of dollars, helping him sell his fake alien stories, they couldn't check into him and find out that he was a child molester or that he had never been in the Navy. They just took that to their audience. So this is the quality of vetting that we get in the circus. And there's guys interviewing literal child molesters 6 times that they don't and a fake Navy child molester too, a stolen valor fraud child molester. That's where you're going to for your disclosure, Journey to Truth. Yeah, those guys are clowns. But anyway, it would appear that there's a whole bunch of drama about that, because now somebody named Weenie Germain, who's one of the SS or super soldier nutters, right, is exposed for still supporting Nav War pedo Mike from the Consciousness War group. And there's a Rumble video. We're just going to listen to a little bit of this. This is some other of the circus, right? This is some of the other circus.
All right, homies, I've been meaning to make a roast on this fool for a while, but here it finally is.
And this guy, listen, this guy's OG, octuple OG. And I don't know what the story is here, but I watched a few of this guy's videos. And listen, this guy is like the gangster truth seekers. I gotta get this guy on because he covers up his face and he talks like a guy from North Philly I used to know, right? Like like, I don't know where this guy's from, but he is in that SSP super soldier community, just busting balls on all the frauds. But he does it like gangster. It's wonderful. It's wonderful.
This motherfucker Jermaine from the Consciousness War. What's up with this fool Jermaine still supporting and kissing ass to Mike Nav War for being exposed with cold hard evidence as a pedophile, child molester, piece of shit? Homie, let's keep it real. Let's never mind the fact that you're nothing more than an almost 40-year-old loser who still lives with his mom, with no job and no car, always bumming off people to help support your lazy, good-for-nothing ass who sits at home all day smoking weed, bro.
Oh no!
You're a weirdo. Why does this cat Mike have such a hold over you? Why would anyone stick up for a fucking pedophile?
Yeah.
You're actually stupid enough to think that he was set up by the cabal when the evidence is clear as day that this fool...
Oh, by the way, the supporters of that pedo are now saying that the men in black framed him and set him up, and that's why people found records. That stuff was from like years and years and years before he ever said anything about SSP or super soldier stuff.
Is nothing more than a pedophile who preys on children. Then you have the audacity to actually say I went out of my way to fake the documents when you know well that they are 100% actual, legitimate proof that he is guilty of what he's done.
Yeah.
And for you stupid...
And so people are saying that this guy faked the documents. We checked those. The guy in question really is a convicted child offender. So these other people that are defending that guy, claiming that the men in black set him up somehow, no, we checked the records too. And remember, those arrests and convictions were for years and years and years ago, long before he started. They can't just concoct a fake conviction. Anyway, interesting that there's a gangster guy out there and he is busting balls on these frauds.
Motherfuckers that still try to give this cat the benefit of the doubt, I will provide even further proof of Mike's charges. Jermaine, you ain't nada, homie. You ain't nothing but a loser, bro. Man, it's time to move out of your mom's house and stop smoking weed every day. I mean, just get a job already, Essay. You're a weird.
You told him to get a job.
Sucking Elena Danon's pussy, bro.
Ooh.
She wants to sleep with you, bro. She don't want you, homie.
You can tell this. Too bad. Too bad. All right, so I just wanted to let you know about that. And by the way, I'll be reaching out to that guy. I think it would be funny to have him here and do a whole interview. OG, octuple OG on Rumble. And I will, I'm a little busy right now, but I promise I will put the link to the Rumble video in the description of the video right after tonight's broadcasts. So let me see here. You'll have to excuse me. This has been a hectic week. Okay, so I covered that. Let me get my notes here. This is the problem with doing, all of these things at once. Oh, okay. Tubacabra. Oh, what a shit show the Tubacabra thing turned into. So, for those unaware, there's a guy called, speaking of the circus, right? We go from OG, octuple OG to Tubacabra. Tubacabra is a well-known UFO, I don't know what you would call him, a personality in the UFO community. And I was working on this timeline of UFOs. And in any case, there have been some very serious allegations against him for both theft and for posting a lot of very, very racist and very, very anti-Semitic statements in public discords. And people found all those things that he had said. He used the N-word. He, railed against the Jews. He said slavery was a choice and all these other offensive things. But I think the most, and there were some allegations, I guess, about him stealing designs for T-shirts that he sold, and or even his name he doesn't have the right to use. Somebody else has the trademark of it. And there's this huge battle that is essentially, I think, between him and King Milkfart, right? Yeah, that's great. I have to talk about somebody named King Milkfart now. Speaking of, crazy. And this is so funny. So Uplifting Tweets, who I'm sure that Uplifting Tweets on Twitter has said some nasty shit about me. And so, I expected this to be worse. But we were going to do a sort of a debate between this Tubacabra and King Milkfart. And King Milkfart said he'll do it anytime, anywhere, whenever we want. Just let him know when, and he's there. So that was very easy. And I said 9 p.m. one night. He said, great. And then I asked this Tubacabra to be there, and he couldn't do it that night. So then first he said yes, and then he said he couldn't do it. And then he did not reply to my further attempts to book this. He, said he had issues with work or something like that. And then we said, we'll do it Monday at 9 p.m. And he said I didn't say anything. So we waited a couple of days. And so there's all this drama because now Milkfart is saying that he's chickening out of the whole thing. And to be honest, I think he is. So, yeah. And here we have Truth Seekers Fight Night, Milkfart versus Tubacabra. And of course, the little thing that says, I don't endorse this. And I just want to give some clarity to this whole situation. And I don't know how I'm going to say this. I have to say this carefully, right? Very often people point me at people that are their enemies or people they don't like a missile, right? People send me dirt on their enemies and say, you should do a show on this or whatever. And I'm sure that many of them have good intentions sometimes because they know that we expose a lot of scams and scammers and things like that here. But I always want to be cautious in that I'm not just being pointed at a missile at somebody's enemy. These two obviously have had their issues. They've been fighting like cats and dogs for months, I think, over this stuff. And at first I was going to do a show, and you can ask Spooky, I could show you, we have the thumbnail for it. I was going to do a show just covering this Tubacabra and the allegations about him stealing money from, I believe it was UFO Garage. He allegedly stole $1,000 for a video project he never finished as agreed upon. That's very problematic. And then we were going to show all of these racist statements that he made and talk about them. And by the way, this is a couple of weeks ago, probably. We originally planned to do that show. But then I thought that maybe it would be better to give him an opportunity to talk about these things and not just look what he did, because I don't really think there is an explanation for all these racist tweets and anti-Jewish, anti-Semitic tweets. Or not, they weren't tweets. I apologize. They were statements in a Discord that somebody screen captured. And, there's all kinds of allegations, and he's got some kind of UFO timeline. He's running a GoFundMe. So I thought, if I really had an important project I needed funding for, would I want some guy just telling the one side of the story, or would I want an opportunity to defend myself? So I decided that I would do that show if he were there. And then suddenly Milk Fart is kind of like, well, part of the deal, I guess. So then we thought, well, let's let him come on here and just we'll get to the truth between the three of us. And what I told both of them when they both agreed to do this was, I will be fair. I'm going to time everybody, and I have a mute button, because these guys have been in spaces like arguing with each other before. And this drama fight is so big. I like, there's only one way to really display to you how big it is. And that is to let you know, listen, everybody wants to see this. Everybody wants to see them argue it out, get to the bottom of it. Which one of them is a liar? Which one of them is the scumball? Who's the thief, right? So many people want to see this. So I was willing to do it. But I was very clear in saying, and by the way, everybody's shooting their mouth off and nobody speaks for me, right? Nobody speaks for me. I speak for me. So, there's a lot of drama going on around this, because it was supposed to be Friday night, and then he couldn't do it. So then it was going to be tonight, and then he couldn't do it. And just to be clear, I have given him every opportunity. I said I would rearrange my schedule, and if he couldn't do it at 9 p.m., I'll do it at 12 noon or 1 p.m. or anywhere in between, anytime this week. Then Chupacabra started saying something about he needs 2 weeks because for work to settle down before he could do this. So it does appear to me that he's trying to dodge this event. And of course, he's going to use people shooting their mouth off and saying things that I did not endorse, nor condone, nor approve as some kind of excuse for bailing out of this. And if he does, he does. I'm going to do this show, with or without him, and we'll look at the evidence. I just think it's probably in his best interest to be here. And I give him my word, I will be respectful. I'll try my best to make sure that people don't just do ad hominem attacks and scream at each other. We're going to put time limits, right? So you can talk for 3 minutes, then you can talk for 3 minutes, and I have a mute button. If people are talking over each other, interrupting, I'll just mute them, and each of you will get your 3 minutes, and then we'll move on to the next question, topic, or issue. I think it would be good for all involved to do this, and I'm willing to do it. But at some point, we're up to like the third thumbnail we made for this thing, this one story that's never happened yet. I can't waste any more time. So I got 3 thumbnails. Either he's going to be on the show and we'll do it, or I'm going to do the show myself and we'll just show the evidence and talk about it, or we'll have Milk Fart and show the evidence and he can chime in about what he thinks. But just so you know, like how much people want to see this fight. Like, people are tuning into Spaces on Twitter to hear these 2 guys argue about all this drama. And I've even got people that hate my guts, like Jeremy Corbell, listening in on these Spaces and this drama argument that's glorious. And he wants me to do this show. Even Jeremy Corbell's listening in, and he wants me to do this show. Really?
You think happened? No. You tell me what happened.
You're the one with the accusation.
I just told you what fucking happened. You stole over $1,000 from them because you took the money for a product that you did not deliver.
I dislike the rhythm in which we're going about the conversation already. So if you want to drop a point, I'll answer that point.
Shut the fuck up. Jesus Christ, you loudmouth bitch.
If you keep on lying in this space, I'm going to stop you. I just addressed the issue. You can't just keep reframing it that I stole money.
Dude, stop muting me, you fucking coward. Stop muting me, you coward. Stop muting me.
I'm not going to.
You are a thief.
You want to keep going on these long rants of different accusations, you're going to lose a lot of people, right? Because all you're doing is trying to build a case with a bunch of frivolous things.
Are you just going to keep fucking flapping your goddamn lips every time I open my mouth? What is your problem?
You can't just stack up a bunch of stuff and expect me to navigate that after you're done with it.
You don't own the copyright name to Chupacabra. By the way, his name's Mark Wrights. I've already let him know about your
Why would I feel like they needed to have my back? What would
because you're a pussy.
What would their support do for me?
Make you feel like less of a pussy.
So you think I feel like a pussy, so I address
I think you are a pussy. Giant fucking pussy. Honestly.
Cool.
Just don't mute.
Cool. You sound good. You sound healthy. You sound intelligent.
Oh, I'm taking deep breaths. Hey.
What did I say? It's a goddamn circus out there. It's a circus. It's a circus. And even Jeremy Corbell wants to see that circus happen. And so do I. So Chupacabra, you got one more day. I'm going to give you another day to make a decision about when you can do this, or if you're going to do it, or if you're going to bail out. And I respect whatever decision that you make. But, we've got 3 thumbnails and I'm going to use them. That's just the way it's going to be. And by the way, this is fair use. That was transformative work. It's a comedic parody, of course, of UFO Judas. Thank you, UFO Judas. Follow him on Twitter and also Simon Fly for these wonderful music videos. Now, to the main event. So I mentioned that there are all these UFO scammers out there. And chief among them, of course, is Third Phase Moon. And their lesser known tag-alongs like Richie Grifton. And there have been, speaking of, beefs or battles on Twitter, but of course I won. Richie Goofon came after me. He attacked my paralyzed eye, my children, my family, all because we started waking people up to the truth that Third Phase of Moon are the biggest fraud, faker, hoaxers ever in the history of UFOs, and they haven't changed, and they continue to perpetrate frauds, fakes, and hoaxes. We even showed, this was lovely, we even showed that the entire time that Richie Goofon was attacking me, my family, and also Guerrilla Gamer, saying he faked his cancer, calling some guy a dirty cop who has none of that in his background. He's a retired cop. Anybody who was speaking out against Third Phase of Moon, Richie Goofon was attacking. He was calling people all kinds of stuff. The P word. I'm trying not to say it too much for the algorithm. At least 2 people he called that word, right? Meaning having problems with children. And they were critical of Third Phase of Moon. And the entire time he was doing that, he knew 100% that Third Phase of Moon were accepting and using completely faked videos from users. We had the screenshots. We shared them all. Then there turned into this stupid beef about this orb hoax because I said it was a laser pointer and so did other people. And somehow he didn't like that. And again, started accusing people of faking cancer, right? It's ridiculous what happened. This man went out of his way. First, he said, of course, Third Phase of Moon never hoaxed anything. Then he said Third Phase of Moon hasn't hoaxed anything in the past 5 years. Then he said 3 years. Then he said he's not moving the goalpost. Well, we went from never hoaxed anything to only hoaxed things in the past, but not in the past 5 years, to only hoaxed or faked things in the past, but not in the past 3 years. This guy, Richie Goofon, is ridiculous. And he has called me a hoaxer in his clickbait thumbnails. He has called me a scammer. No evidence of any of that. He has attacked my children, my wife, my family, right? My dead father, right? Did you want a list of dead relatives, Rich? Are you running out of things to attack me on instead of addressing the evidence? But he's sure that he's right and I'm wrong, right? Third Phase are great, right? And look at the lengths, the cult-like lengths that some of these people go to defend fakery, fraudery, hoaxery, and bull. You're going to attack people's wives and children because they caught you faking things? Really? And to you people giving him money, he never learns, because he not only did he make fun of my disability, but he did it, I think, like 3 times now. 3 times now, right? For those unaware, I have a paralyzed eye, so he's telling eye jokes on his show. He thinks that shit is hysterical, right? But recently he said that he would love it if somebody can prove he lied. Well, we did, because we proved that he lied about third phase. We proved that over and over and over and over again. But that wasn't enough. He's still claiming that we didn't prove anything. We can't prove anything. Nobody can prove third phase moon ever hoaxed anything. There's 2 documentaries. By the way, follow me on Twitter at Stephen Cambion. I broadcast those documentaries for free every day. There's 3 of them. The third one's not really a documentary. It's just a smoking gun proof that Richie Griffon Goofon knew the entire time that he was screaming and attacking everybody viciously and their families and their reputations, trying to muddy the waters there. He knew the whole time that third phase were accepting videos that people faked and then pretending they're spaceships or UFOs the very next week. We have all the screenshots. We show it in that third one. And I'm broadcasting them every day on Twitter for the rest of my goddamn life. And he can say that he didn't do anything to me, right? We have all the clips, Rich. We have all the clips of every time you attacked my wife, my children, my family, my disability, my dead father. We have it all. We have it all. And by the way, great job. That proves alone that third phase of moon are fly-by-night slimy scammers, because a real or reputable company that produces media would not allow one of their subcontractors or employees to call people pedophiles, make fun of people's disabilities, fat shame people, damage retired police officers' reputations, say somebody faked cancer when they've shown their medical paper proving that they faked cancer. Any real or reputable media company would immediately fire him. But they didn't, because they like him attacking their critics, right? They think that's going to shut people up and make them back down. No, I don't think so. And by the way, this orb hoax is so ridiculous, and he has doubled and tripled down on it. He's going to claim he's not a hoaxer. Well, we've got multiple hoaxes now. This guy is even hoaxing EVPs of dead audience members and grifting for super chats off of fake EVPs, that's electronic voice phenomenon, of a dead viewer. Somebody in his audience died. A couple days later, he's getting electronic voice phenomenon recordings of that dead audience member talking, and he's pumping it up with clickbait titles on his show. He's making money off of a dead viewer. That is the height of griftdom. Welcome to the circus. But that's not all he's doing to make money. He's faking spirit orbs and other fake UFO phenomenon, right? It's amazing. So he asked for this, by the way, because, well, you'll see. And by the way, a lot of times when we do this, play a video, we have problems, but I'm forced to do it for various reasons. So hopefully this will play. If not, we're going to be debuting this specific video I'm about to share with you later tonight as a separate video. This is Richie Goofon's spirit orb hoax. Busted. Now, I'm sure he'll come up with excuses. I'm sure he will, but I think it's busted.
And anybody that follows Goofon knows that I am not a hoaxer, and I don't lie. About anything here, anything I say here is all true. To me, anyway. I didn't do anything wrong, just told the truth. There's never been any proof I lied. Not one.
I don't know. Well, what can I use? Anybody?
I'm a hoaxer. All right. That's what they're saying about me. I'm just giving it back. And I think the guy faked cancer. Gorilla Gamer faked cancer. I'm saying it. I think he faked his cancer. Do I have proof? No. He's telling everybody I faked an orb. When I left my seat a few years ago, a white object came around. I said I faked it with a laser pointer because I came back and had something black in my hand, which was my vape pen. But I'm a hoaxer because I had something in my hand when I came back to my desk. It was a vape pen. But oh no, that's the laser pointer. He's got it in his hand right there. The reason I think he faked cancer, because he looks like he's in perfect health. Gorilla Gamer faked cancer. I'm saying it. I think he faked his cancer. Gorilla Gamer faked cancer. I'm saying it. I think he faked his cancer. Do I have proof? No. Do I have proof? No. Do I have proof? No. Because I don't think I support any hoaxers, nor have I ever been caught in a hoax, lied about a hoax, supported a hoax, or anything hoax. And I would love it if you could come up with evidence of that. Trying to say I hoaxed an orb sighting because I had my vape pen in my hand and it's a laser pointer. No, it's a vape pen. And orbs aren't white on laser pointers. They're green, red, right? I don't know any white orbs from a laser pointer. I don't even know how you do that. How do you make an orb out of a laser pointer? You would see right? Wouldn't you see the beam? Anyway, I faked it, all that. I didn't do anything wrong, just told the truth. There's never been any proof I lied. Not one. Because I don't think I support any hoaxers. Nor have I ever been caught in a hoax, lied about a hoax, supported a hoax, or anything hoax. And I would love it if you could come up with evidence of that.
Ooh, so spooky. A ghost orb appearing while we're using a Ouija board. So spooky. It couldn't possibly be a laser pointer. Couldn't possibly be a green laser pointer. Ooh, even more spooky. Two ghost orbs. Two ghost orbs. So spooky. They couldn't possibly be laser pointers. Or could they? Ooh, look, a ghost orb. And it's white. This could not possibly be a laser pointer. It must be a ghost orb. Look, even spookier. Two of them. Two ghost orbs. These could not possibly be a laser pointer, because after all, no laser pointers are white. You'd see the beam, right? This is just another stupid lie from a grifter. Just like his usual pattern, Richie grift on lies to get out of the last lie. The first lie was the ghost orb hoax that he created with a green laser pointer. The second lie was that it was his vape pen. He had two things in his hand, one of which he put down on the table, the other of which he suddenly realized. You could see the look on his face like, uh-oh, I still have the laser pointer in my hand because I'm stupid. And he jams it under the desk. It's a laser pointer, friends, and I'm not going to argue with an idiot like him. But it is interesting that this man doubled and tripled down on this stupid hoax. It's shocking how easily this guy lies through his teeth. But what's even more shocking to me is just how stupid that he thinks everyone, especially his audience members, are. He thinks that his viewers are so stupid he can get away with anything, even something as stupid as this ghost orb hoax. Worst yet, when he gets called out on the ghost orb hoax, he attacks the person who called him out, claiming he faked cancer. That's not true. Gorilla Gamer has cancer. He even posted all of his cancer paperwork all over Twitter, and Rich continued to tell everyone that he faked cancer, proving just what kind of a slimeball he is. True to his pattern, he lies, and then when he gets caught, he lies again. The first lie was that he was summoning ghost orbs at a live seance with nothing but a Ouija board because he has superpowers. The second lie was when he started telling people that Gorilla Gamer was faking his cancer. Why? Because Gorilla Gamer correctly pointed out that he created this stupid hoax with a laser pointer. But true to his pattern, like I said, when he gets caught lying, what does he do? Doubles and triples down. New lies to cover the old lies. The latest lie is it couldn't have been a laser pointer because you'd see the beam. And there's no laser pointer that creates a white spot. But he lies to his audience. Lies by omission. He forgets to tell them that when he was committing this hoax, he was using a green screen or chroma key. And we're using the exact same software here. And I've just shown you that when you point a green laser pointer at a green screen with the chroma key on, it appears to be white, just like his spirit orb hoax. Now, he said that you couldn't see the beam. You're right. Well, you could if you were using a very good, powerful laser pointer, but Rich in his hoax was using a super cheap, probably $5 laser pointer that doesn't have a visible beam. These have visible beams. Usually they do, but as you can see, the chroma key effect cancels out the green. And also, the very bright lights in a typical green screen will cancel it out, will cancel out the beam. You won't see the beam. And it appears almost exact to his hoax. Now, I know he's going to come up with new lies now. He's going to say it doesn't look exactly the same or some other nonsense excuses. This is a fucking hoax, and he's a fucking hoaxer. Anybody who's watching him, or especially sending him money, you're encouraging his attitude that you as a viewer are so stupid he can get away with stupid things like this. You as a viewer, especially if you're sending him money, are saying it's okay to lie about somebody faking cancer because they called you out on being a hoaxer. You as a viewer, if you're sending him money, are encouraging him to lie to his audience. Congratulations. I'm going to show you what happens when you turn the green screen effect off. There we go. The background is gone. Now you can see the green. The lights are very, very bright. So unless you have a very powerful laser device, which these are, you won't see the beam at all. On a typical green screen, the lights are very, very bright. That's what helps make the chroma key effect work. So on a typical green screen with these very powerful lights, you would not see any green beam. And if I point it at the background, you will see the spot as a green beam. Now remember, these are very, very powerful laser devices. These aren't a cheap laser pointer like Rich used in this hoax. The very bright lights wash out most of the beam, even on these very, very powerful laser devices. And again, I'm not using a cheap $5 laser pointer like he was using. These are visible beam lasers. I didn't have a cheap one on hand, but as you can see, it creates a green orb with the chroma key off. But again, with the chroma vision turned back on, you can see that they'll appear as a white spot. And no, you won't see any visible beam because the chroma key effect keys out anything that's colored green, including a laser beam of light. We've chosen a similar background here. The ghosts. The ghosts. Ghost orbs. Sorry, I can't be in two places at once. He wasn't. So he went off camera, created the ghost orb, made it disappear, And then he sat back down. As you can see, with the green screen effect turned on, you won't see the beam. And you won't see a green spot. You will see what appears to be a white orb. You can do this with a very cheap laser pointer and get it even much closer to the fake effect that he created. This is a hoax.
Because I don't think I support any hoaxers. Nor have I ever been caught in a hoax, lied about a hoax, supported a hoax, or anything hoax. And I would love it if you could come up with evidence of that.
Gotcha, bitch.
Are you happy now? Are you happy now? Are you happy now? Are you happy now?
Okay, so we are back. And see, here we can see that this is the problem with lying. You just dig a bigger hole for yourself. He lied over and over and over again about a ridiculous, stupid hoax. He lied. And so, he asked for that. And we can ask the question, are you happy now? He said he would love it. He said he would love it. I wonder if he's going to love our video, proving once again that this man, he's lying because his lips are moving, right? Incredible. And I don't know what's going on in the live chat. I was trying to read this during the video, right? There's negotiations going on, I think, between King Milkfart and Tubacabra. And then I thought I saw Alien Scientist said he was going to do it on his show. And, we've had this planned for 3 weeks. So I'd rather they do it here where we've already invested the time and the energy. We've got the graphics, we've got the forum, we've got the ability and willingness to create rules so that these guys, don't speak over each other and all of that stuff, right? I just don't know. Imagine lying over and over again. I don't know what that's about. Art and Paranormal, one of our chat room moderators, is here reminding people to follow me on Twitter. It's at Stephen Cambion. And now would be a good time because I have to find some things. To be very honest with you, I'm very disorganized today. Usually much more organized than we are today. But, look, it's a live show. We roll with the punches. Oh, I know what we'll do. We're going to talk about Ross Coulthard, Gary Nolan, disinformation agents, and Jim's balls.
I got scrapings off Jim's balls. I got scrapings off Jim's balls. I got scrapings off Jim's balls. I got scrapings off Jim's balls. I got scrapings off Jim's balls. I got scrapings off Jim's balls.
And let's not forget that there's some new revelations. Remember how I said that the CIA and the DIA and all these alphabet soup agencies are infiltrating the UFO community and spreading disinformation? And even I believe, and many people believe, that it's an organized disinformation campaign spearheaded by some nefarious group within the United States intelligence agencies to disinform, misinform, and misdirect the UFO community away from the real stuff, right? And anyway, interestingly, Gary Nolan, who has admitted to working for the CIA, has worked with many UFO grifters. And we did a whole show here about how he's using Stanford University equipment, supplies, I guess, laboratories, personnel, even students, to help UFO grifters sell 100% provably fake stories like that Atacama humanoid with Stephen Greer. But his new partner in slime is Ross Coulthard, who is he is a disgraced journalist who was laid off from 60 Minutes Australia. Most people would say because he ran a completely and totally 100% fictional story about pedos running the British government, right? And he got caught because all the sources were fake wackadoos, right? Then he comes into the UFO community and starts selling 100% provably fake stories, even promising that he and Gary Nolan, known CIA contractor, have conclusive proof of alien technology, and they're going to bring it to us. Just click on our video. So they basically ran a consumer scam promising conclusive proof of alien technology. And then they had to take the video off of YouTube due to the controversy of them lying through their teeth in the promos. And by the way, I want to thank Stephen Greenstreet. There's two versions of these promos running around, and one of them, Stephen Greenstreet put Gonzo in. Stephen Greenstreet, follow him on Twitter. It's Middle of Mayhem, or go visit the Basement Office on YouTube. It's so much funnier with Gonzo in it. So here's Gary Nolan's partner in slime and trying to make excuses for being caught 100% lying in this promos with Gary Nolan.
I probably would be more cautious about in terms of how we present it is the sphere story, for the simple fact that we just don't know yet whether it is or it isn't non-human technology.
We have new, conclusive proof, testable evidence of alien technology.
Frankly, whilst a lot of people want us to say, yeah, it's alien technology, we're not going to say that.
We have new, conclusive proof, testable evidence of alien technology. This renowned scientist confirms it all.
Whilst a lot of people want us to say, yeah, it's alien technology, we're not going to say that because that's a terrible danger.
We have new, conclusive proof, testable evidence of alien technology.
A lot of people want us to say, yeah, it's alien technology. We're not going to say that.
Alien technology. This renowned scientist confirms it all.
We're not going to say that.
New, conclusive proof, testable evidence of alien technology. This renowned scientist confirms it all.
We're not going to say that, for the simple fact that we just don't know yet whether it is or it isn't non-human technology.
He's not going to say it, but they said it in their promos. And then, of course, Gary Nolan gets all pissed off, right? He gets all pissed off because people start asking him for the analysis of the ball shavings, right? And then he starts complaining, saying he needs millions and millions of dollars worth of labs, equipment, personnel, and more in order to give us a good analysis of that. No, you don't, you dummy, Gary Nolan. You've got a machine right in the labs at Stanford University that could do that analysis in 20 minutes. Why will you not give it to us? Do you know why? Because that shit is fake. That's why. It's normal earth, ordinary earthly metals that were taken off of that stupid ball, right? And by the way, that ball came from a wackadoo, right? Get a metal ball from a wackadoo and claim it's an alien probe, Gary Nolan, you goddamn clown. Gary Nolan is a clown. And he's an angry clown. Angry clowns don't like it when you call their bluff. Look what happens when you call this this clown's bluff. He becomes an angry
They
clown.
come to me with some of their results, and I basically said these results are shit. So I'm sorry to the people who are so friggin' impatient that they won't get off their butt and go learn this stuff and do it themselves. I'm not your daddy. I'm not here to do things for you. I'm sorry. Get out of your basement and go do something. I've seen some of those snap your fingers reports, and they're garbage. Publish the darn paper. Stop claiming that. This is shoddy work. This can't go anywhere. Who did this? It's crap.
Who did this? It's crap, right? So the angry clown, remember, he works for Stanford University. And remember, he is an admitted he is an admitted CIA contractor. He claimed the CIA came to him and he worked for them, right? He's a CIA disinformation agent, if you ask me. And if you needed any more proof, there's breaking news that Twitter and Stanford have been accused of running disinformation campaigns to hide the truth about vaccines. Now, what is Gary Nolan? He is an immunologist. So guess who was probably in on the disinformation campaign? And this, my friends, is not, there's sources that are confirming that Stanford University was running disinformation campaigns against everyone on Twitter, right? Well, everyone in America, really, but they targeted specifically Twitter for their disinformation campaigns. And this is the college that CIA Gary Nolan works for. Remember, he's a big fan of Dr. Fauci, too, and claimed to work for the CIA, among other things. And now we have the stunning proof that the university he works for and the department he works for was running disinformation campaigns. This is fair use. This is a transformative work. Here's Mr. Matt Taibbi telling us about the disinformation campaigns being run by Stanford University and pushing medical disinformation.
Just quickly, we found just yesterday a tweet from the Virality Project at Stanford, which is partnered with a number of government agencies and Twitter, where they talked explicitly about censoring stories of true vaccine side effects.
Gary Nolan's university, probably in the department that he worked for. We're going to check if he was part of this organization that was running the medical disinformation campaigns on Twitter. We're going to call the university and see if we can't get them to confirm or deny that he was part of that. Right now, I don't know, but he is an immunologist, right? That's his field of study and research. And it's just been revealed through the Twitter files of Mr. Matt Taibbi that Stanford University was disinforming people, running misinformation campaigns, and censoring stories that were true about certain side effects.
And other true stories that they felt encouraged hesitancy. Now,
censoring true.
Yeah, so they used the word true 3 times in this email. And what's notable about this is that it reflects the fundamental misunderstanding of this whole disinformation complex, anti-disinformation complex. They believe that ordinary people can't handle difficult truths. And so they think that they need minders to separate out things.
Yeah,
that are
they're the arbiters of truth.
For them. And that's totally contrary to what America's all about, I think.
I would just briefly add, this is very disturbing because what they're doing when they're putting these labels on there is they're actually also trying to discredit you. So it's not just, it's a form of censorship, but it's also a disinformation campaign.
A disinformation campaign being run by the university that employs CIA Gary Nolan, right? By the way, somebody mentioned on Rumble, I always spell his name wrong, and I apologize for that. I've never seen the name Gary spelled with 2 R's, but, he's got to be different, I guess. So I will fix that when I get a chance. Now, 1 second here. We want to thank Robert C. for a kind and generous. You thought I forgot you. I almost did. Thank you, Robert C., for a kind and generous €2. We thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and your support of the show. It is much, much appreciated. And I guess I should thank King Milkfart and Tubacabra for coming in the live chat, because boy, there is thousands of extra messages. That live chat is going by so fast. These guys are like, yeah. But thank you, Robert C., and all of our supporters, you Patreon supporters, you kind and generous super chatters, channel members, super sticker purchasers, all of you, thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support of the show. We appreciate you, and thanks for appreciating us.
Praise the gas, praise the gas. Thank you for your kindness. Thank you for your generosity. Praise the gas, praise the gas, praise the gas.
All right, and I think we're all caught up. If I did miss a live chat, please let me know in the live chat if I missed your live, if I missed your super chat. And we have Stormcrow with the kind of generous $2 Australian who says the cat fight has been entertaining. Well, thank you. We aim to please, and thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support of the show. Longtime show supporter Stormcrow, thanks for helping us to praise the cat.
Praise the gas, praise the gas, praise the gas.
There we are. And if I did miss any other super chat, please let me know in the live chat. But I think that we've gotten them all. I'll check backstage here in a moment. Now, it would be a good time to remind you of two things. I've got a whole lot more to share with you. And the show, oh, wait a minute. Gary Nolan. Gary Nolan is a disinformation agent, in my opinion. I'm entitled to my opinion. All he does is help UFO scammers sell fake stories with his perceived legitimacy because he's a Stanford University professor. He's not a material scientist. He's not a physicist. He's an immunologist. So I'm sorry, I don't think he's qualified. And isn't it interesting that a so-called disclosure advocate is working for an organization that is actively censoring true information from the American public for whatever reasons? There's no excuse for that. I don't care about hesitancy. I don't care. There's no excuse for that. Gary Nolan is a joke, a clown in a lab coat that helps UFO scammers sell 100% provably fake stories. That's the facts. So now would be a good time to remind everybody that the show is not over. Sometimes I play a bumper and everybody rolls on out of here. No, I've got plenty more to share. We've still got time for questions, comments, and things. I've got more fun stuff to share as well. But we do have to remind you that we are a viewer-supported show. And there's a couple of ways that you can support us. Here, the show's not over. We'll be right back. These are quick, I promise. Here's our announcer with the golden voice, Mr. Ian, to remind you how you can help the show.
Truth Seekers is a viewer-supported show. Wonderful people like you who enjoy this show send pledges in the form of super chats, super stickers, super thanks, PayPal, or Cash App. Instructions for how to help are in the description. You can also join our Patreon, and for as little as $1 a month you can get extra content. Patreon supporters get a backstage pass, early access to all our production videos before they are distributed publicly, Stephen Campion's music, private writings, a monthly show journal, and more. You can also become a YouTube channel member for $5 a month. A YouTube membership includes all of the Patreon benefits, plus a special members badge, priority reply to video comments, and the live chat, plus a monthly members-only video. We thank you all, kind and generous benefactors, for supporting Truth Seekers. Thank you for your generosity and support. Thanks for being here. This is Truth Seekers with your host, Stephen Cambion. Please rate, like, and comment on our videos or podcasts. If you are listening to an audio podcast, please rate us 5 stars to help us rise in the search rankings. If you are watching on YouTube, please like, comment, and subscribe to our channel. If you're listening to an audio podcast, we love and appreciate you listeners, but you are missing the live tapings. All our shows are recorded live with video feed. We'd love you to come be a part of our live broadcasts and tapings for the podcast. Head on over to YouTube, click the search tool, the little magnifying glass, put Truth Seekers, one word in the search bar, and hit enter. You'll see a strange and mysterious guy with sunglasses. That means you found the channel. Go there, smash the subscribe button, and hit the notification bell to receive up-to-date info on our YouTube channel. We welcome you to be a part of our live taping and our chat room during the live broadcasts. Seek the truth. Speak the truth. This is Truth Seekers. Truth Seekers.
Greetings and salutations. We're back. See, that wasn't that bad. And before we forget, I did forget one thing that we were going to play here from Simon Fly, and that was a Tubacabra music video. Yeah, everybody gets the equal lampooning here, right? I thought I had one. Oh yeah, we do. No, I don't. Damn it. I'll find it. I will find it because it's worthy of playing. Definitely worthy of playing. But in the meantime, we have other ridiculous people that we need to cover. So let me start with something new to share here. We're going to go into... Yeah, 1 second here. I knew I had it here. Oh, before I forget, just for that guy who has cancer, we want to all keep him in our thoughts and prayers. And he didn't do anything wrong, pointing out that Rich was faking a spirit orb with a laser pointer. He didn't do anything wrong. So, he deserves justice, and he deserves our support, and he deserves some prayers.
Justice for this person who didn't do anything wrong.
There you go. Definitely. And interestingly, the whole situation just keeps getting worse and worse, and the circus gets crazier and crazier, right? At some point, you have to say, what is it? What are we still doing here? I wonder this myself sometimes. What are we still doing here? Why is it just perfectly fine that this whole thing? Let's do a thought experiment quickly and take all of the intelligence people out of the UFO community and all of their stories. So what are we left with? Not much, but let's take all of the scammers and the hoaxers and the fraudsters out. People like Linda Moulton Howe selling people fake pictures of aliens. People like Nick Pope pretending that he was the British Fox Mulder when he never investigated shit. People like Third Phase of Moon, who have been faking videos for decades for money and fake stories for money. People like Griffdawn and others. People like Journey to Truth, who are interviewing literal child molesters to make money, selling fake alien stories. Take out Marina, the Nazi girl, right? By the way, I don't know if it's a consequence to our coverage of her, but Marina Sarah and the Nazi girl took down her OnlyFans, and I got a lot of hate mail from guys that wanted those videos that she would make masturbating while she said people's names. So I'm sorry, okay? I'm sorry if she took her OnlyFans down and you can't get a Dill Me with your name on it video. I'm sorry, okay? I'm sorry. I really tried my best. I still am struggling to find this this music video. I'm sure that we had it. I had it earlier. We haven't used it. Oh, here, it's right there. No wonder. All right. So while the fight is raging in the live chat, you know, you need some good motivational music and yeah, good stuff from Simon Fly. Let's watch.
Humans, the humans, the humans, the humans, the humans, we don't all have the same strengths. We don't all have the same strengths. Humans, we don't all have the same strengths. We don't all have the same strengths. Humans, so someone who does something often enough, here's the tricky part. Here's the tricky part. So someone who does something often enough, here's the tricky part. 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 Alien, 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 alien. Humans, the humans, the humans, the humans, the alien, 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 alien. Humans, the humans, the humans, the humans, the alien, 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 alien. Humans, the humans, the humans, the humans, the alien, 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 alien. Humans, the humans, the humans, the humans.
I'm going to check in with the live chat. Definitely going to check in with the live chat. And I don't know, we've had quite a lively chat. I saw something about people being banned. Please don't ban anybody unless you absolutely have to. And Maria Rose correctly pointing out that Goofon and anybody else who attacks a cancer patient shouldn't be allowed on YouTube or Twitter. Well, it is a violation of the YouTube terms of service, but so is making fun of fat people. So is making fun of people's disabilities. So is calling people the P word with absolutely no evidence or no proof. The fact that he still has a YouTube channel, there's some things that I've learned I just can't control or do anything about. That being one of them, right? And by the way, I have some quick edits to do to that Orpokes video. I noticed a few, the green screen was a little off, but I can cut that out. We'll debut that later tonight. It's only a 10-minute video, but or 12-minute, I think. But still, we want that as a separate video on our channel so people can see what a liar, fraudster, and hoaxer. Yeah, I'm sure it's against YouTube guidelines. Of course it is. But, I was essentially told that when some broke loser who doesn't care if he gets any legal problems over doing something like that, you have to go to YouTube with your lawyer to get them to do something. And that's ridiculous. That's absolutely ridiculous. And by the way, this Goofon clown loves to say that I threatened to sue him. I never threatened to sue him. I told him that if he continued down the same path, there would be consequences. And he's on his show crying, blaming us for the fact that his show's not doing well. Maybe those were the consequences, right? Fun fact, he's both Jewish and a minority who's been called racist slurs. He's got a right to say it. Well, I don't know. I guess. I mean, I'm allowed to call people Polacks, I guess, because I'm a Polak, half Polak. I'm half Irish as well. And we want to thank UFO John Doe. Stephen, have to give you credit for going on about these fake UFO con artists of fake Lou, Corbell, Mellon, BS. It feels like we're all in a Star Wars cantina and we are the only normal ones. It's just getting old. I agree. There's a lot of things that are just, it's just getting ridiculous, right? It's just absolutely getting ridiculous. By the way, we want to thank Simon Fly for the wonderful music videos that he produces. He lets us share those here. And yeah, and we want to thank you, of course. UFO John Doe is always making it rain up in here. You guys are throwing the money in so fast. It's raining up in here. Thank you, UFO John Doe. And thank you for being a member. Thank you for your longtime support of the show. Much, much appreciated. Making it rain up in here. Okay. Yeah. Chuck Bam says, I missed your super chat. Oh, let me I'm sorry. The live chat was going by so fast tonight that I couldn't even do that. But let me let's see here. Chuck Bam. Oh, I did. You just woke me up. Stop boosting the volume. It wasn't too far back. How did I miss it? Let me scroll back through there, Chuck Bam, and I apologize for missing it. Oh, there we go. Kind and generous. I apologize. Thanks for letting me know. We read every single super chat, friends. If I miss it, just let me know and put it in all capital letters. If I miss it, just say you missed my super chat in all capital letters, and then we'll catch up. So Chuck Bam with the kind and generous $2 says, you just woke me up. Stop boosting the volume. I'm going to blame Simon Fly for that. And are you one of those people that are going to send me hate mail because you sleep to the show and the show gets louder and wakes you up? Maybe. And if so, I apologize. But thanks for helping us to praise the cash anyway.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
Yeah, there we go. Robert C. says, Gary Nolan and Stephen Greer have a new makeup line. Brand name Grinder and Company. Thin Lizzie Borden says she's sending her Simps free videos for donos anyway. Nothing says credible UFO or alien information source like having an OnlyFans where you will dildo yourself and say people's names for $40. Thin Lizzie Borden. I think it was $40. I don't remember what it costs, right? And the still raging Strange Recon is here. Welcome. Yeah. So questions or comments for me, please put them in all capital letters. I appreciate that. Chuck Bam says no hate from me. Okay, good. Somebody sent me email told me that I have to watch the volumes on my show because they sleep and they fall asleep to the show and then it wakes them up, right? Yeah. Amy Collins says the UFO circus is what grifters and spooks in the big club actually call the UFO community. It's a real term. Yeah, it's not a community. It's a goddamn circus, I love all these disclosure clowns, too. Everybody's got a show named Disclosure something, right? What are you disclosing? That you're an idiot? That you're repeating lies from liars? Great job, right? Great job. But that's what sells, Do you still have Jimmy Church tied up in the back of the studio? No, we let him out tonight. I don't know where he went. He'll be back though, because he's working for us now. He's definitely working for isn't Simon Fly just a pseudonym for Spooky? No, not that I'm aware of. Not that I'm aware of at all. Ardent Paranormal reminding people how to donate by PayPal, and that reminds me, I have to check in with the PayPal. For those unaware, if you're going to send a big amount, especially, we don't mind if you send it through Super Chat, but just bear in mind that PayPal takes very little and YouTube takes a third. We do read every single PayPal pledge as well. Just add a note and give us your chat room user ID and any message that you want us to read out, and we do. And I'm checking in with the PayPal. Wow, kind and generous $50 PayPal pledge to the show. I'm just going to say from the 5th. 5th, they will know who they are. Occasionally, people send me a PayPal pledge through like their small businesses PayPal account, and it lists the business name, and I don't know that they want me to read that. But they know who they are. Kind and generous benefactor who sent $50 and said, "Hey, Stephen, please accept this small token of appreciation." Well, that's not a small token. That's a big token. And we thank you very much for your kindness, generosity, and support of the show. What a way to praise the cash with a $50 PayPal pledge. Thank you, 5th.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
Thank you very much for your kindness, generosity, and support. Red Panda Koala is here. Says, thanks for an entertaining chat. Sorry your family got doxxed. That's horrible. We need to bring respectfully disagreeing to the UFO conversation. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely do. And we thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support of the show. Thank you, longtime show supporter, Red Panda Koala, helping us to praise the
cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
All right, and we'll take some other comments and questions. And then I forgot one segment of the show. We have a few more things to share, so don't go anywhere. There are rampant rumors that Cosmic Judas is me, or spooky, or Simon Fly is spooky, or me. No. Well, I can't speak for spooky. I am not either of those people. I am not producing that content. I am asking those people for permission, and they are kindly allowing me to use their creative endeavors and work in our show, and we appreciate them for that. Dawn Richardson says, "Where's the little fellas praise the cash shirt?" Well, I ordered him one. It's not here yet. And when it is here, we're making new bumpers, right? And by the way, Dawn Richardson, I thought about having my son explain that laser pointer thing, because even he knew what it was. And then we could have made it funnier. Like even a 6-year-old can recreate this hoax, but I don't know about using him in stuff like that. I think he's better to just go, "Hey, praise the cash," right? How did you like Travis Walton's answers to questions you asked on Theories of Everything? I don't recall that he did answer questions that I asked on Theories of Everything. Oh, no, Travis did. Yeah, Travis did. I'm sorry. I was thinking the scientist, Travis Walton. Yes, he did. And I don't know. The guy failed lie detector tests. His own partner came out and said they faked it all. Then he retracted when they paid him off. So I don't really believe anything that guy says is being accurate, really. Did I suggest the Pentagon suggestion of alien motherships sending probes to Earth? Well, no, because unlike other people, I don't do clickbait and misleading information. It was a hypothetical, essentially. It's not real. It's not like they came out and said there is definitely a mothership that is sending probes to Earth. Look at how that was worded. But don't worry, all the alien scammers, Les Brewer, are running with that as if that is the correct and totally correct information somehow. I just I don't get it. Yeah, Spooky, I have to see if I can play that. I don't know if it's going to get past the copyright. Somebody, UFO Judas, made this great Watchman Greer one where he's like meditating and he turns into Dr. Manhattan, right? How about a short for the Lazar scam? Yeah, I'm working on more than a short. I'm so tired of Bob Lazar and explaining things and having to give people 10 links. And I know, like, nobody's going to watch 12 hours of me showing all the proof that Bob Lazar is a fraud. So I have begun at least the planning stages. I'm going to make another free documentary, but this one's going to be on Bob Lazar. and all of the evidence and proof in a as short and concise a manner that I can manage. There will be hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of data points proving that Bob Lazar is a fraud and a liar, proving that Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp have made millions of dollars lying to everyone because they didn't give you all the evidence that we're going to give you in this new video that we're going to make. I think we're going to call it Bob Lazar, the rest of the story, because Corbell left more than half of the story out, of course, right? I don't trust lie detectors very much. It depends. I know Wreaking Havoc of a former FBI polygrapher. And if somebody passed a test from him, I would believe that they were telling the truth. But most of the times we get, wackadoos actually administering the polygraph. Did you know that Gaia TV had a polygrapher and all of them passed, except Corey Good didn't take one, but Randy Kramer, Emery Smith, they all passed lie detector tests somehow. Yeah. So it really depends on the person that is administering, right? Oh, light laser done by your kid, not the con man. Yeah, I understand. So there's one final thing that we were going to address, and this is probably the most important part I want to make about the circus tonight. I don't know if you're aware, but 1 second. Let me just look it up on Amazon so that we don't misspeak. So, these people, they write books and then they do the rounds of all the podcasts. But of course, some of those people won't come here because we will ask real questions. So Chris Bledsoe is out there doing every podcast imaginable. And I saw that UFO podcast interviewed him. I know Dave Scott interviewed him and many, many more. All, I hate to say this, all the UFO circle jerkers are right now interviewing Chris Bledsoe. And for those unaware, Chris Bledsoe makes an incredible, incredible amount of claims. Most of his claims are unproven, unsubstantiated. Just, trust me, dude. And even at one time, MUFON declared that he was essentially a liar. But it is what it is. We covered a story here called Murder in UFO Land, the Christopher Gray story. And in that story, we detailed how a follower of Chris Bledsoe got so deep into this cult-like behavior and belief system that he started lashing out against anybody that would tell him that one of his heroes was a fraud or wasn't telling the truth, stalking people, harassing people, threatening women, sending people pictures of their house. And it all culminated in that person, Christopher Gray, stabbing their father to death and posting a video of him dying on Twitter, and then sending the video of him killing his father to all of these well-known UFO celebrities, and nobody talked about it. Nobody except us, and I am still proud of that story. Chris Bledsoe is out with this book, UFO of God, which is filled with all kinds of fantastic fairy tales, right? And Chris Bledsoe claims to be a one-stop shop for paranormal activity. This guy's seeing orbs, the Blessed Mary, the Lady, aliens, interdimensional beings, spaceships, the whole works. But what's interesting is that all these UFO circle jerkers are interviewing him. And all of these UFO circle jerkers have done zero research. Do we not think it's relevant that one of his cult-like followers got a knife and stabbed their own father to death, talking about the lady the whole time that Chris Bledsoe talks about? Do we not think that somebody interviewing Chris Bledsoe should ask him, did you know this Christopher Gray who murdered his own father while talking about your lady? Did you, Christopher Bledsoe, get a DNA sample or a lock of hair and a picture from this person, Christopher Bledsoe, who was promised a healing by you and your alien friends, but instead took a knife and viciously stabbed his own father to death and then posted videos of his father bleeding to death while screaming about the lady. Christopher Bledsoe's lady, of course. You UFO circle jerkers, all of which interviewed him, are all failures because none of them asked him about the murder by one of his cult-like followers committed against an innocent man. Not one of you UFO circle jerkers had the courage to approach that subject, right? And some of you may be unaware of Christopher Bledsoe and his many, many, many claims. So we're just going to share a short video here about Mr. Bledsoe and his various claims of the lady. Now, remember, somebody named Christopher Gray was so into the Chris Bledsoe cult and the lady that he went literally crazy and stabbed his father to death. It's tragic. And what's more tragic is that this clown is out there trying to sell a book, and he's not being asked about or even addressing the fact that one of his cult idiot followers took a knife and murdered their own father. But hey, it's all harmless fun here in the UFO circus, isn't it?
The Chris Bledsoe story, as summarized by Nick Hinton. Part 1 of this encounter started on January 8, 2007, when Chris, 3 coworkers, and his son had an encounter that included a face-to-face interaction, which included hours of missing time. Chris did not want to share his story because he was afraid for his reputation, but he eventually contacted MUFON, who created a documentary about his encounter, and they documented several anomalies, including Chris being healed of Crohn's disease. During hypnotic regression, he spoke about being taken on board the craft, where the occupants informed him that they were here to serve creation. However, the MUFON documentary made them look foolish, and his family was ridiculed by the public. High strangeness continued for the next 5 years, and Chris began to believe that the ETs were angelic. Chris stopped telling his story until 2012 when he met the lady. And this is when his experiences went from creepy to awe-inspiring. Check out my next video or Chris's thread if you want more information about the details of this event. Part 2 of the Chris Bledsoe story by Nick Hinton. Having just met the lady in 2012, high strangeness continued to occur, including objects materializing out of thin air. The lady and these anomalies got the attention of Tom DeLonge, Jim Semivan, and others from the CIA and NASA, and John B. Alexander, who was impressed by Chris's newfound ability to do remote viewing. At this point, Chris found out that the MUFON documentary was actually a hit piece that was orchestrated by people that do not want the spiritual aspect of UFOs being discussed. The higher-ups at NASA take the lady serious and believe she's been appearing to humans for thousands of years, and is here to help humanity transition into the age of Aquarius. She brings a warning that Mother Nature will literally shake us off of her if we are too destructive, and that the wisest path forward is by choosing love over fear. Nick states that he doesn't know if he believes all of it, but he at least knows the phenomenon is real, and that you look at this information presented with an open mind, and recommends that you follow Ryan. Part 2 of the Chris Bledsoe story by Nick Hinton.
Yeah, that's enough of that. So, another CIA guy, right? Hanging out with all the CIA guys. Yeah, great. And I heard Red Koala say it's not fair to put all of that on Chris. Here we go. I don't think it's fair to put all of that on Bledsoe. Maybe a point of discussion and caution for the future, but blaming entirely it may be wrong. Yeah, well, don't you think though that it's relevant that somebody interviewing him asks him about somebody that was screaming about the lady taking a knife and killing people? You don't think that's relevant? None of these interviewers asked Bledsoe about somebody who followed him, I hate to use the term, religiously, and all of his stories religiously, taking a knife and viciously, brutally stabbing his own father to death. I think that's relevant. And you know what? It's not in his book either, because everybody's trying to sweep that under the rug and run away from the reality of the danger of some of these fake stories. They're dangerous. Some of these people and people pushing these stories are dangerous. Is it totally his fault? No, but I'm pretty sure that his involvement with that person who may have been mentally unstable to begin with did not help the situation. but rather caused more. Now, a little bit more. I have another clip to share here, which is a little bit more about the Christopher Gray story. And by the way, just search for Murder in UFO Land here on our channel, and you will find our deep dive into that, our few-hour piece on that. And by the way, there are people that are saying that the murderer was in communication with Bledsoe and even sent him a lock of his hair and a picture of himself to get a healing that Chris Bledsoe offers people. And Bledsoe's running around and his followers are running around telling people essentially that he and his alien friends can cure cancer and terminal illness and all kinds of things. I think that's worthy of discussion when you're interviewing a guy. Instead, what the UFO circle jerkers did is avoid that, sweep it under the rug. Don't talk about that because that won't help sell his shitty book. Now, on to the Christopher Gray story and the dangers of some of these people on UFO Twitter who get too wrapped up in these fairy tale huckstering liars and UFO profiteering whores. UFO Twitter. For those unaware, it's a hashtag on Twitter. Christopher Gray was very active there. There he tweeted about aliens, UFOs, and conspiracies. UFO Twitter is a hashtag, but more than that, it's a place where people interested in UFOs and aliens gather from all over the globe. Not coincidentally, it's also a place where all the profiteering hucksters pushing their mostly fake stories, latest monetized videos or podcasts, and expensive conferences full of fake storytellers advertise and promote their wares to the true believers. Always being at the ready with yet another story to sell, another book, another documentary, another expensive online or in-person UFO conference, another monetized video or podcast you can click on. Christopher Gray was one of those true believers. An analysis of his Twitter feed shows he spent all of his time consuming content about UFOs, aliens, and conspiracies. Somewhere along the way, Christopher Gray completely and totally lost his grip on reality. He became completely convinced that the stories being fed to him by these profiteering hucksters were completely true, and it drove him, quite literally, insane. Months before the crime Christopher Gray would become famous for, he committed other crimes, petty crimes against users of UFO Twitter. He began to cyberstalk and harass many people on UFO Twitter, and in one case we obtained evidence for, he sent pictures of a female user's home with many threats against her. Available evidence, including private messages sent to us exclusively, seem to indicate that Christopher Gray began to lash out and attack anyone who challenged his worldview about aliens and conspiracies. He began to threaten, intimidate, cyberstalk, and harass anyone who would challenge those UFO celebrities bringing him these so-called true stories that he began to believe 100%. Christopher Gray got lost in a delusional fantasy land, spoon-fed to him by selfish, profiteering UFO and alien hucksters. On UFO Twitter, Christopher Gray got lost, too deep down this rabbit hole, too far into the world of aliens and conspiracies. So far, in fact, that it would become his new reality. And this new false reality he believed so strongly in would lead to murder. Yeah, pardon me, but I think a cult-like follower of this guy who just released a book murdering someone over his ridiculous fake alien stories is relevant to ask him about in an interview. And just to be clear, because the circle jerk continues, right? The media tour circle jerk continues, and also, look, I don't want to really, I don't want to single somebody out, but I've been in the live chat and asked the show hosts interviewing him to ask him about this Christopher Gray murder and ask him if he received correspondence from him. And there's proof of that, of course. And this is, by the way, like I said, I'm not singling somebody out. I get it. Shows get busy. You can't ask every question that you want to ask, but here's him on Spaced Out Radio. And I asked Dave to ask him if he ever took a hair sample and picture from Christopher Gray. And look at his face. Look at Bledsoe's face at that question. Look at his face. Look at his face at this question. Look at them both reading that question. Nobody wants to answer, right? It's not good for book sales. It's not good if you're trying to sell something that people know that somebody that was too deep into the garbage you're selling went crazy and murdered someone. This is the way of the UFO circle jerkers. They don't ask hard questions. It's softball city. Help them sell their garbage. You get your clicks and views, and get to bring a bunch of fairy tales to your audience, right? And meanwhile, people are literally getting murdered by people that are too deep into this circus, and no one that has interviewed Mr. Bledsoe so far has had the courage or the personal integrity or the moral fortitude required to ask him these very important questions. Are we just to assume that that's not relevant, right? Look at his face when he read that question and tell me again that this is not relevant. This is not important or worthy of discussion, or at the very least, acknowledgement. Questions or comments for me, please put them in all capital letters. We've got Mark Freeborn with a very, very good observation saying 3-letter agencies are handlers for various circle jerkers. I agree 100%. You will notice that the CIA, DIA, alphabet soup, intelligence agency people, they gravitate towards certain people that are pushing the aliens narratives, right? And they all amplify each other's statements. Maybe they work in concert together, getting each other media appearances. Who knows? But it's very interesting that behind every one of these people pushing the alien disclosure is coming soon narrative, and these so-called experiencers, you'll find some CIA people or some intelligence agency people around them, with them. I don't think that is a coincidence. I don't think that's a coincidence at all. Not at all. Lazarus Corbu says, if all these folks are speaking to aliens, why do none of them ever show some alien tech? Just new agey psychobabble. I agree. They should have better evidence, and they hate on people like Mick West and stuff. And that's a whole other discussion. Recently Corbell and Knapp were asked about the pyramid UFOs videos being fake, and they doubled down on, oh no, it's not stars. Yes, it is. And it's been proven, and it's bokeh and stars, right? Maybe a drone, but it's not a pyramid alien spaceship. But these people want to cling to their bubbles of delusion. But we can see what happens when somebody comes in and goes, pop, you're putting out fake videos. Pop, you are promoting a convicted pimp, fake scientist who never stepped foot on Area 51 as a so-called government whistleblower, and you can't even prove that he ever worked for the government. right? Pop. You are promoting Skinwalker Ranch, and you said you had all this evidence, George Knapp. You said the book was based on the mountain of evidence you had. And then on Joe Rogan, you had to admit there is no evidence. Pop. The delusion bubbles are popping, right? And these people don't like that. They do not like that. Robert C. with a kind and generous €2. I love the new look and sound, plus your truth seeking. Well, thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support of the show. Continuing supporter of the show, thank you for your generosity and support. We appreciate all of you. And yeah, thanks for helping us to praise the cash, Robert C.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
And I should say that there's a lot of new things coming. We have this new format for the show, which is going to be a pre-recorded format. I'm going to be doing an interview with somebody, and then we jam in a bunch of extra goodies into the video, a little more polished than our usual live shows, a little more produced. Although tonight was very media rich because we had lots of things to share with you. But this new format is going to be a 1-hour format, and we're going to be doing those in the afternoons. Now there may only be one a week. There may only be one every 2 weeks, because the first one, I said on my Twitter, and I really mean this, that I did not enjoy the pre-recorded, the process of making a pre-recorded show. It seemed like just a mountain of work to do the same thing that we could do live, but a little better, if that makes any sense, right? I can't explain it other than that. And also, I said on Twitter, and I mean that for the record, pre-recorded Truth Seeker shows are about as much fun to produce as a herpes medication commercial. It's just so tedious. All that editing. It reminded me of doing audio podcasts when I started that were pre-recorded. You know, you have to edit every little thing. And but I'm proud of the first one. We're calling it Truth Seekers Reports. And the first one is in the members section. So you guys get a preview. And we'll be debuting that, I think, tomorrow at 1 p.m. or 1:30 p.m. No, I'm sorry, 2 p.m. We're going to debut that tomorrow afternoon at 2 p.m. Eastern time. And I hope that will give people a chance to catch. It won't really be live, but we're going to do a premiere, and I will be in the live chat to answer questions, take comments, and thank anybody throwing money at us for the new format. We appreciate all of you. Need an AI editor already. Yeah. Chuck Bam says, Wilcox hover car is coming. He told me when I sent him 3 Bitcoins. Oh, geez. What are Bitcoins worth nowadays, Chuck Bam? I wish you would send me 3 Bitcoins. I could use those, right? Yeah, I get that a lot. And I really do need a haircut, right? I'm going to go very short next. I'm going to leave just enough bangs to comb it to the side, and the rest I'm going to shave all off. That and Kylo Ren, we get that. But I don't like the grandma's boy one, but the Kylo Ren I'll take. UFO John Doe says, Knapp was a little more diplomatic, but Corbell got hot under the collar, as he always does when he gets questions. Yeah, because Stephen Greenstreet walked in there and went, oh, you know that delusion bubble you're living in? Pop. Right? We're going to do a whole show on popping delusion bubbles, right? Spooky scared. Well, Spooky, actually, I changed that. We're doing a show on is AI taking over your life, and I actually got an AI to make that. Sorry, Spooky. B. Baker says, great job busting Goofon and his laser pointer. Thank you. Can we get that released sometime as its own clip? Yes, late tonight, I'm going to do it. I have to fix a few things, and then it will be in the videos section. And we'll do a premiere, even though it's only a 12-minute video. So probably by 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time tonight, which will make it the March 14th, 2 a.m., I'll be there. As soon as I get it edited up and render it again, for some reason, my this computer that I use for everything. I've got all these computers. I really got to start using the others, because I'm using the worst computer in this room to render videos, and it takes forever. Earlier today, a 6-minute video took, I think, something like 37 minutes to render a 6-minute video, because I was using a lot of effects and camera movements and things like that. So I really got to start using these computers. On the side of me are twice as fast or better than this crappy thing I'm using to broadcast the show on. And this was never supposed to be the main rig. This is where I sit so much that I just, instead of going over there, I just do it here, and then it's super slow. Well, we got to do something about that. I need more render power, right? It was British pounds, my friend. Oh, thank you, Robert C. I'm sorry. I get the euro and the pound. Thank you. And thank you for your kindness. We'll take British pounds or euro or Australian money. We take all the money. And thankfully, YouTube transfers it all and helps us to turn it into dollars, which we can use. Also, just another announcement. I have said, and I mean it, there's this new album that I produced, music album, which will be on iTunes soon. I have to finish the artwork for it, and then that will be on iTunes. But what I decided to do is, it's hard to explain this. Like a lot of musicians, songwriters, I guess, I record a lot of songs. And I once did this super long thing that was just like a personal journey. I didn't mean it as a commercial situation. I called it The Long and Winding Road. It's a 7-hour album of all songs that I wrote and recorded. But anyway, I never released anything from those commercially or as a normal like 10-song or 14-song album. And I started going through those songs and realizing that I should. So to celebrate the release of my first commercial album on iTunes forever, we're going to be releasing 2 albums for free. They'll be on YouTube here soon, but they'll be on Patreon and in the members section. 2 full music albums from me for free. The third one I can't release here for free because it's going to be on iTunes. So it's going to be a lot of releases from us, and I'm proud of that. I was talking to a friend who actually encouraged me to put a few albums together out of that long project that I did. And I want to thank him. He knows who he is. And what he said was, you do these amazing things and then you just kind of move on and do something else. And you should, celebrate that a little bit more. There was some amazing, I think, great songs on that project that we're going to turn into a couple of free albums. And I've sort of structured it that one album is more like rocking and angry and aggressive, and the other one is more of the sort of ballady and reflective and a little more of the sad side. Don't have any more information to share, but that will be coming in the next 2 weeks. So all of this will be done. And it's always interesting when I release albums, I feel naked for a while because I write about very personal things, and I sing and write songs about very personal things. And then when they come out, you feel that vulnerability. And I was thinking and talking to my friend, and like, I haven't felt that vulnerability in a long, long time. Not on a big scale, I released that big, long project. I think it got 5,000 or 8,000 views, or probably 5,000 or 6,000 views or listens total. Yeah. Where's Trixie? Is she no longer part of the show? Yes, she is. But I was told by somebody, a woman, that it's a bad idea. She considered it looks bad or whatever to play like a big busty chick along with the Cash Clown. So if I use the Cash Clown ones, we don't use the Trixie ones in the same show because people have, somebody complained. But we thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and your support of the show. You're going to have to settle for the cash clown today there, UFO John Doe. Thanks for being a member.
Raise the cash, raise the cash, raise the cash.
And Stormcrow throwing in $2 Australian for Trixie. We'll bring Trixie back tomorrow then. Yeah. And also UFO John Doe, one of the pieces of music I grabbed from somewhere, we've been using those Trixie bumpers forever. Now they're getting a copyright claim, and I have to identify which one of those bumpers it is and not use that one anymore. Yeah, we'll bring her back though. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support too, Storm Crow. $2 Australian, continuing supporter of True Sea.
Raise the cash, raise the cash, raise the cash.
Thank you very much. Did he send another one, or are you just telling me about the one that I just played? No, I think I got it. We're all up to date. I think. Yeah. And we will put that other video, the Orb hoax video, out as a separate video, right? She must be a Karen or a hater. Well, I could see how some people would say, oh, that, they're pre-recorded. It's not like my son's sitting here watching Trixie do her thing or, whatever. But, it is what it is. In order to just, not get hate mail, right? Lunar Sparkle says ex-bandmates listen though. Yeah, when you put out an album, everybody that used to be in your band wants to listen and cry. No, it wasn't him complaining, right? Wasn't him complaining, but you're right, Luna Sparkles one. You put out an album, boy, all the old bandmates come out to see what you're doing and see if they can trash you, right? Funny seeing KMF blame Tupper for doxing when he doxed Sam's entire family and admitted it was someone else. Oh, geez. This is... We've got Drama Rama. Welcome to the circus in the live chat tonight. Yeah, and I should remind you to follow us on Twitter. It's at Stephen Cambion on Twitter. And I broadcast those free Third Phase of Moon documentaries and the proof that Gufon knew the whole time that they were fakers, fraudsters, while he was saying they haven't faked anything. You can't prove they faked anything. There's no proof. They haven't faked anything in 5 years, 3 years. We're up to last week. Third Phase of Moon hasn't faked anything since last week. Congratulations, right? And I love how I'm getting blamed for somebody's show sucking. Right? Maybe stop buying subscribers because that doesn't do anything for you. I don't understand people buying subscribers. Dude bought like 1,000 subscribers in 1 month, right? And you can look at the statistics. No subscribers, no new subscribers, no new subscribers, no new subscribers. 100, 200 subscribers, 300 subscribers, 400 subscribers in 1 day? Really? You bought those subscribers, you clown, right? Arden says they're not even here anymore. Third cousin's love child, right? Yeah. And I did forget we had another music video that I was going to share because this one is just it's the circus, man. It is the circus, right? And we certainly want to encourage that circus, right? We're a part of it. Yeah. I heard a show host described as the conductor of the Woo train. Well, I'm the ringmaster of the UFO circus. If he's the conductor of the Woo train, that's good. I am the ringmaster of the UFO circus, right? People come here to see the UFO circus, right? And see things like, I don't know, Third Phase of Moon hoaxing things with a sheet of glass, right? I love it, right? What a hill, right? Listen, if you got to die on a certain hill, the last hill that you should try to die on is Third Phase of Moon never hoaxed anything. Or there's nobody can prove that Third Phase of Moon ever hoaxed anything. What a hill to die on, right? But I know what it is. You know, some people think that they're going to jump ahead of everybody else by latching on to a scam channel that's going to feed them subscribers. And I mean, I guess it does work because everybody leaves because certain people are so cringe, and then he gets a new influx of stupid people from third phase that don't know. Man, it is great. It is just great. I don't know. We've got a little bit more to share with you. Questions or comments from me, please put them in all capital letters. We will be back tomorrow night. I should mention at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, but at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time tomorrow, we're debuting our new show format, which is pre-recorded with an interview and a bunch of extras. And I think people are going to like this new format. We've got a lot of great feedback from the Patreon supporters and the members so far. And I invite you to be here tomorrow to see the world debut of our new format, Truth Seekers Reports, tomorrow at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. But we'll be back for our normal live show in the flesh at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. So tomorrow, you guys are making me work. The Truth Seekers Report shows are formatted to about an hour. This one came in at like an hour and 2 minutes. I let it go. I start looking through trying to cut it. We don't have a hard limit. I just wanted to keep it at an hour. So I guess we will, just make it about an hour. For those of you who don't have a lot of time or asked for, a lot of people have asked me to do quicker shows, or people are asking for short clips. So we're doing these clip stuff as well, as much as we can. We're doing the best we can here. I'm flying by the seat of my pants. I don't know how to do this. How do you produce a show? There's a lot of variables. So we're trying some new things, and we're hopeful that you will like them. And if not, let us know. Also, part of the new show format is that we do that hour on whatever the subject is. Tomorrow's is on the Ohio train derailment and chemical disaster. And at the end of it, we ask you, do you want us to continue investigating this? And you can chime in, and you will shape the future of the show. You're going to shape the future of the show by your vote, right? So questions or comments from me, please put them in all capital letters. Robert C., yes, I would agree with that. I don't know. Some people just don't work hard. They want easy money, right? Easy money from stupid people. Third phase of Moon are experimental clones made by Greer, allegedly. I think so. Clones escaped from David Wilcock's Hawaiian underground base. Maybe yeah. All right, Beverly. I don't even think that those people are here anymore, and you're still at it. Like, maybe you should wait. You should let it go. I don't know. I don't know who encouraged hacking. I'm confused, right? I need a guide. I need a circus guide, right? Like when you go to the circus, they give you that little handout of what the program is in the circus, right? Send in the clowns, says Arden Paranormal. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? That's what I'm saying, right? These poor people in Ohio getting screwed. We got some goods, boy. We looked up the campaign donations, Stormcrow, that Norfolk Southern has been making to politicians, both state and national politicians. Where do you see this special report? Jeez, it makes them look like it makes the entire way the government is handling this look like they were just all bribed off. So they're not going to do anything to this company that destroyed an entire town's ecosystem, right? 43,000 dead animals, but they're telling people it's safe and there's no health risks. I don't understand how you can live somewhere where 43,000 animals just died, but the government, the EPA, and the corporation that that spilled the chemicals is telling you there's no health risks. It's safe. I just don't understand it. And we talk about it in this show. Yeah, me too, B. Baker. B. Baker commenting that he hasn't seen Caroline in a while. Hope she's okay. Me too. Caroline, if you're listening, maybe she sent a message saying that she's been busy or something. And like a few weeks ago or 2 weeks, maybe a week or two ago. We hope she's good too. So, sweet Caroline, we miss you. You should come back to the live chat. Besides, I like it when there's ladies in there, so it's not such a sausage party, right? Don't you want to help us to kill the sausage party, right? Lobbyists again. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they did get screwed because of Reaganomics years ago. Yeah. And I don't know how. Oh, I guess we got to add that to the, you're not supposed to be able to put that word in that chat. I guess we don't have that in the filter. And for those unaware, yes, we are filtering the profanity. Try to do it another way. The YouTube algorithm doesn't like everybody in there cursing constantly. Yeah, it punishes us. B. Baker is right. The algorithm punishes us for that. Feel free to put special characters in. Yeah, just change one letter or something so people get your point. Right, but don't. I didn't see him attacking you, Beverly. So I apologize. And you appear to be new here. You are welcome. We ask that everybody is just respectful of each other in the live chat. Try to be nice. Can't we all get along, right? I really am unaware of what is going on, so I apologize if I was incorrect. I thought that those two were gone, and you're still, All right, I understand. Yeah, I don't understand why people bring these internet battles to this kind of a level, right? Like, why are you going to go that far? I mean, it happened to me, Beverly, and all I did was host a filmmaker, and some people didn't like what was in that film because it made their hero look like the UFO profiteering whore clown that he really is. And so people got mad at me and started attacking me, my family. It's just absolutely ridiculous, right? Yeah. And, there's another thing that I keep forgetting to do. And that is to remind everyone that there's another and new way to help us and help our show here. And that is because Twitch is owned by Amazon. So if you have an Amazon Prime account, you can go to your Amazon Prime account and link your Twitch account, and then you can give us a couple bucks a month as a subscriber for free. It costs you absolutely nothing. And we appreciate everybody that's doing that, because I like that method because it doesn't require any money, right? You don't need any money. You just need some mouse clicks, and then you're supporting the show for free, right? And 1 second. I think I finally found it. I was looking here. I'm trying to multitask here. I was looking here. Yeah. And of course, and just in case anybody is not aware, a lot of what we talk about is UFOs.
So on this podcast, it's fair to say we're going to talk a lot about UFOs. Full-time into UFOs. Over 100 UFOs. The UFO world came to my door. There's UFO sightings and more. Okay, this is really interesting. What is your best piece of evidence that UFOs are real? Show it to me. Show it to me. Put it in my hands. The sexual things that aliens had done. Fuck this. Yeah. This field is a mess. This topic is an absolute disaster. All this shit about UFOs. UFOs may not be extraterrestrial. Hi, my name is Jeremy Corbell. I'm really into this, but I'm not a crazy person. I really want to know the truth. I've got a few things that I've been doing. The hell was that? UFOs. UFOs every day.
UFOs every day, friends. We got to do it every day. Yeah. So, what can I say? I don't understand. It is interesting to see Corbell and Knapp because now they appear to be, pivoting away from the Bob Lazar story. Just as all the money dries up, I don't think that's a coincidence. And just as the startling revelations start becoming clear that Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp have been lying to everybody, at least lying by omission, not giving everybody the full story, because that would not help them sell the story. So they give you the parts of the story that make you believe in the mystery and believe that the story is real. But just by chance, they leave out that all the parts of the story that prove that Bob Lazar is a fraud, a liar, and more. I think it's great. And let's not forget our other favorite fraud, Nick Pope, fake British Ministry of Defense UFO program director. He didn't direct shit. He didn't investigate anything. According to documents released by the British Ministry of Defense, he lied many, many times about that. But don't let a lie get in the way of a good bullshitter telling great stories that you can sell at UFO conferences, right?
What we are learning is intriguing and disturbing US black project technology. What we are learning is intriguing and disturbing US black project technology. What we are learning is intriguing and disturbing US black project technology. What we are learning is intriguing and disturbing US black project technology. If anything is alien, unknown unknowns. If anything is alien, unknown unknowns. Reopen the X-Files. Reopen the X-Files. Reopen the X-Files. Reopen the X-Files. If anything is alien, unknown unknowns. If anything is alien, unknown unknowns. Reopen the X-Files. Reopen the X-Files. Reopen the X-Files. Reopen the X-Files.
Do you know where there has been the most UFO sightings in the world? Is there a specific place?
It probably is the United States.
Why?
There are probably some statistical biases.
Do you know where there has been the most UFO sightings in the world? Is there a specific place?
It probably is the United States. Is the United States. Pop culture, pop culture, pop culture, pop culture, pop culture, pop culture, culture, X-Files, 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 X-Files. Reopen the X-Files. 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 X-Files, X-Files. Reopen the X-Files. Restart research and investigation.
Yeah. The fake British Fox Mulder wants to reopen the X-Files. Great to know. Great to know. Yeah. Dawn Richardson saying both my sightings were in the U.S., Florida and Arizona. Well, lightning does strike twice sometimes. Sometimes I think that, a real sighting is pretty few and far between. I had one real unexplained one in my lifetime. That's what got me down the rabbit hole, for better or worse. And I envy people that have had a second look at that world-changing thing, Beverly Holmes says, I film them in 5 different states now. You should send me your videos. We'd like to see those, Beverly Holmes, or come on and talk about it. We would like that, right? Wreaking Havoc is a stonemason, so he's saying that brickwork is terrible behind him. But thanks for being a member and pointing out that Nick Pope's house has cheap, shitty brickwork, right? Bob Lazar sells autographed drawings of his sports UFO on eBay. Yeah, I'm aware of that. I'm going to buy one. I don't care. Give the clown a little more money, right? I gave him money as a child. I bought those models twice, right? Oh, that's a good idea. I almost missed that. Thank you, UFO John Doe, who says, send them clown shoes autographed by you. Yeah, I was going to send them UFO circle jerker shirts, right? Or trust me, dude shirts, but sending them clown shoes is a good idea. You know what I once did, UFO John Doe? When I was, let's just say there was a rival somebody, and he was talking all kinds of shit on the early internet on me. So I knew somebody who was a delivery driver and delivered things. This is before, probably before Amazon, really. And anyway, I sent him flowers and a card and an anger management kit. And my friend got a friend to go with him, and they they filmed delivering it, and I put it, as I recall, on MySpace, and that shit was funny. Yeah, you got to do what you got to do, or maybe it was Facebook by then. Yeah. But thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. Always there. UFO John Doe is always there to throw a couple bucks in the hat and help us to praise the cat.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
Much, much appreciated. So we have done our due diligence today, and we have brought you as much as the UFO circus as we can. Now, I could do a part 2 of this with all different crazy, weird, ridiculous stuff from the UFO circus, and maybe we'll do that. We'll have a theme once in a while. Instead of covering a specific individual for the whole show and getting so deep, we will just give you a glance into the circus so that you like me may see the ridiculousness of this stuff, right? Beverly Holmes says, saw 2 big orange glowies while deployed, nonstop experiences ever since. And what? I've no idea, but it's something, and it's not meat sacks from another rock. Well, that's interesting. I'd be curious to see what you do believe it is then, right? The only cattle mutilations Pope has experienced is on his visit to Burger King. Oh, well, that's something else, right? At the world. The world of tacky tuck pointed Nick Pope. I love how on the Basement Office they had to change his title from former head of the British UFO program to civil servant. I love it. And he even stopped lying at UFO conferences. They used to advertise him for UFO conferences as having run the British UFO program. They all stopped doing that. There's too many letters from the British government saying he's full of shit. So they had to stop lying to everybody, right? I mean, that's a form of consumer fraud, saying that he ran a program that he didn't. He was a secretary. No harm in being a secretary. I've had one. They're awesome. They really help you get a lot of work done if you got a good one, right? Matthew McLeod is here and says, great show, Stephen. Well, thank you. We appreciate your kindness and your kind remarks and stuff like that. Is he still in the Basement Office? Well, I think not everyone now. Like, I think they're trying to squirm, well, I don't want to say squirm, but they're trying to, I don't know. The last few were on Skinwalker Ranch and did not, I don't think they included Nick Pope, right? Did Green Street boot him? That's a question better asked to Mr. Green Street. I don't know. And by the way, I like Green Street, and, I just don't agree with people lying about their background to sell fake alien stories, right? Or to get bookings selling fake alien stories, or to get conference appearances. Nick Pope was selling 5-minute Skype sessions with him, claiming that he was the head of a former British Ministry of Defense UFO program, and he clearly was not. There's all these letters from the British government saying, he never did that. Red Brick Investigations once says, call me chopped liver. Okay. And we're going to go over, while I remember, we're going to go over to the Rumble chat and say hello. We'll see what we got going on over there. We got 11 watching over there, which is great to see. Welcome Rumble chatters, or welcome Rumble live show participants. There's nobody chatting. I noticed that about the Rumble live chat. Not a lot of people chatting in there. And now we've got 12 watching over there. I'm going to visit the Twitch live chat as well. We think it's important to say hello to all of you who are out there. What a great audience we had tonight. Thank you for being here with us. And there is people in the Twitch chat. And I just put a message in that says, welcome Twitch chatters. So thank you for being there. We've got a bunch of people on Twitch right now. 10 on Twitch, 12 on Rumble. Rumble's doing better than Twitch. That's incredible to see. Interesting to see as well. And I was trying to find that bumper to explain to people how you too can subscribe on Twitch for no money if you have an Amazon Prime account, but I can't find the bumper right now, and that's aggravating. I looked, I have too many of these now. There's so many bumpers now in here, and I forget which section that I put it in. I have the grifters organized, like we've got a section for this grifter or that grifter, but that one I don't remember where I dropped it. Sometimes these slots get filled and I have to put it somewhere else. So, but welcome Red Brick Investigations 1. Glad to see you over there holding down the live Twitch chat, right? Beverly, man, you both then. We both experienced something that we cannot explain. Beverly says, I don't know what it is. That's why I'm on UFO Twitter asking a bunch of questions. Well, good for you. And I hope you solve your personal mystery someday as I hope I solve mine, right? But boy, I don't know about you, Beverly, but I kind of regret seeing what I saw, because what if I had all the time that I had put into reading all these books and watching all these documentaries and researching and interviewing all these people, right? Yes. On Rumble, you have to be on the website to be in chat on a live show. They may be watching from the app where you can't chat. Oh, well, I hope they fix that. But thank you, B. Baker, for letting me know. B. Baker, head chat room moderator, holding down the live chat. Put Rumble link up for Mask Man debunker, please. I will. Let me do that right now before I forget, because I said I was going to do that. We'll do that right now. If I go into my history, I should be able to. Let's see. All right, I have the link to the video. I'm going to go over to our live chat, and I'll put it in the live chat, and then I will be putting it into the. So here is the Masked Man debunker. I put it in the live chat. There you go. And I'm editing the video right now, and I'm just going to put Masked Man debunker. Masked Man debunker. On Rumble. And it'll be in the description of the video, as I promised, so anybody can check that guy out. We're going to see if we can't get him to come here. That'll be pretty wild, right? I just like him because he's so ghetto, and I grew up in a ghetto, so like he reminds me of friends I grew up with. He's like, you nothing, bro. It's just kind of funny. It's a different slant that you're not used to from a debunker, right? And he's all masked up, and he looks like a Crip or a Blood. I think it's great. We need more like that. We need more diversity. We need more people from different walks of life, right? Lunar Sparkles running for lives again. Yeah. Would have preferred a UFO experience versus my paranormal experience, says UFO John Doe. Yeah, I never had anything that I would call paranormal, maybe, with the one possible exception that when my father died, I felt like he was upstairs and I smelled this weird floral smell. And I went up there and I saw a shadow sort of through the hallway or something, but I didn't. It was so quick, and I don't know. I think it was just my mind playing tricks on me and dealing with his death. I don't think it was a genuine, like spirit apparition or anything like that. But other than that, yeah. And thank you for being a member, UFO John Doe. Thin Lizzie Borden says, I got my cat in front of the TV with Steven on it earlier. Send me a picture. We should start a Truth Seekers pet club, and you show me your dog or your cat watching Truth Seekers, and we'll share it, right? We're going to do that. I think that would be great. Andruba says, I grew up in a place worse than a ghetto. Yeah, I shouldn't complain. It wasn't that bad. I mean, there was a lot of criminals in our neighborhood and drug dealers and pimps and hookers, oh my. But, you just sort of mind it your own business and try to stay away from the troublemakers or the people that would get you in trouble. And you'd be okay, right? You should start your next live show impersonating Bledsoe's The Lady. Maybe. Thin Lizzie Borden is going to put that in the Discord. Great. Yeah, I could share that if you do that now. But if not, I'll share it on a future show, and maybe we'll get more people. I think it's funny. People said, and believe it or not, people have sent people have sent me pictures of like their dog watching the show or something before. I love that stuff. I think it's so funny. Or videos of their dog barking. There's one guy whose dog would bark every time like we played the intro or something, and he sent me videos of the dog barking at the TV. Yeah. Wow. All right, a few more questions or comments. Philly is way worse now than it used to be. You're right, Wreaking Havoc. I got bad news that one of our neighbors, and they're my friends, I grew up with them, and they still live in my old neighborhood. Their child, who's like 10 years old, got beaten up and jumped really bad by like 10 or 15 kids. And he is the sweetest, nicest kid, and he's sick. He's got a lot of health problems. So I just felt terrible, I'm glad that we got out of there. I have survivor's guilt, though. I feel bad for my friends and family that still live in Philadelphia. It's getting worse and worse out there, friends. Be careful. Keep your loved ones close and your Smith & Wesson even closer, just in case, right? Amy Collins is going to post a picture of her cat watching the laptop. I'm glad to see we have so many animal friend fans, right? Animals usually love me, right? You ever know that person that like walks into some place with a dog or a cat and the dog or the cat is like all over them? That's me. I don't know why, right? But I've always had a special place in my heart for animals and taking care of sick animals or nursing animals back to health. Yeah, can we get a bailout for all those that were scammed? Yeah. Dawn Richardson. Well, Philly is blue, but the whole rest of the state is red for the most part. And, well, maybe with the exception of Pittsburgh. Maybe Pittsburgh's blue and Philly is blue, but everybody else in the entire state is red. Not that picking one side of the criminal empire running our country is any better than picking the other side. I stay out of I try to stay out of politics, especially here, right? If you do the lady, please also dive into the Lady of Babylon working group. Well, I'll put it on my list. And here's Lord Ludacris here. It says that trank they are doing is wild. Reminds me of another drug called crocodile because it's what it does to your skin. Yeah. There's new crazy designer drugs that people are doing. I remember when I was in Philly, bath salts were big. Like, really? You're going to buy bath salts and snort them? And it was this sideways weird thing. There was some kind of weird quasi-legal drugs in the bath salts. and people would buy these bath salts and snort them and just go crazy. People would end up naked on top of roofs and screaming, and there's videos of it. Just look up bath salts on YouTube. It's bad shit. And I think Trank is the same kind of stuff, Lord Ludacris, right? Blue cities seem to be worse. Yeah, probably. I mean, those policies don't do very well, you know. One of the reasons I moved out of the city is because the city was already overrun with heroin addicts and homeless encampments and all this stuff. Then they decided we're going to open safe injection sites because that'll help. And I'm all for harm reduction. Maybe it does help. I don't know. But I didn't want to be living 2 miles or 3 miles from a safe injection site. So we sold our house. I sold my recording studio, and we rolled on out of there. And I have not looked. I have barely been back to the city. I think I went back a few times, and that would only be to visit my mother-in-law. She lives in Philadelphia still, you know. But she was in what used to be a better area than we moved out of, but now her area is getting bad too. It's getting bad out there all over the place. The Truth Seekers Discord for great pictures of pets watching Truth Seekers. How meta is that? Yeah, that's funny. Oh, look at that. We got our first one there. And yes, please do join our Discord. And you too can hang out in our Discord with the rest of the weirdos. And by the way, I'm one of those weirdos. Look at that. The cat loves me. Look at that. Look at that. That is a cool looking cat. That looks like a tuxedo cat almost, but gray, not black. Cool looking cat. It looks like my friend Matt's cat almost. I thought it was my friend Matt's cat at first. My friend Matt has a cat that snuggles up to me, and then as soon as I try to touch it to pet it, it bites me. I'm always like, God damn it, it got me again. Cats are fun. I miss cats. My son is really, really allergic. My oldest son is really, really allergic to cats. So we can't and have not had a cat in a long time, unfortunately. The last cat I had died a while ago. He was awesome. Black cat, green eyes, named Jinx. Can't get a better cat than a black cat named Jinx. Right? A Norwegian forest cat. Well, that's interesting. And thank you for sharing, Thin Lizzie Borden. Maybe we'll do a slideshow if we get enough of them, right? Yeah. I think that would be a good idea. So listen, we have done our due diligence. We have brought you as much as the UFO circus as I think we can in one shot. But we'll be doing future versions of the UFO circus. And what we're going to do is just collect together all this ridiculous stuff like we shared tonight and bring it all to you and try to laugh about this whole UFO circus. Because the circus continues, friends, and there will be new clowns selling new fake stories. There will be new UFO-tainment to keep you interested and engaged, and hopefully, if the grifters have their way, emptying your wallets to buy more circus tickets. That's what it's about. Let's not mince words. Let's be sure we understand that that's what this is about. It's about a bunch of clowns being sent into a city ahead of the circus to sell the tickets. And boy, we've got an overload of, well, here's what we have an overload of. We have an overload of CIA disinformation people, DIA disinformation people, FBI, DEA, Homeland Security, every alphabet soup agency. There are intelligence agents infiltrating all over the UFO community, and they're all handling the UFO profiteering whores, right? They're all hanging out together. So what we have here is an infestation of gold-digging UFO profiteering whores and an infestation of intelligence assets and agents. I think that alone is worthy of discussion. Why are there so many of them, right? And again, if you take them all out of the equation and remove all of their stories from the discussion and all the people they're promoting, we're not left with very much. I find that very, very interesting. But we have done our due diligence tonight, and I will be back 2 times tomorrow, 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We will be here for the premiere of our new format, Truth Seekers Reports. It's a 1-hour pre-recorded, pre-produced, but it's produced pretty well show. It's already available for members and Patreon supporters, but it will debut tomorrow, 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'll be back 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for our usual live shows. No idea which show we're running tomorrow live, but we'll figure that out. And, so with 2 and 2, at 2 a.m. Eastern Time tonight, I'll be debuting that orb hoax video, and I'll be in the live chat. I just have to do a few quick edits, and then I'm going to render it out. But it'll be at 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time tonight. Then tomorrow at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we do the premiere of our new Truth Seekers Reports. And that is, of course, our new format. We're talking about the Ohio train derailment disaster. And boy, I got a great interview with a local resident that really, I think, brings more into focus what's really going on. You can't listen to the media. You can't listen to those people who are trying to spoon feed you a narrative like there's no health risks there. Because if you talk to the people on the ground, you get an entirely different perspective of what's really happening. And so tomorrow at 2 p.m. Eastern Time, our new format, Truth Seekers Reports, what is going on, train derailments, toxic spills, government cover-up, part 2. We have an interview with a local resident. His name is Jason Van Hoos, and I hope you'll be here with us to check out that new sort of show format. And again, we'll be back 9 p.m. So we're 2 a.m., 2 p.m. tomorrow, and 9 p.m. You guys are working me this week, but no place I would rather be than right here with you. I'm going to go and get editing on that so we can make the 2 a.m. Premiere of the orb hoax video. Richie Goofon caught lying to his audience yet again. Yeah. So that's all we got for you for right now, but I'll be back in the live chat at 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time and 2 p.m. tomorrow Eastern Standard Time, and be back live and in the flesh 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time tomorrow night. We're going to try to push out a little bit more content and see what happens this week. Got our foot on the gas, feeling good about it, and I hope you are too. So that's all we got for you, friends. Until next time, my name is Stephen Cambion. Thanks for joining me on the UFO Circus. And I hope you will join us again, because the circus goes on, friends. So until next time, my name is Stephen Cambion. Good night, and God bless all of you.
I hope this girl has a thick skin. I reached out to her. I hope this girl has a thick skin. I reached out to her. I hope this girl has a thick skin. I reached out to her. I hope this girl has a thick skin. I reached out to her. I hope she checked me out. I hope she checked me out. I hope she checked me out. I hope she checked me out.
Good Nazis are separated from the negative Nazis. Good Nazis are separated from the negative Nazis. Good Nazis are separated from the negative Nazis. Good Nazis are separated.
The Mosul org. The Mosul org. The Mosul org. Org. UFOs. UFOs. Metallic looking ball.
Praise God.
Metallic looking ball.
Praise God.
Nonsense. Nonsense.
The movement of the Spirit of God, the movement of the Spirit of God, the movement of the Spirit of God that has been prayed over.
Nonsense. The debunkers. Nonsense. Nonsense. The debunkers. Nonsense. Nonsense. The debunkers. Nonsense. Nonsense. The debunkers. Nonsense.
This flesh and blood.
Nonsense.
And don't you ever say I did. This flesh and blood.
Nonsense.
And don't you ever say I did. This flesh and blood.
Nonsense.
And don't you ever say I did. This flesh and blood.
Nonsense.
And don't you ever say I did. This flesh and blood.
Nonsense.
And don't you ever say I did. This flesh and blood.
Nonsense.
And don't you ever say I did. We wrestle not with flesh and blood, but principalities and powers.
Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back. I can't tell you how happy I am to be here. Quite an interesting last week that I have had. For those unaware, my entire family came down with COVID. Well, my two children and my wife came down with COVID. And out of an overabundance of caution, my wife thought it would be a good idea, since I was not sick or showing any signs of being sick, to sort of escape to the cabin most of last week to try to avoid infection myself. However, several days after going to the cabin, you guys know I'm very fond of that hoodie. I have a t-shirt as well that says "Life is better at the cabin." But what I learned in the past week is life is better at the cabin unless you have a serious illness. So I spent several days there really in bad shape. I was very honestly worried about driving back 2 or 2.5 hours at that level of being ill. Really felt like I got hit by a truck with something else, but I managed to make it home safe. Saw my doctor, got a treatment plan, and I'm already, I'm not 100%, nowhere near, but I am feeling much better. Most of the symptoms seem to be going away at this point, and I'm just about able to function normally, just in time for my children to be home for the entire week of spring break. But I got to tell you, since they're still recovering and I'm still sick, there's not much spring breaking going on. We're just hanging around the house. And before we begin tonight's presentation, I would like to just address something that I think is very important. And that is that I will never, ever again disclose any details about my medical situation or diagnosis or treatment plan or any of that stuff. I realize that I do a show centered around conspiracy land topics, but even I was not prepared for what happened. I knew that I was so ill that I knew that I would be unable to do live shows for some time. So I tweeted that, my children and my wife contracted COVID, and then I have contracted COVID. And this opened an entire can of worms that I was not prepared to deal with. So going forward, I will just say I'm sick or I'm ill or, whatever. I'm taking a few days off for personal reasons. I will never, ever again disclose any details because I was absolutely floored by the response I got from wackadoos. And, I'm not going to go into specific detail, but people who are not doctors, who are not medical professionals, there's literally like high school dropouts on the internet giving people 100% false medical information, making 100% false medical claims. People are diagnosing me over the internet. They don't know me. My favorite was somebody who told me that all of the, I mentioned that I had, tested positive for COVID. My favorite of the wackadoos was the person who said, "You have a cold, Stephen. COVID doesn't exist," and all of this, and by the way, for the benefit of the algorithm, I'm just repeating what somebody said. I'm not saying that's true. I am floored by the fact that somebody who is not, you guys know my position on this. We have absolutely avoided this entire topic of conversation this entire time. And there's important reasons for that. And that is, and by the way, I hate the term influencer. I don't like that term. But some time ago, I met some younger people. And I actually, when you meet new people and you say, "What do you do for a living?" This young girl, maybe 20 years old, Instagram model, she said, "I'm an influencer." Okay. And I really don't like that term. However, if you're going to be a, let's just call it an internet personality, I think that's a fair description of me and many other people who have podcasts or shows or whatever. If you're an influencer, you have an audience. And I think that you have a real responsibility to not put out false information or mislead people. I'm not a doctor. I'm not a medical professional in any way. I have not now, nor will I ever offer any person on the internet medical advice. I think that it is best and proper, if you need medical advice, attention, diagnosis, anything medical, you should seek out your chosen qualified medical professional who will give you whatever services that you are in need of. And that, my friends, is what I did. I have, by the way, a very, very good medical doctor, a man that I really admire, respect, and trust. He's very well educated, very well respected in my community. And I'm not going to get into the specifics of the treatment plan that I undertook or what medications I was offered or told to take. But in my circumstance, or any medical circumstance, doesn't have to be the big C. If I'm in need of medical attention, I go to a qualified medical person, a doctor who went to medical school, who has licenses and is, legally able to do these things. The fact that so many people thought that I would just ignore a doctor's prognosis or, diagnosis and treatment plan and do what they wanted me to. It was really shocking because, to be very honest with you, I think that if you are not a medically trained doctor and you're on the internet telling people what to do in the event of a medical emergency, then you're an asshole and you are an idiot. What gives you the right to offer someone medical advice if you are indeed not a trained medical professional? You have no right. And then to argue with me, all I said in the Twitter thread, still up there. You can follow me on Twitter and see what I'm talking about at Stephen Cambion. To argue with me and say things like that doesn't exist, you have a cold, those tests are wrong, they test for all that type of virus, you just have a cold. First of all, you were not with me. You don't know me. You didn't see me puking and having other fun bodily fluid events for the past week. You don't know my symptoms. I didn't get into specific details. Who the hell do you think you are, some idiot on the internet, to tell me that my doctor's wrong, the tests are wrong, and offer your 2 cents? I didn't ask for it. I was simply making an announcement, and I stupidly, really stupidly, mentioned what it is that I was dealing with. I suppose I just wanted to, say, hey, I'm sick with this. I'll be gone for a little while. I'll be back as soon as my, health condition improves or whatever. My audience here knows I'm always honest with my audience, but now I have to watch how honest I am. So going forward, I will never share any details because I just feel very strongly that if somebody is experiencing any medical condition, leave them alone, right? I have money. I have medical insurance, right? I have a very, very good doctor who I like, admire, respect, and trust. So even before I was back from the cabin, in fact, I had called him and told him what we were experiencing, and he gave me some advice. And then we developed a diagnosis and a treatment plan, and I was off to the races doing what it is that a medical professional advised me to do. That's what I pay a medical professional. And to me, that is like any area of my life, right? If I need an electrician professional, I'm not going on the internet and listening to some wackadoo who found some statistics. And by the way, I don't care what statistics you have. There's a very famous book. It's called How to Lie with Statistics. You can find statistics to support almost any argument. So I guess I just wanted to mention that, I do not now, nor will I ever take medical advice from some random wackadoo on the internet. And I just want those people who are doing that to think about how ridiculous that is. You're not a doctor. You don't know me. You haven't seen me in person. You haven't taken my vitals or tested me or any. Who the hell? Why would you go on the internet and then argue? And all I said, by the way, was I did not ask for, nor do I need your medical advice. And you are not a medical professional. You shouldn't be doing that. Can we not have at least that much respect for people? Yeah, and by the way, they're pushing their belief systems on me about a specific medical condition. And great, I respect your belief. You can have whatever beliefs you want. But when it comes to me, and especially my children and my family, shut the fuck up. Just shut the fuck up. Do not offer me medical advice, you internet wackadoo rando. You have no right to do that. And you are an asshole if you run around giving people medical advice. And by the way, I'm not talking about the good audience members here who told me stories of their encounter with that specific medical condition and what helped and what worked for them. I'm talking about you wackadoos who run around and say that doesn't exist, or you probably took the Fauci ouchie because a doctor told you. Go to hell. Like what? Like I'm some homeless person that has no access to medical help, right? We have good doctors, my family. I have good specialists, right? I could go anywhere tomorrow. I have great medical insurance. If I want a chiropractor, I just go to whatever chiropractor I want. If I want a dentist, I go to whatever dentist I want. Whatever it is that I need, any kind of specialist. If I want a nutritionist, I can go to a nutritionist and have a nutritionist develop a diet plan for me. And it's all covered under my medical insurance because we have excellent medical insurance. I don't need some wackadoo on the internet with his pre-existed belief system, which by the way is all false information. You know, if you have to send me Rumble videos to support your arguments, then you're a wackadoo. And it's just my hope that going forward, people will know, don't go there with me. Don't go there with me, right? You're not a doctor. You're not a medical professional. You're a goddamn wackadoo. Why would I listen to a wackadoo? All right. So I think we've covered that. So we are going to get into tonight the UFO circus. We're back to the UFO circus. I see Arden Paranormal has retweeted on Twitter. And by the way, you know, I'm not fully back to speed here, so we might be a little all over the place tonight. But what I wanted to talk about is in the UFO circus. What is the latest in the UFO circus? And the latest, really for the past year of the UFO circus, seems to be all of these UFO profiteers who have been, many of them, all pushing the same thing. UFO crash retrievals and alien bodies, and people are getting briefed. The problem here is what we have to realize is two things. First of all, like all UFO profiteering hucksters, they will use whatever they can to sell their followers false bill of goods, false information. And while it is true that some members of armed services or whatever may be talking to members of Congress, it doesn't make this alien crash retrievals are going to be confirmed by these whistleblowers. But that is exactly how all of this is being framed. And if we look at the cast of characters who are pushing this narrative, every single one of them has a profit-driven motive to push this false information. And what is that information? Well, hey, 4 people are talking to members of Congress. There's whistleblowers coming, right? And I just want to take a moment also to recognize a great idea by Lou Jimenez, formerly of Unidentified Celebrity Review. Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp. Why have Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp not suggested or demanded that Bob Lazar testify before Congress, right? You want to talk about crash retrievals? Here's a guy who claims he worked on those crash retrieved alien, well, however they were retrieved, alien flying saucers and spaceships. Why would they not ask for or demand that Bob Lazar testify before Congress? Well, I know what I believe. I believe they won't put him in that position because the minute Bob Lazar opens his mouth, he perjures himself and he could get jail time. His entire story starts with, I was a former government scientist. And no, he was never a former government scientist. He's a former convicted pimp. He's a former guy who ran a whorehouse, but he was never a government scientist. And this is the problem. These UFO profiteering whores, and let's be clear, Jeremy Corbell, George Knapp, Ross Coulthard, James Fox, and many of these other people, Gary Nolan, who are pushing all of this, are UFO profiteering whores. I said it, whores. They are UFO profit whores. And I don't know about you, but I don't trust a whore to tell me the truth. It's a bad idea. It's a bad idea to trust either convicted pimps to tell you the truth or whores to tell you the truth. Pimps lie and whores lie, right? So what we've got here is a group of people, all of which make their full-time living from the world of UFOs, all pushing similar narratives of UFO crash retrievals and whistleblowers. And they have all been pushing this narrative for the past year now. Where are the whistleblowers? Oh, it's coming soon. And we get this continual, constant kick the can. It's coming next month. It's coming next month. Oh, I talked to an anonymous source, right? And they told me that, you know, this is coming down the pipeline. It's always coming down the pipeline, but it's never here. You ever notice that? And I just wonder. I even reached out to some true believer friends of mine and asked them this very important question. Don't you ever get tired of that constant game of kick the can or that constant game of chase the carrot? It's always just out of reach. It's always next month, next year. And of course, the UFO profiteering whores won't admit. So I want to ask this question. What is going to happen when none of this ever materializes? What are they going to say? They're not going to say anything. They're going to move on to the next fake story. And by the way, we have talked about how these people, they all know each other. They all talk to each other. And I believe that they all actively and deliberately and with great intention all work together to push certain narratives that they can all profit from. And certainly one thing they can all profit from is the mistaken belief that we're going to get confirmation of alien crash retrievals. Now, let's talk for a moment about crash retrievals, because what we do have to recognize is that perhaps some people will talk to members of Congress or even testify before Congress about crash retrieval programs. But here is where the deception comes in. Did you know that there is right now an active United States crash retrieval program? Do you know that for decades there has been crash retrieval programs? Yes, absolutely. Perhaps the most famous of which, or the one that a lot of people talk about, is something called Project Moondust. And I forgot to check, but let's see if we can find a wiki entry about Project Moondust. Yes, we can. And here, I'll just share my screen just to show you that there are crash retrieval programs, certainly. Project Moondust was a covert project by the United States Air Force during the Cold War that existed at the Air Force Missile Development Center at Holloman Air Force Base. The aim of the project was to recover objects and debris from spacecraft that survived re-entry through the atmosphere and back to the Earth, and also exploit the discovery of Soviet hardware when it temporarily fell into American hands. So when we talk when we talk about things like crash retrievals, it's important that we realize that these hucksters are partially correct. The best way to sell a lie is to include some truth in it. And I just want to take a moment to recognize that crash retrieval programs are not a work of fiction. It is 100% provable fact that the United States government currently has and has in the past have not one, but multiple crash retrieval programs. But it's also important for us as researchers to recognize that these programs are not about recovering alien technology. They're not about recovering crashed flying saucers. No, they are about recovering foreign technology. There is also crash retrieval programs taking place in which the material is then, after retrieval, taken to something called the foreign technology, which was famously housed in Hangar 18. No, it was there are crash retrieval programs. And the material, once recovered, is taken to something in the military called the Foreign Technology Division. And of course, the most famous place is not Area 51. You don't take foreign technology to Area 51, though sometimes it does end up there. Of course, this material is recovered and then it's taken to the Foreign Technology Office, wherever that is. It's moved around. However, the purpose of these crash retrieval programs, they weren't started because there was flying saucers crashing all over the world that we could recover, right? There was no known, except in fake documents like the MJ-12, there are no known alien crash retrieval programs. This is not to say that they do not exist, but the most famous place that crash recovered objects or technology was taken is, of course, Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in Ohio. There they had a Foreign Technology Division. But it's important to note that the purpose of the Foreign Technology Division was to study adversarial technology. What is adversarial technology? The technology of our enemies, the Soviets, the Chinese, the Koreans, whoever. Certainly, we can understand, especially during the Cold War and the space race, that if a Soviet satellite came down, especially if it was a spy satellite or surveillance satellite, we would want that. We would want to take that satellite, recover it, take it back to a place that was safe, secure for secret projects, such as Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, and we would want to study that technology. We would want to know what advantages does the technology of our enemies or adversaries have? How are they imaging, for example, on their spy satellites? What cameras, what film are they using? How are they beaming the images back to a base in the Soviet Union? When it comes to the Chinese, we have seen a recent example of crash retrieval. The balloons, which were shot down and then retrieved, some of them, those were retrieved and they were taken somewhere. Where were they taken? They were taken to a military base, which is in charge of, again, foreign technology. So I think it's extremely important that we acknowledge that crash retrieval programs are real and have been real for decades. But we can see the real and logical, and by the way, down to earth. These are very ordinary, down to earth reasons why you would want to have a crash retrieval program and study the technology of our enemies and our adversaries. But in rush the UFO profiteering whores, I have heard 1,000 people, probably. Well, maybe that's exaggeration. I've at least heard 100, few hundred people mention that Project Moondust that we have shown you as an example. And publicly, I even talked to somebody who was a higher up in that program while it was being run. There was never alien technology recovered during that project. Did they get some space junk from the Soviets? Sure. Maybe a satellite. And by the way, there was also a famous case of the United States government somehow getting their hands on MiG fighters. And what did they do with those MiG fighters? They took them to a secret and secure location and they studied them. Again, this was the technology of our adversaries. Wouldn't it be great to know where the weakest points on our adversary or enemy fighter aircraft were? That could give our fighter pilots a strategic advantage. Know where to target them, where to best target them for a most effective and quick kill. And these technologies have been recovered for decades and studied for decades. But again, in rush the UFO profiteering whores who will cite things like Project Moondust, but they're not talking about recovering a Soviet MiG fighter. They're not talking about recovering space junk or, whatever they have recovered for an adversary technology. They cite these projects and they talk about aliens. There is little or no evidence of actual alien technology ever being discovered, recovered, or whatever. Now, some would say, sure, because they covered it up. Okay. However, these people are all pushing the narrative that these whistleblowers are going to come out, but we're not allowed to know who those whistleblowers are. I find that extremely problematic. And also, to you true believers, shouldn't it be, I'm just going to put this out there and people can believe what they will, but should it not be relevant that the very same people who are pushing this current narrative have been caught selling 100% fake stories in the past? Should that not be relevant? Shouldn't their track record of being UFO profiteering whores be relevant to the discussion of what they're saying right now? I think it should, and so should you. If someone has been caught selling 100% fake stories for money in the past, how are you so sure that they're not doing it again? These people do not change their tactics. They change the stories that they are pushing for cash, but they don't change their tactics. Now, we're going to put our fair use banner up, and we are going to explore some of these people making statements. And, I've got an awful lot to say about each of these people, because each of these people who are pushing this UFO crash retrieval are UFO profiteering whores. And let's be clear, it's not just the major UFO celebrities that are pushing this narrative who are profiting from this narrative. It is the bottom feeder UFO profiteering whores. You know, those UFO circle jerkers who get these guys on their program. So with some of these clips that we are about to see, what you need to know is that's one clip from the person. However, that same person went on 10 UFO circle jerk shows and said identical or nearly identical talking points. Isn't it a little suspicious that all of these people are using virtually the same exact talking points? All of these people have been caught selling 100% provably fake stories in the past, and now this is the stories that they're pushing now. And by the way, just to put on the record, if it was discovered that, sure, we've got alien technology, I would think that is a pretty amazing thing. It would make the world a much more interesting place. And if I could choose between living in a world where that was disclosed versus our current world, I would always pick the world where the aliens are here. But it's important to be cautious and manage your expectations, and also realize that, to you true believers, I would say your willingness for this to be true, your desire for this to be true, does not make it so. Facts make it so. On the record statements make it so. Evidence makes it so. But unfortunately, we never get that. What we get is UFO profiteering whores, who are selling us a narrative, just like they've sold us previous narratives that have all fallen apart. One second here. Let me get the fair use banner up here, and we're going to be sharing some clips and talking about them. Welcome back. If you're just joining us, you're watching Truth Seekers, and we are discussing the false UFO alien crash retrieval narrative that is being pushed by UFO profiteering whores worldwide, many of which have been caught selling provably fake stories in the past. But the true believer, and by the way, I've just recognized that the true believer side don't want to hear anything that I'm currently saying, right? They want to live in this delusional fantasy world where we're about to get disclosure. We're always about to get it. It's always just right here. We're just about to get it. So we'll begin our journey with Melinda Leslie, who, to be very honest with you, I think is a wackadoo. But hey, and here's the other thing. These people who continually retweet and pump up and amplify the signal here, they don't care if the person who is saying whatever they like is a fucking whack. This woman is a wackadoo. But okay. All right. Here we go. Let's get into it, friends. All right, so this is Melinda Leslie says Congress knows the Pentagon is lying to them about UFOs because they've seen classified videos and were briefed on crash retrievals by who? Dr. Eric Davis and Dr. Gary Nolan, two proven 100% UFO profiteering whores. Both Gary Nolan and Eric Davis have been making money out of UFOs for years. They're profiteering UFO whores.
With the House and the Senate right now, this is completely bipartisan.
Exactly.
I mean, I think that's both sides are going after this,
100%.
and they're teaming up to do it
because they know it's real.
Because they know it's
Yeah,
real.
It's not
UFOs are
seagulls
real.
and it's not drones.
Well, and why do they know it's real? They've had all these closed door briefing sessions
100%.
with military witnesses, with scientists, with Gary Nolan, with Eric Davis, talking about crash retrievals and recoveries.
So who's talking about crash retrievals and recoveries? People who are profiting from the UFO alien narrative. And it's important to note that Dr. Eric Davis is a wackadoo, and the Air Force called his research crackpot research. When the Air Force is saying you're a crackpot, you should not be considered a trusted source of scientific information. And Gary Nolan, he got caught using Stanford University equipment, supplies, and personnel to help UFO profiteering whores sell 100% provably fake stories about aliens. So congratulations, Gary Nolan. By the way, I haven't done it yet, but I'm sending Dr. Gary Nolan a case of mascara. I don't know why, but Gary Nolan loves wearing mascara during interviews. So we're going to send him a case of it. That guy is an intellectual coward and a weakling. I asked very specific questions about the ethics violations that he apparently committed. It is against Stanford University ethics code to use university equipment, labs, or personnel to personally profit. We can prove that he's done that multiple times while he's helping UFO whores sell 100% completely fake stories. He didn't want to talk about it. He had to block me. He couldn't answer any questions.
With other scientists, with other government insiders, with all the military witnesses.
Yeah, who are the other scientists? There are none. There are two UFO wackadoo scientists that people claim are talking to Congress. They're both wackadoos for different reasons, Eric Davis and Gary Nolan. And they're both UFO true believing idiots.
They've met with all these people. They've seen better footage, better documents, everything.
Yeah, that's the argument. Oh, no, they've seen the clear footage. We never get to see it, but they've seen it.
Know now it's real.
And by the way, Melinda Leslie is another person who makes her full-time living shoveling UFO garbage.
They know. This is the Senate and Congress knowing the DOD and the Pentagon are lying to them, and they know it. And yet, this is a breakdown of the chain of command.
Why don't we get it from them? We get it from a UFO wackadoo that this is what they believe, right? So basically, she's the Congress whisperer, and she's going to tell you what they're really saying, what they're really thinking, what's really going on. That's another thing with this whole situation with these crash retrieval stupid stories. We don't get any direct information. We get people telling us what people are saying behind the scenes or people telling us what's happening behind the scenes. We don't get any direct information about it ever, and we probably never will.
Government, because the Pentagon and the DOD have to answer, and they only get funding for what goes through Congress and the laws passed by Senate, right? It goes through them. So they do have oversight. That's why we have intelligence committees and spending committees.
And I love it how some UFO wackadoo is suddenly an expert in how Congress and funding works, right? Sure.
Senate and Congress, that's their job. So there's a breakdown. So those committee members are like going, no, this is being kept from us. And they're upset because they've known the proof and they know these guys have the proof and they want it. And I think that's why we're getting disclosure. They're digging.
Yeah, we're getting disclosure, right? We're going to get it any day now.
You know, it was bound to happen.
It's bound to happen. Sure. So there's wackadoo number one in our coverage of these people who are actively pushing UFO crash, alien crash retrieval, and disclosures coming any day now. Here, of course, is another one. This Jay King, who, by the way, runs a convention full of wackadoos. Well, they're not all wackadoos, in fairness, but so Jay King has a vested financial interest to push alien disclosure. He too, to the best of my knowledge, doesn't have any real job. He's been sucking at the teat of UFO land for years now. Came out of nowhere, and suddenly he's an expert in aliens and experiencers, right? And of course, has several for-profit businesses in order with which to profit off of UFOs. So we've got Ryan Graves, who right now is a defense contractor trying to get contracts to study UFOs. This is people into his, this is this Jay King's conference, right? Ryan Graves is another UFO profiteering whore. James Fox hasn't had a real job in decades, right? All he does is recycle the same old stories. He sold the Virginia UFO case 3 times now. And in the latest iteration of it, his witnesses made conflicting statements from the original statements that they really that they originally made. And after 30 years, the only new information he could bring us in order to make us all shell out money for yet another documentary project of his, the only new information that he could gather up was 5 anonymous sources. We don't know that he didn't just hire actors to play those people in his shit documentary. James Fox is a whore. I'm not familiar with Elizabeth Crone, so I won't say anything. Peter Levenda is an interesting case, part of the TTSA scam squad, right? And a lot of people don't know this, but many, many years ago, H.P. Lovecraft got extremely popular, and there is a famous magic book in the fictional works of H.P. Lovecraft. And that famous magical grimoire or book was called the Necronomicon. But it was a work of fiction. The Necronomicon's not real. The Necronomicon is a work of fiction of H.P. Lovecraft. So just to show you what slime balls these people are, Peter Levenda realized that Necronomicon that is mentioned constantly throughout the horror novels of H.P. Lovecraft was getting so famous and so popular that people wanted it to be real. So what did Peter Levenda do? He wrote a Necronomicon. Of course, they claim they found some manuscript somewhere. There's no evidence of that. Peter Levenda made perhaps millions of dollars selling a fake Necronomicon to fans of the work of H.P. Lovecraft. What else did Peter Levenda do? He helped the TTSA scam squad, being a co-writer or writer. And some say, by the way, Peter Levenda is the person who ghost wrote the Bob Lazar book. I don't have any information to confirm that. Those are rumors and speculation. Take from that what you will. Now, I'm not going to say anything about Kurt Jamungle. He's a podcast host. I think they just sort of threw him in there. Leslie Keene is the person who lied to us in the New York Times, right? Lied to us in the New York Times, purposefully withheld information in the New York Times about the dino beavers and the werewolves in order to sell a narrative. So this is the conference that you're going to get from J. Christopher King. You're going to get a conference full of proven liars, proven profiteering whores. These people are all UFO profiteering whores, right? But hey, he's gonna tell you that there's all kinds of stuff going on, and there is new information about UFO crash retrievals just in time for his conference, a very expensive conference, I believe, where you too, by the way, Jake Christopher King, why don't you accept a challenge from me and let me speak at your conference and talk about how people that you are employing have been proven scammers, liars. Why don't you do that and give your paying conference attendees the whole truth? You coward, you intellectual weakling. You're not going to tell them about Peter Levenda faking a Necronomicon to make money from stupid people in the late 80s? You're not going to tell them that he faked a goddamn fake fictional book, you asshole? All right, let's get back to this. And here he is pushing his agenda.
With the House and the Senate right now, this is completely bipartisan.
1 second.
Exactly.
I mean, I think that's
What
both
is going
sides are
on?
going after this, and they're
100%.
teaming up to do it
Because they
shows
know it's real.
1 second.
because they know it's real.
It's
and
not
how
secret.
Okay, I'm sorry. For some reason, I was hearing the audio of a different video. All right, 1 second. Let's get back to this.
Gulls, and it's not drones.
Just as we start to close out, I want to ask now, you must have had, yourself and James, private conversations with past guests at these conferences, and I'm not one that's going to ask you to name names and what was...
You and your profiteering whore friend are and here is what is always going on. There are these people that pretend that they have inside information, and then they run conferences and people assume that they're going to hear new things, right? No, it's the same old shit.
Said, but if you're comfortable, feel free to name names. You know what Chris Mellon may have said, what he thinks is going on. But what are those conversations like? And I wonder, from a private point of view, how are those guests giving you an indication how they think things are playing out? The UFO conversation.
Remember, the people that he's booking at his conferences, many of them are proven UFO profiteering whore liars. And in the case of Levenda, we can prove that he falsely claimed to have, discovered a fictional book. H.P. Lovecraft probably was rolling over in his grave laughing that Peter Levenda was making hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not more, selling stupid people a, quote, real Necronomicon, unquote, when the Necronomicon was always a work of fiction.
Gary Nolan, Leslie Kane, Ralph Blumenthal, Chris Mellon, and anyone else at those conferences. How are you putting all that together, what's being said, as to how things are going for the UFO conversation?
It's an incredibly exciting time.
It's always an incredibly exciting time. And there's always big things happening behind the scenes. Do you ever notice that?
I mean, from what I know and from what I hear from the people that you just mentioned and others, it's in organizing these events, you're absolutely right that it's really...
Yeah, I'm on the inside. I'm getting insider information. This guy doesn't have shit. He has nothing. He has a conference full of liars that you too could pay hundreds of dollars to go listen to. That's what this clown has.
Put me and James in a very unique position in terms of the kind of information.
Yeah, and James, what is that? The guy from Scamming the Phenomenon? Yeah.
I was used to that to a degree before with the Experiencer group and some of the people that flowed through that community as well. Yeah. But it's just taken off even more in an expanded way with these conferences. And
yeah, the Experiencer group. Let's make money from these people telling stories of alien abductions. real credible source of information. This guy is.
It's impossible to ignore that there are so many groups, individuals, and factions that have so many kind of secret plays happening right now, like
There's
towards
always
like what's
secret
happening
plays,
this year,
secret
this
things happening behind the scenes. Buy my shit.
spring, this summer, this fall, and you know, from what I hear, you know, if any two of these situations go down the way that they're planned, it's going to be a real paradigm shift for the public conversation.
It's always a paradigm shift. It's always a game changer. It's always the smoking gun is just around the corner.
And there's the possibility for a lot more. So, you know, it's interesting because as opposed to say 5 or 10 years ago, I do understand some of the secrecy from the researcher's perspective, from the inside of the researcher's perspective, from inside of our community. A lot of people, they get frustrated because online they'll not get an answer from, you know, the Pentagon or something like that, the DOD or whatever, and then they'll go to somebody like Ralph Blumenthal or whatever and ask him, and maybe not, and get more of an answer, but you know, there'll be a point where things start to go vague or where he doesn't want to speak on the record or something like that.
Yeah, because he got caught lying to everybody in a New York Times article with Leslie Kean, you dummy.
Completely understandable. The more that I'm involved in with these situations and speaking with these people relatively frequently, you know, it's kind of like a football game. And you
No,
don't
it's
ask
kind of like a group of whores getting together to figure out how they could make more money being whores.
like a football coach before the Super Bowl. Like, so what are the plays that you're going to be doing, you know, in a couple hours here, you know, like, because the other side listens, you know, there are a lot of people that want to block the progress that's been happening these last 5
What
years,
progress? Lou Elizondo coming out in the New York Times lying to everybody about a Pentagon program that never existed. By the way, this clown was fully on the TTSA bandwagon. He was fully on that Lou Elizondo bandwagon. So we know he was 100% wrong at least twice.
You know, 5.5 years almost since the December 2017 New York Times
And that
article.
New York Times article was filled with 100% provable lies. You dummy. Why don't any of these people at least acknowledge that Lou Elizondo never ran a goddamn program? The program didn't exist. It was in his imagination, you idiot.
You know, that was a big game changer. And ever since then, it's like we've been playing a different game than before. And a lot of people want to
So
make
you
sure.
based all of your whole disclosure movement was based on lies. That's what you're acknowledging here? Oh, it was a game changer. It was based on lies, all of it.
That they keep their plays kind of on the quiet, on the DL, and until some of these situations come to light. Yeah, it's an exciting
It's
time.
always an exciting time. Big revelations are coming. Buy my shit.
There are there are people.
He almost said whistleblowers. He had to catch himself. Do you know why? Because the people that he's talking about are wackadoos. There's a big difference between a whistleblower and a wackadoo, dude.
That are going to be going public over the course of the next month.
He said the next month. So in 30 days, we should all hear about alien crash retrievals. They're going public, right? In the next month. That's what he said here. He screwed up and gave a timeline. So we have 30 days from the date of this interview, which, by the way, we'll check on the date.
All sorts of wild situations, possibly in DC, possibly in New York, that are going to be coming up. And I think that 2023, like no BS, like I kind of hate it when people talk like this.
But I have
really
a conference to sell, so I'm going to talk like this too.
That this is going to be the biggest paradigm shift year since 2017 for this field.
If
100%.
I clip that one part of you saying that and put it online, the hate you would get would be incredible, and you know it too. But I think
because it's false information. There's no paradigm shift coming. At least I don't think so. Now, let's get to it. The next contestant on UFO Whore, and we'll see what the next UFO Whore is selling. And isn't it interesting that they're all selling the same narrative? Big things are coming. There's big things happening behind the scenes. Big things are happening, right? 1 second. All right. We've got James Fox is the next contestant on UFO Whore. Right?
As I just stated, I just spent the last 5 weeks. I just got back 10 days ago from Washington, D.C., and I got an insider's perspective on what's happening right now, today, as we speak.
Do you notice how all these people have inside perspectives? They're all big. I'm getting secret information. You're not getting secret shit. You are a profiteering whore who has been selling people lies, half-truths, and anonymous sources to make your shit stories work for decades, pal. I used to actually like this guy, but it became pretty clear recently that he's just another UFO profiteering whore.
And it's quite, boy, I felt like I just got back from watching a sci-fi thriller or something, you know. Everyone's like, oh, how was your trip to DC? You know, it's like, well, do you really want to know? What's happening behind the scenes, well, and even in front of the scenes is pretty remarkable, right? We've got the new legislation, and I'll get to your question in a minute. We got the new legislation that was signed into law,
which does virtually nothing.
Late December of 2022. So basically the 2023 legislation, UAP legislation. It was a bipartisan effort from Marco Rubio and Senator Gillibrand, Representative Gallego and Gallagher, and a handful of others. And what it basically does is, Patrick, they've got this language that talks about crash recovered debris, which is phenomenal. I mean,
crash recovered debris does not automatically mean that they're talking about aliens. There are, again, we've established at the beginning of this broadcast, there has been and always will be a United States crash recovery program. But what these UFO profiteers do is they twist reality to fit their agenda and their narrative. It doesn't mean aliens, but they're going to make it mean aliens.
Was addressing this with insiders about it. Like, anyone can go download it and read it. But basically talking about UFO crap material. And obviously, you know, we had the congressional hearings last year that Representative Andre Carson
You mean the
put
big
together.
nothing burger? Don't you love it too, how that they twist nothing burgers to be big wins? What do we get from that hearing? Nothing.
And there was the Wilson memo brought up crash material. There was
unproven fake documents. Great.
Previous cases with UFOs and nukes that we covered in the phenomenon.
Yeah, and we're going to get into that the Robert Salas stuff.
Don't know if they brought up Rendlesham Forest. I don't think they did, but that's also nuke related. And I met with intelligence folks that had just
more anonymous sources. This clown needed 5 anonymous sources to resell us for the 3rd time the same story. But now he's got new anonymous sources that he's talking to that are intelligence people. Sure you do.
Met with Kirkpatrick and met with Senate L, and they couldn't share every single detail because it was
and they sure couldn't share their names with him, and he can't share their names. So this is more, trust me, dude, I've got insider sources.
Classified, but they did with them, sort of as a precautionary measure that if their testimony went into Arrow and never came out, they could have a backup plan going public and saying, look, you know, I gave testimony to the Senate Intel, I gave testimony to, and what they're basically saying is that these programs exist, these reverse engineered programs exist.
Oh, and by the way, when we say crash retrieval, we should include reverse engineering, because again, if you were to recover, for example, a Soviet satellite that crashed, you would then back engineer it. Again, twisting reality to mean aliens. It doesn't mean aliens. It doesn't automatically mean aliens. But to all these true believer idiots like this clown, Mr. Fox, it's aliens. It's definitely aliens. They're talking about aliens. Why? Because I want them to be talking about aliens because it's good for my wallet that they're talking about aliens and not recovered Chinese drones and not recovered Soviet satellites or recovered Soviet aircraft.
And again, this is what they shared with me was
Are
that
are they currently employed? The intelligence folks that were speaking.
Some of them.
Yeah, and nothing says credible like being interviewed by a guy named UFO Jesus. And by the way, remember, this message is being brought to us by people like UFO Jesus, who lick the assholes of TTSA scammers. UFO Jesus, you are partially responsible. You remember all those people that got scammed out of their money for TTSA? Do you know who helped TTSA promote that scam? UFO Jesus. UFO Jesus is a scam promoter. He helped promote the TTSA scam. Did he ever apologize to all those people who lost every penny of their money while he was promoting that scam? No, he's on the new scams, right? Buy my shit. So sick of these people are all slime balls.
Some of them were, yes, and some of them were retired, but no, a lot of them were still employed.
Wow.
Don't take it from me, and I have this on camera just recently. Don't take it from me. Don't take my testimony, but I'm here to tell you, this is the name of the program. This is the location of the program.
Why doesn't he knows the name of the program. He knows the location of the program. Why won't he release that information? That would be the biggest story in the world ever. But he knows the name of an alien crash retrieval program and where it's located, but he can't tell us.
These are the names of the individuals involved with the programs. And if you give me the credentials or the security clearance, I'll walk you into the labs. And that's happening right now in Washington.
Sure it is. But he can't tell us the name of the program. He can't tell us the names of the people involved. This is more trust me, dude, bullshit, right? If you, as a filmmaker, a journalist, or whatever, had access to that information, it would be worth millions of dollars. And what we could say a lot of things about UFO profiteering whores, but one thing we can say with 100% certainty is that UFO profiteering whores don't turn down millions of dollars. He doesn't have shit. This is all one big bluff. More anonymous sources from a guy who just made millions of dollars selling his last project based on, what was it, 5? You needed 5 anonymous sources to resell the same story for the third goddamn time. You didn't make enough money selling the vagina alien story the first 2 times, right?
Washington, D.C. And I've seen the photographs, these guys' credentials.
Yeah, and you ever notice that they've always seen the photographs, or I've seen the videos, but I can't release them. I don't have them. I wasn't allowed to keep a copy, right? More trust me, dude. And this poor UFO Jesus, this clown.
Not 1, not 2, not 3, but over more than 3. And they're telling me about their friends that are also testifying. So there's a lot going on. The question is whether Kirkpatrick is going to, who's he going to share it with?
Yeah. So, and remember that if anybody is testifying, here's another point that we have to make that's very, very important. If anyone is testifying to members of Congress about any form of crash retrieval, period, all of that information would be classified in nature, and we, the public, will never, ever hear about it. That's why this alien crash retrieval narrative is going to be profitable for them, because no one will be able to prove or disprove what's taking place behind closed doors in classified briefings or meetings of Congress. We're not going to be able to prove that they're lying, right? They can't prove they're telling the truth. They won't release the names, the locations, the project names. James Fox just lied through his goddamn teeth here. He knows the name of the program. He knows the location of it. He knows the people involved. Drop it. Drop it. I'm calling your bluff, you goddamn whore. You are a goddamn whore and a liar. We're all supposed to believe that he knows the name of the program, the people involved, and the location. Why can't he tell us then? Tell us. Tell us. Or are you bluffing, James Fox, just like you bluffed for a year about the vagina alien bullshit, right? This guy's a whore. And like every good whore, all they care about is money, right? And they will do whatever it takes to get to that money. Lie, cheat, steal, whatever. Why should this person be allowed to lie through their teeth for money, claiming that they, and by the way, he just claimed that he's in possession of classified information. By definition, a crash retrieval program would be classified. So who is risking their life, their career, their pension, and criminal prosecution to give this clown the name of a crash retrieval program, the location of a classified crash retrieval program? What James Fox just did here is bluff a little too far. You dummy, James Fox. So essentially, you are now open to criminal prosecution, being in possession of information about classified projects that you are neither cleared for or authorized to have. And again, the Espionage Act would mean that if anybody gave him that information, if he's telling the truth here, that person would be prosecuted. James Fox would be prosecuted, and more. It's a big goddamn bluff. It's a big circle jerk bluff. All these people get together and circle jerk each other off. I've got classified information. Jerk, jerk, jerk. I know the name of alien crash retrieval programs. Jerk, jerk, jerk. He doesn't have shit, or he would drop it. He's got nothing. He's got lies, deception, and his fucking handout for another. Give me some more goddamn UFO dollars, you stupid people. I'm sitting here lying to you all, telling you I have access to classified information in order to bluff that I'm an insider. The only thing that he's trying to get inside, that he actually gets inside of, is the wallet of stupid people. If he was in possession of such information, the feds would be at his door. He's not. You know why? Because last I checked, he's not under criminal indictment. He's not under criminal investigation for being in possession of classified information. By nature, any program such as he described would be a classified project, and any person that leaked that information to him would be facing prosecution. They all do this. Remember when Jimmy Church and Richard Dolan got caught doing this, and both those clowns had to walk it back when we correctly pointed out that they would be prosecuted if they had classified information. He doesn't have any classified information. Him and his imaginary friends and his anonymous sources are trying to bluff you so that you buy his bull. Don't do it. And the only way he can prove that he's not a liar here is by showing me his mugshot of when he gets arrested for being in possession of classified information. This is another big bluff by a proven UFO scammer and whore. All right, we're going to move on to the next one. One second here. Let's go on to the next. And this is my favorite of the new CIA PSYOP guys. This guy looks straight out of Central Casting. He looks like he belongs in a goddamn 1920s movie. This guy with the ridiculous mustache. I don't even know what his name is. He's the guy that was leaking. Who was it? Sean Cahill's fake UFO videos that him and Lou Elizondo made in Lou Elizondo's backyard. And of course, we get the king of UFO circle jerkers, this clown from the Liberation Times, right? Let's hear what he has to say. Kid looks 12 years old, too.
So how confident are you? Just give me a percentage. We're in speculation territory now. We're in like rushing to the end and speculate.
And shave that goddamn ridiculous mustache, you idiot.
So just give me a percentage. How confident are you that the US government?
Oh, he's from Unraveling the Universe, and he figured out that he could get a lot of views from UFO whores. So he's now a UFO whore, right? And probably a CIA contractor.
Has a craft that they've recovered that is of non-human origin.
I'm talking to my sources and learning what I've learned. 65%.
Which percentage, sorry?
65%.
I just keep hearing 5. Okay, 65.
65%. Yeah, confident.
So
this man is not a journalist. Christopher Sharp is a garbage peddling rag huckster who just repeat the talking points of the whores. He's worse than a whore. Essentially, he is the guy that helps the whores get the money, right? And then he's hoping, if I just repeat what the whores say, I get some of the whores' money, right? Yeah, great. And by the way, Christopher Sharp has been wrong time and time and time and time again. He has never once printed a retraction, a correction, right? He overhypes and underdelivers all the time. But he's another of these clowns who are pushing the UFO crash retrievals, we're getting disclosure any day now narratives. And of course, we've got two of my favorite UFO whores left. Ross Coulthard and Gary Nolan, who recently got caught selling a 100% provably fake story in which they promised that they had, quote, conclusive proof of alien technology, right? They didn't have shit. They're also pushing this UFO crash retrieval alien technology narrative and have been for quite some time.
What I'd like to know is,
and of course, that UFO podcast is one of the biggest UFO whores in existence.
and this is from Mike. Do you have any idea who specifically might be in charge of this secret UFO recovery program? Mike's under the impression that someone or one individual group is calling the shots. Is that your understanding, or is this spread over a larger area?
I'm going to use a word. Actually, I'm going to use 2 words. Group K. Remember that. Group K. And I hope it's causing a minor coronary infarction for somebody in the Pentagon right now. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah. Ross Coulthard is a disgraced Australian journalist who essentially got thrown out of his job at 60 Minutes Australia because he got caught selling a 100% provably fake story about pedophiles running the British government. Media Watch called that story that he did factually incorrect, misleading, and dangerous. And he is another person. Then he got caught selling a 100% provably fake story about the ball shavings. You remember that with Gary Nolan. And they overpromised and underdelivered so badly that they had to remove that video from the internet after making tens of thousands of dollars, promising that they had, quote, conclusive proof of alien technology.
But that group is very important. If there is an organization that is gatekeeping, and if there is, and I suspect there is, that is gatekeeping access to information on UAPs, possibly crash retrievals, and possibly reverse engineering programs. A good starting point is the Special Access Program Oversight Committee membership of the United States Defense Department. And they're listed members. I've approached a few of them myself over the years to no great shakes. Another one is, as well as the SAPOC, there's the SRG, the Senior Review Group. And these are the people who review the most sensitive secrets in the US military. The waived, unacknowledged special access programs. If anyone knows, they do. There are trails to follow. And if I was a member of that gatekeeper group who are hiding the evidence that a lot of people suspect that they are hiding, I'd be getting very nervous right now, because the Congress has mandated that this information be provided to the Congress through ARO.
Yeah, and what people are continually forgetting to realize is that there are secret projects within the government that are need to know. And even the president or Congress members or senators, if they don't have a need to know, they don't have to even acknowledge the program exists, let alone give up any information about it. So this whole flawed narrative is ridiculous.
And the stipulation is that if it hasn't been properly accounted for through the normal oversight procedures to the Congress, it has to be reported within a very short period of time. I think the time is 72 hours to those oversight committees. And I just wonder whether that mandate has been triggered yet. Because, boy, I'm hearing some amazing stuff from sources, including sources who've told me that they've approached the Congress with information about the program. And I'm just hoping people are being named and shamed.
Yeah. So a disgraced journalist from Australia and a UFO profiteering whore in the form of UFO podcast. Yeah. Crash retrievals. We're going to get the information about it any day now. Any day now, the information about those alien crash retrievals is going to come out. And I apologize. One second here. I know I missed something here. Let me catch up with the live chat for a moment. We've still got UFO profiteering whore Gary Nolan, and like any good whore, he wears good mascara too. Gary Nolan. We want to thank Abduction Enigma Podcast, who says, "Hey Stephen, thanks for making us all better with your honesty and research. We all appreciate you." Well, thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support, and we thank you for helping us to, of course, praise the cash.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
I guess you could say that I'm an anti-UFO profiteering whore. Thank you, Abduction Enigma Podcast. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support of the show. I apologize if I missed any more. We're going to check into those, make sure that I didn't miss any more. 1 second. We'll get to our next contestant on the whores are wrong, right? And of course, this one's on this disclosure show, with that crazy girl, Katie, who was crying about Lou Elizondo getting doxxed, right? That girl who has superpowers and is a witch and a remote viewer, and she's got superpowers. Yeah, that girl, right? Lou Review says, I've got a Jeremy Corbell short film dropping Thursday. Good. Maybe you'll let us play it if it's short enough. Otherwise, we'll just talk about it. Good to hear it. Keep the pressure on these UFO profiteering whores. And now we're going to go on to, I just call it the Disclosure Dork Show, with this guy, Vinny and Katie, right? Now, before we get into this, I just want to mention that Gary Nolan has been caught selling 100% provably fake stories. And he also is responsible for the entire disinformation campaign going around that was pushed by Tucker Carlson, about Havana syndrome and all of that. And he has been caught using Stanford University equipment, supplies, and personnel to help UFO profiteering whores sell 100% provably fake stories. He was paid, I believe, for his participation. So he is allegedly or apparently in violation of the Stanford Code of Ethics by using university labs, personnel, and equipment to sell 100% false stories, fake stories. And we're going to follow up with Stanford University. And I want to, on the record, comment from their faculty about why Gary Nolan is allowed to use university equipment, labs, and personnel to make money selling 100% provably fake stories. Now, on to the Disclosure Dork show with Vinny and Katie, who's a witch, a remote viewer. She's got superpowers, right? And we'll hear what Gary Nolan has to say. Not a very good mascara job, I have to say, on this public appearance.
Last time we found out that you may have been involved in some prep materials. You may have helped Mike Gallagher find out about the Wilson Davis memo, which got entered into the record. Can you say if you will be participating in any sort of briefings or providing white papers to any members of Congress beforehand?
I just shouldn't say anything.
Okay.
I've been asked, I mean, I think people can infer exactly what I mean when I say that. So, I am certainly not central to the ongoing narrative, and it could happen and continue without me. To the extent that I can help, I'm there.
Got it.
Appreciate
Understood.
that.
Yeah. Shouldn't shouldn't this Katie girl be able to like remote view his answers and not need to ask him questions, because she's got superpowers and all that, right? These two, Vinny and Katie, more UFO profiteering whores, right? You have built your entire show off of licking the assholes of fucking liars. That's what you do, Vinny and Katie. You lick the assholes of people who make money deceiving people, lying to people, and selling 100% provably fake stories. And you don't have the personal integrity to actually ask about all the fake shit that this clown has been involved in, right? Don't have the personal integrity to actually ask real questions. You're not a goddamn journalist. You're an ass licker. Congratulations. I wonder if their tongues get tired for all the assholes that these people have been licking lately, right? Don't their tongues get tired after a while? I would think so. So the people, we have demonstrated that the people pushing this alien crash retrieval narrative are the same people who have been caught lying to the American public multiple times for money. Always for money. It's always about the money, friends. Let's be sure that we understand that these clowns, and let's make no mistake, that's what they are. They are clowns, have been caught. All these people pushing this false narrative, I believe it's a false narrative, are twisting the facts. And the facts are, yeah, we've got crash retrieval programs, even back engineering programs. That's provably facts, right? But they twist the available facts and real information so that they can make more money from stupid people claiming that the truth about alien crash retrievals and back engineering is all coming out soon. And you ever notice how they all, claim that they are in possession of secret information? And why would Congress want an immunologist to testify about anything to do with nuts and bolts crash retrieval programs? They wouldn't. It's, again, another bluff. Gary Nolan likes to pretend that he's some kind of secret agent scientist, right? By the way, he's also a proven CIA bobo. He's a CIA clown.
They come to me with some of their results, and I basically said these results are shit. So I'm sorry to the people who are so friggin' impatient that they won't get off their butt and go learn this stuff and do it themselves. I'm not your daddy. I'm not here to do things for you. I'm sorry. Get out of your basement and go do something. I've seen some of those snap your fingers reports, and they're garbage. Publish the darn paper. Stop claiming that. This is shoddy work. This can't go anywhere. Who did this? It's crap.
My favorite UFO clown is Dr. Gary Nolan. He did a better job of the mascara in that clip. Yes. And B. Baker correctly pointing out that Richard Dolan has pushed the Wilson memo so hard it's now accepted as fact. Yeah, absolutely. So I've got one other thing to really share. Well, no, I've got more. Um, one more piece to share here. We'll put a fair use banner back up. 1 second. Also, just want to correctly make sure that people understand that we can correctly and with facts and evidence support our arguments that many of these people are UFO profiteering whores. One of the other people pushing for UAP transparency is, of course, Ryan Graves. And here we have a clip of him talking about his defense contracting business where he's trying to get money to study UAP and UFOs. So, of course, he has a vested financial interest to push UFOs. And there was a recent controversy because there was articles that said he saw a UFO. No, he saw a radar readout. He didn't see it with his own eyes.
I was in the Navy. Myself and others in my squadron had an experience that continues to this day, and is at first was something that we didn't have a really a name for, but what we were seeing were contacts on our radar, contacts on our AT FLIR system, which is our essentially our camera system that looks at infrared energy as well. And eventually we were seeing these with our eyeballs. And it was so
we were seeing these with our eyeballs. Well, he never saw anything with his eyeballs, right? And he had to walk this back. He's talking about his friends, his imaginary friends that no one gets to interview, talk to, get the name of.
And so
right?
much in where we were working that we would often have to cancel flights or reposition in our working areas to respect these as the safety hazard they represented. Eventually, we saw these with our own eyeballs. 2 aircraft from my squadron were flying side by side. One of these objects went right between their aircraft. And that was the first time we gained a visual tally of one of these objects. And he described it as a a dark gray or black cube inside of a clear sphere. I've talked to a lot of pilots who have had some pretty powerful experiences that have, really shook them. And they found.
By the way, there are radar reflector balloons that appear exact to what he is describing here. But hey, don't let that get in the way of a good alien story.
That have affected them over their career and their beliefs. And they don't want to go and share that on what you would loosely consider your kind of talking head media setup. They just don't feel safe still doing it. And not to say that's the media's responsibility to make, everyone feel safe, feel about every topic. It is a complicated topic, but as a society, I don't think we've really integrated what that means for the people that are seeing this and have given them the room to kind of process what that means. So I think they need to separate the idea of something that's unknown from saying, I know what it is. It's this thing that I assume it is, which is, the UFO or ET hypothesis. We need to be able to just agnostically as a media accept there is uncertainty and look at it from a first principled approach. Because if we kind of wrap it into all that context we have about little green men, we're going to be barking up the wrong tree.
Yes, and he claims the right tree would be for the government to hire him and his defense contracting company to help study, identify the cause of UAP or UFO phenomena.
And so I still see that being the focus of the conversation for the most part. Now we've seen a little introduction of the national security side of things, and I think that's important and critical to this conversation. But we have mechanisms for that. That's not the thing that's necessarily changing right now. What is changing is our ability to look scientifically into that, again, that anomalous bucket where we don't know what's going to fall out of it, and we're treating it as agnostically as we can. For our military and for our national security, our ability to know what's over our head is of critical importance.
Yes, and so he has formed a company to identify unidentified aircraft.
And if we don't know what it is, we need to be curious about it, because we may have national security issues fall out of that anomalous bucket. But there's enough strange stuff in there that, I think we've recently seen it demonstrated that once we start looking a little bit more closely into our airspace, some things are going to pop out that we weren't expecting to see. There, it's going to fall out to 2 things. It's either going to be some type of adversarial platform, and it's a matter for national security, or we don't know what it is, and it's a matter for scientific inquiry and curiosity. We've been stymied to not have that scientific curiosity as of late, but that's, I think, the biggest thing that needs to change and is changing right now.
and he is currently lobbying to get contracts with the United States government to profit from UFOs. And of course, has a for-profit podcast that is becoming. This guy started a podcast and blew by, me and many, many other people who have been here for 5 years in one episode. Maybe that's the CIA bump.
Recently founded the Americans for Safe Aerospace, and again, this is just filling a gap, much like with the podcast and with the AIAA. We're a issue-focused advocacy group where we're going to be targeting legislative action to ensure that commercial air crew have the safe capability to report these without fear of losing their medical license or their entire careers, for that matter.
Yes. So in other words, he's got a for-profit venture to lobby Congress to get money for what? For identification of unidentified aircraft?
As well as to ensure
we have systems in place for that already, but he has created a for-profit company that he thinks is a better idea.
the proper offices that are investigating this are funded and can do the work they're actually assigned by Congress to do. So that's what we're trying to do with the American Safe Aerospace. And if anyone would like to join with that, then go to safeaerospace.org.
Or I think you could donate money as well.
Yeah, I think at this point, we really need to break down the different silos that are having about this conversation within the different avenues of government, because I think that right now is most likely one of the biggest burdens that are slowing things
Let's
down.
get everybody on board.
I know the Alderman
Buying my
Anomaly
shit.
Resolution Office is aware of that issue, and they have the work cut out for them. But I would just say, and I'm not speaking to the government, because the government is made up of very small groups and people and organizations. And so I would say to those small groups and people, this is a time to start sharing that information and offering it forward. And Arrow is your avenue to do so.
Yeah. Another for-profit defense contractor with government ties. He's going to bring us. He's going to bring us the truth, though. The government has billions of dollars in hardware, but somehow his defense contracting company is going to do a better job at identifying unidentified aircraft. And I'm sorry, I'm just not buying it. And I've got another piece to share. Another piece to share from Ross Coulthart, disgraced journalist, right? And this one's from a Spaces, but still very relevant, I think. Here he is pushing crash retrievals again. And who is he with? Well, he is with some of the same UFO horrors that we have shown earlier.
I can tell you, there are people other than Lou Elizondo who are coming forward.
Great. Let's have their names, Ross. Stop lying to people.
Who are giving evidence both to Arrow and the Congress. And there are others lining up who have far more to tell than Elizondo. I really can tell you.
Well, Elizondo didn't tell us anything, so that would be an easy sort of mark to get over, I would assume. What did Elizondo do? Lie to us?
There is room for optimism here. We are looking at, I think, quite astonishing revelations coming up.
Astonishing revelations are always coming
in the Congress. And yes,
astonishing
I appreciate
revelations.
most of them.
And by the way, if astonishing revelations were made to members of Congress behind closed doors in classified briefings or meetings, that doesn't get revealed. So what is he talking about?
Them are being made in secure SCIFs, secure compartmentalized information facilities where secrets aren't.
Oh, you want the James Bond aspect, so throw SCIFs in there. Make it sound like these meetings are really important and super top secret, Ross Coulthart, you asshole.
Meant to leak. But as we all know, the Congress does leak and will leak. And I think, if, for example, the existence of a legacy program or a non-human intelligence is revealed to Congress, as I suspect it is, it will come up. And I do think that the world...
By the way, where's the ball shavings analysis that you promised us 8 months ago? You promised us, quote, conclusive proof of alien technology, all confirmed by this man, cut to Michio Kaku. Where's the goddamn conclusive proof of alien technology, you asshole? You are a clown. He should be ashamed to show his face in public after that pedo story he got fired over about the British government, in which he used 100% wackadoo fake sources.
Is on the cusp of momentous change.
We're on the cusp. Tremendous revelations are coming.
Too, and I'm loving it. It's fantastic because I'm speaking to some of the people who are either
And again, I'm on the inside. All these people have insider information. No, they don't. They have lies. They have deception. They have bullshit.
Giving evidence or have given evidence. And boy, if they've told the Congress what they've told me, it's mind-blowing.
And by the way, once again, if someone is in a skiff in a secure, classified setting and they're giving information, by definition, that information would be classified. No one is sharing information shared within a skiff to a disgraced asshole who sells fake stories about aliens. Again, he would be investigated. Again, he would be arrested. And so would anyone who shared information from a classified skiff setting with this Australian clown. It's another fucking lie. These people are all goddamn liars. They don't have classified information. Nobody's sharing information from secure, classified settings with a disgraced Australian journalist who essentially got fired for selling fake pedo stories, right? And hey, Ross Coulthard, what did you do with the money you scammed everybody out of for the, quote, conclusive proof of alien technology story, unquote? Did you give the money back, or are you a consumer fraud asshole who defrauded the public and kept the money? And by the way, who participated in that scam? Gary Nolan participated in that story, which was 100% provably a fake story. Gary Nolan, do you need the money that much, dude? Don't you make good enough money being a college professor? You have to scam people with fake UFO stories to survive? I know mascara is getting expensive, Gary Nolan, but geez, did you give the money back that you were paid to help him legitimize a fake story by scammily involving the company that you work for, the university you work for? And by the way, Gary Nolan, I am going to call that goddamn school every day, and I want to know why you are not fired from the university for using university labs, equipment, personnel, and even using students to sell fake alien stories. You goddamn slime ball. He should be fired immediately. What university wants one of their professors scamming people for fake alien stories on the side? That doesn't bring prestige to the university. He's a goddamn embarrassment to that university. He is a goddamn clown. He makes that university look like fucking Barnum and Bailey Clown School by doing this shit. All right. Now, we're going to take a extremely short break. Always have to remind people when we do this that we are a viewer-supported show. And unlike these people making millions of dollars selling you lies, we don't do that. Aren't you tired of all these UFO scammers scamming you for the next big revelation coming soon? Aren't you tired of these chase the carrot, kick the can assholes selling you fake stories? We have shown you that at least two of these clowns are lying about being in possession of classified information. Go talk to anybody who works with or deals with classified information. If what they're saying is true, they would all be under federal investigation or federal indictments for being in possession of classified information from classified projects or from skips. The only reason they're not in handcuffs is because they're not in possession of any of that. They are lying to everyone. And I, for one, am getting sick of this shit, right? We here bring you facts. We bring you evidence. And here's a fact. If either Ross Coulthard, Gary Nolan, James Fox, or any of these people were getting leaked classified information, they would be in handcuffs or in federal prison right now. And the reason that I know they're lying about these things is because they're not in federal prison for violation of the Espionage Act. You can't go to a secret meeting in a skiff and then leak the information that you heard in that classified setting to a journalist. That's illegal. They're liars, fraudsters, hoaxers, scammers. They are the UFO whores. So we like to remind people that we are a viewer-supported show. And in order that we do not sell out to the UFO circle jerk crowd like everybody else, we will remain a viewer-supported show. And in that way, you can support somebody who will not lie to you, will not offer you false information, will not, I don't know, do you want me to hug you while you lay in your delusion bubble and whisper sweet fake alien stories in your ear? This is not that kind of show. And by the way, to all of you UFO circle jerkers and all of you assholes selling all this fake shit, we're turning the heat up. It's about time that the heat got turned up on you. And if you're going to lie about being in possession of classified information, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to start contacting federal law enforcement. Then I'm going to play them clips of you claiming to be in possession of classified information. And we're going to want and demand on the record comments from federal law enforcement about why you are not in federal prison. And you're going to be forced to walk back your false, fake statements of being in possession of classified information. You clowns, you asshole liars. I'm sick of this shit. I'm here making pennies while you're making millions of dollars, lying to everybody that you're in possession of classified information. You'd be arrested. You'd be investigated. Why aren't you? Is it because you're liars? I think so. But now we're turning the heat all the way up to 11. And if you want to support that effort of holding these UFO profiteering liars' feet to the fire, getting those on the record comments takes time, making the phone calls, doing the research, demanding answers, then I would ask that you support our show. We are a viewer-supported show. And here's our wonderful announcer, Mr. Ian. We'll be right back.
Truth Seekers is a viewer-supported show. Wonderful people like you who enjoy this show send pledges in the form of super chats, super stickers, super thanks, PayPal, or Cash App. Instructions for how to help are in the description. You can also join our Patreon, and for as little as $1 a month you can get extra content. Patreon supporters get a backstage pass, early access to all our production videos before they are distributed publicly, Stephen Campion's music, private writings, a monthly show journal, and more. You can also become a YouTube channel member for $5 a month. A YouTube membership includes all of the Patreon benefits, plus a special members badge, priority reply to video comments, and the live chat, plus a monthly members-only video. We thank you all, kind and generous benefactors, for supporting Truth Seekers. Thank you for your generosity and support. Thanks for being here. This is Truth Seekers with your host, Stephen Campion. Please rate, like, and comment on our videos or podcasts. If you are listening to an audio podcast, please rate us 5 stars to help us rise in the search rankings. If you are watching on YouTube, please like, comment, and subscribe to our channel. If you're listening to an audio podcast, we love and appreciate you listeners, but you are missing the live tapings. All our shows are recorded live with video feed. We'd love you to come be a part of our live broadcasts and tapings for the podcast. Head on over to YouTube, click the search tool, the little magnifying glass, put Truth Seekers, one word in the search bar, and hit enter. You'll see a strange and mysterious guy with sunglasses. That means you found the channel. Go there, smash the subscribe button, and hit the notification bell to receive up-to-date info on our YouTube channel. We welcome you to be a part of our live taping and our chat group during the live broadcasts. Seek the truth. Speak the truth. This is Truth Seekers. Truth Seekers.
And we are back. And my voice is holding on, which I'm surprised about. We'll take some comments and questions from the live chat, read any remaining super chats, and thank anybody we need to. And also, you should know that if you become a member during a live broadcast, then we certainly acknowledge and thank you. So thanks. Chris K just became a YouTube member. So Chris K gets access to our members-only video archive, some extra goodies, including early access to our produced videos. I've got a few that I hope to drop this week. Sitting around here not doing much. I might as well catch up on that editing. So thank you, Chris K. You also get a member's badge and some extra YouTube goodies. Trolly Troll Troll with a kind and generous $5 super chat. Thank you for that. And thank you as well for being a member. Asking, are you still having Emily on Thursday? She's great. Actually, I decided, we both decided that Emily will be here next Thursday night at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for sure. I was a little concerned I might still lose my voice or be still suffering from the lingering effects of COVID here. So we punted that to next week, but I thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. And for those unaware, you can check her YouTube channel. It's Weird Reads by Emily Louise. And Truth Seekers was featured in an excellent new video about Alternative 3 and the Secret Space Program. And she did an excellent job. There's a funny montage of clips from many different Truth Seeker shows and me talking about UFO circle jerkers, and she did a great job on that whole video, so you guys should check it out. And thank you for helping us to praise the cash.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. So questions or comments for me, please put them in all capital letters, and we will be happy to answer some questions or comments. I'm going to be making a video about this specific issue of these clowns claiming they're in possession of classified information. They are not. And we know they're not because they're not in federal prison. And that's where they screw up. They don't realize that if they were really and truly telling the truth about the things that they're saying, that not only would they be in prison, but anybody leaking them that information, especially from a skiff, would be also thrown out of the military, thrown out of their government jobs, lose their pension, and be criminally prosecuted. They forget these things. Details matter, and it's important that these clowns are not able to just run around and lie. And we know they're lying in those cases. Sure. I'm sorry to hear that. Red Brick Investigations 1 says, we're here on Twitch must be forgotten out here in the outer realm. It's still good to be here, though. No, we see you. And I'll go over to the Twitch chat and put a nice notice to thank those few people that choose to go to the Twitch live chat. We'll just say hello, Twitch chatters. And I thank you for always being there. Yeah. So Still not feeling my very best, but I believe that we will be back tomorrow night at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And boy, I've never heard that. True Seeker says, did you know Wilcock is in a Wesley Snipes movie, Final Recall, about 24 minutes in? That's got to be a guy that just looks like him, right? It can't actually be him, Madam Two Swords. But by the way, good to see you there in the live chat. I haven't seen you in quite some time. Always happy to see a user in the live chat that I haven't seen for quite some time. Sure. Mace says that's what the Men in Black do. They arrest people who are telling classified information. Well, yeah, and we've got an upcoming show on the Men in Black. Tomorrow night, we're going to be talking about Skinwalker Scam. Skinwalker Cash. Skinwalker Ranch. So tomorrow night, I think we're going to focus on some of the latest of Skinwalker Ranch. Boy, they're over-promising and under-delivering big time. And what we are seeing is that people are calling them out on it, including Stephen Greenstreet and Mick West, and it is a laugh riot. Now they are saying that there is essentially, high levels of radiation. One second. I saw a question here. What are my thoughts on Ray Stanford? I think you're talking about the author of the Fatima Prophecies, Chris Kay, and I have that book. I'm a big believer in the Fatima event, having been raised Catholic. A pretty interesting case. And by the way, everybody saw a UFO during the Fatima events. Pretty interesting, right? I think he's a good author, good researcher. And we have a comment from Ed Ungarian, who says, Stephen, don't go too hard on Skinwalker Ranch. They'll send the portal entities after you. Yeah, they could, right? It's time to spill all the Gilead stories. If you say so, Wendell, you know my email address, right? And Patty's talking about dino beavers, right? And is available on Amazon Prime. All right. I have Amazon Prime. I'll check it out. I will check it out. Ganja is there saying hello, Stephen. Hello, Ganja73. Good to see you there. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Josh says they wouldn't put them in prison because it would mean the information they were talking about would be true. The Dolan defense. Sure. This is garbage. It's absolutely garbage that these people claim to be in possession of classified information. Dino beavers. Pardon me. We made it through. Archaic Revival says the COVID cure is the album Honky Tonk by Sunvolt. Well, I will certainly check it out. Art and Paranormal reminding everybody that you too can email me if you so choose to. Supposedly, Ray has tons and tons of UFO photos and some extraterrestrial rocks. It could be. I mean, I don't know. He's a pretty interesting guy, right? Wreaking Havoc says grifters have purposely made ufology impossible for real experiences to share real evidence because it will challenge their grifts. Quite possibly. Al Warrior says Skinwalker Ranch is no bueno. Yeah. Yeah. No bueno. Well, tomorrow night we're going to do a whole story on the Skinwalker scam, Skinwalker Cash, Skinwalker Ranch. I think, by the way, that's coming to an end. They can't keep pushing, pictures of moths, videos of moths, and keep that show going. I sort of feel bad for who is it, Brandon Fugel, who wasted millions of dollars on garbage, right? But he's a true believer, and he has the millions of dollars to waste. So good for him if he wants to keep pouring money down a black hole so that Travis Taylor will have, plenty of money. Good for him. I don't find Travis Taylor the least bit credible. I think he's a wackadoo too. But we'll go into more detail on that tomorrow night. Yes, Jay Bench says Skinwalker Ranch is decent entertainment, and an entertainment is all it is. Wreaking Havoc says Skinwalker Ranch is legit. You just have the wrong people there. Give me 2 weeks and a $40 camera and I'll record more than them. Yeah, where's all the evidence? That's all I have to say. Yeah, and the History Channel has kept the awful Oak Island show for a decade. I can't lie, I used to watch that. And then I got tired of the constant kick the can and they never find anything. You know, they find a coin that keeps them going for a whole nother year. You know, it's ridiculous. Skinwalker Ranch has lots of porta potty, right? Yeah. Dr. Travis Taylor can't read a simple radiation meter correctly or replace a low battery. Yeah, isn't that convenient? Very convenient for the show, however, right? Portalets on Skinwalker Ranch, need those. Porta toilets, yeah. Well, they got plenty of that. And Freya Anderson is here with a good comment. Skinwalker Ranch has all the stories. Like, I'm just waiting for them to say they have Jin in tracksuits slugging vodka shots and pimping scientists out to the graves. They literally claim it all. Yeah, one-stop shop. If you're trying to sell paranormal bullshit, it's really ridiculous. Really, really ridiculous. And Patty is asking, what's the latest Green Street info on Skinwalker? I think he's getting ready to drop a new episode of The Basement Office, which will detail his experience spending a night in a tent at the Skinwalker Ranch. Dude, there are people saying that the moth is a UFO or alien. People are off the rails. Yeah, I agree. And Randy 1979, Vice Admiral Tiger, says the curse of Oak Island is nothing more than an old hole dug by a woodchuck. Could be. But I did wear the right shirt for today. Nothing is impossible. Are there really alien crash retrievals? You know, I have dug so deep into this, and I really don't think so. However, I wouldn't be excited if there was, you know, this stuff. And I have to say that, you know, some people that I've talked to are true believers, and they're like, oh, well, Robert Salas is testifying and he's a very credible military researcher. But what you need to know is that Robert Salas also claimed to have superpowers and also claimed to be abducted by aliens. He's not credible. That's one person who is testifying to members of Congress, but he's a wackadoo. So, and isn't it interesting how so many of these people are so easily discredited, right? It's almost like they purposefully put forward people that can be quickly and easily discredited. It's kind of ridiculous. Ganja73 says, it seems like Green Street has converted to our side. Yeah, he did a total 180. And I believe that Green Street has said that when he's finished this latest series of The Basement Office, he's off UFOs and he's going to go cover something else. Not quite sure what he's going to be covering, but interesting that he's had enough. He's just, you know, he was once all chip in. Is that like the Bunny Ranch? No, that's a different scam. Yeah. So, friends, I know that we usually spend a lot more time here, but you'll have to excuse and forgive me, still recovering from COVID here. I want to preserve as much of my voice for tomorrow night's show as well as the remainder of the week. We will for sure be doing another show tomorrow. I'm sorry for the time that we have missed. I considered doing a show Monday night, but yesterday night I was really not feeling well. And I hadn't slept correctly. My sleep schedule got all banged up and screwed up, and I didn't sleep for like 2 days, and then I just slept my ass off last night and today. So I'm feeling much better, and I want to thank you all for the kind words and you know, people sending me get well gifs and emails, and yeah, I'm feeling much better. We're gonna bounce on out of here. Archaic Revival asking about Stanton Friedman t-shirts merch. I wouldn't feel comfortable doing that. You know, I don't want to make money off of a dead person, and you know, I consider him a friend before he died. I think he considered me one too, so that's not something a friend would do to a dead friend. And you know, good idea, but when in doubt, do nothing, because no harm can come from doing nothing. I just don't think it's a good idea. Now, I do think that we're going to be having Bob Lazar t-shirts and Element 115 t-shirts and other things like that, because if those clowns can make money off of fake shit, so can we. And by the way, I do want to thank our partner in the merchandising and all of you people who purchased merchandise. In the description of the video, there are links to an Amazon store and a Redbubble store. If the Amazon store only ships to certain countries, if you cannot get the Amazon store to ship to your home country, go back to the description of our video, click on that Redbubble store. That ships worldwide. I want to thank all of you. We got our first check from merchandise this month. Well, the first check came from merchandise sold during last month. Thank you all for the purchase of the shirts. It was nice to get an extra check. Praise the cash. Praise the cash. It was good to see. Nice surprise in my inbox to see so many people purchasing merchandise. And I hope that you all will continue, because I'd like to get a check like that every month, or bigger or better. And we'll be adding new merchandise to the merchandise store in relatively short order. I'm a little bit behind, having been sick for days now. We'll be catching up, and then we'll get some new designs up onto the merchandise store. Patty telling everybody to take care. Yeah, we're going to bounce on out of here. We've done our due diligence. I feel good that we're back. Still feeling a little bit not quite myself. My energy levels are very low, and I'm just tired, but it's probably being beat up. I will say this was the strangest sickness that I've ever had, and it's probably because it's not a human virus, right? Well, various other things. It's not whatever. I felt like I was dying of thirst, and unlike a lot of people, I don't know, I was getting nauseous from all of the mucus, and I was throwing up and feeling very, very dehydrated and beaten up. All I did at the cabin for 2 days straight was sleep, day and night. And I was hoping that it would just pass, but boy, that was a rough ride. That was the roughest ride home from the cabin that I've ever had. Just terrible. Whole situation is terrible. I am happy to say that my children are doing very, very well. And my wife returned to work on Monday. She had it all last week. But my family is all but mended from this experience. I don't recommend you and your entire family getting this all at the same time. Try to space it out if you can, because when mom and dad are both sick, it's hard to take care of those kids, and they're home this week for spring break, which is difficult. 2 boys too. They're running around the house like maniacs today. And I'm turning into Red Foreman. I'm like, what are you doing, you dumbasses? I hear something crash. Somebody knocks something over. 2 boys running around like elephants all day today. They are feeling better. And it is interesting how this situation affects people differently. My youngest son, Xavier, the cash clown, he had a stuffy nose for a couple days, and then he was fine. But Zachary was very affected, and he's 10 going on 11. He was very, very sick, and it hurts my heart to watch one of my sons be in pain or be ill. But Zachary is smiling and running around and feeling much better, which I'm happy to see. My wife is feeling much better and back to work this week. They're going to make her wear a mask in her office for a month. And I am slowly on the mend. I think a couple more days and I'll be 100%. I'm going to try to get some rest tonight, rest up for the rest of the week. And for sure doing a show tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Eastern time. Thursday, I'm still unsure of. I'd like to get 4 shows in this week, but I do have to get back to the cabin if I'm feeling up to it, because remember that bathroom I was sure I was going to finish because I was going to be there for like 5 days. No progress, almost no progress. And this week I have to go to the cabin and I have to stake the property lines of the new studio. and maybe pick a build site. So I'm so excited about that. I was so disappointed that I didn't get over there to do that this past week, especially with all that extra time I was given. My wife had an excellent plan. Try to escape out of here and try to escape infection. And it almost worked. In fact, when I started feeling sick, I went, oh no, because I knew it could only be the dreaded COVID. But we got through it. And I got to tell you, very rough. And then the added stress of idiots telling me what to do, that my doctors are wrong, or, you know, I didn't need that with a whole family sick at the same time. But I'm glad, you know, we're making it through. I always think that saying this too will pass. You know, I kept telling myself that because this is the worst timing for it too, because I knew my kids are going to be home all week, and then that means you're kind of stuck in the house with them. We're going outside tomorrow, even if we just go in the backyard to play for a while. We'll do something to try to burn off that boy energy. Yeah, so that's all we got for you, friends. I'll be back tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Thank you, really, for all the well wishes. Made me feel good. Every time I checked online, there was another email, another direct message or private message telling me people hope that I feel better, and I do. And if you're a person that believes in the power of prayer, we'll take all of that we could get. Otherwise, you know, yeah, I'll just be trying to get some rest as much as I can. So we'll be a little on the slow side of things for this week, but as soon as I'm feeling up to it, I've got some incredible new plans. I've let you in on some of them. We're turning up the heat on the Grifter Squad. I think it's about time, right? No mercy. I'm done. I'm done with that aspect of things, right? At one point, I thought it's enough to just give people the information. But at some point, when people are literally doing stupid things like lying and saying they're in possession of classified information, it's time to turn up the heat on those people and prove them for the liars that they are. And, you know, if no one else is going to do it, let it be me. We'll do it. We're going to turn the heat up on these grifters in the next couple of weeks. I think you're going to like some of the plans that I have, and I will share more as more becomes available to me. So that's all we got for you, friends. We'll be back tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So that's all we got. Until next time, friends, my name is Stephen Cambion. Good night, and God bless all of you. Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back. It is Monday, and I feel like I'm back to work. And what strange work it is, right? Recently, over the weekend, I realized that I have been focusing too much on certain stories and ignoring the latest UFO news. So I got myself caught up, and tonight we're going to sort of catch up on what's going on in the world of UFOs. And the circus, welcome back to the circus, friends. The circus continues. Now, there are some real news stories worthy of discussion that we will start with. But interestingly, I found out that David Wilcock is back, and so is Corey Good, which is strange. Apparently, David Wilcock uploaded a video of snowpocalypse because in his $2 million mansion, there was 6 inches of snow, and this is just horrific to David Wilcock. 6 inches of snow. First of all, David Wilcock lives in the mountains of Colorado in a $2 million mansion, log cabin mansion, by the way. And I will repeat my often said phrase that men build log cabins, bitches buy them. But the whole thing is bizarre, and we get to see David Wilcock literally unraveling right before our eyes, because remember how we've often discussed that David Wilcock, no matter what the subject is, he is an absolute expert on everything. And this bizarre video that he posted, we get to see David Wilcock pretend to be some kind of an expert in what to do in the event of a shit hit the fan situation with the power down and, how to survive. And we're just going to play a little bit of it later because it is truly bizarre. First of all, the man with 180 IQ, he claimed that, not me, which, by the way, that would make him smarter than Einstein. The father of anti-gravity, right? He's so smart, he's going to invent anti-gravity. Oh, and free energy also. This guy doesn't know how to turn on a generator for his $2 million mansion. That's right. David Wilcock, the man with the 180 IQ, smarter than Einstein, father of anti-gravity, father of free energy, the world's greatest prophet, doesn't know how to turn on a generator. But somehow he's some kind of goddamn expert, and he's going to tell you how to survive in a terrible situation. When you're in the middle of a snowpocalypse. First of all, come on, bro. 6 inches and you're crying and your power is out. I don't know. I have a cabin in the mountains of Pennsylvania, and we could get 18 inches. One storm could be 18 inches of snow where my cabin is. And I don't go posting snowpocalypse videos every time that happens. Quite honestly, I try not to be there when there's a huge snowstorm, because getting in and out of the dirt road that's about a mile long to get to my cabin from the main road could be a problem. But it's just amazing to me that this clown is sitting around in a $2 million mansion with no power. He's got a huge gas-powered generator, but he can't figure out how to turn it on. Yet in the video, he's telling everybody that he's some kind of expert on how to survive one of these terrible situations. And how terrible is the situation? I don't know. Like 6 inches of snow, that's a major event to David Wilcock. It is bizarre. And we'll get into it later. But I thought we'd start with the good news. And yes, there is some good news. Recently, the Canadian government has released a treasure trove of UFO-related sightings and material. And, I heard about this, but it just sort of flew by me as I was busily working on and preparing other stories. But we're going to get into it tonight, and I guess we'll both get caught up together on what's been going on with UFOs in the news and in general. First, the story from Vice. Now, there are multiple news reports. I don't know. I still like Vice. Maybe I feel nostalgic for when they were a really good news organization. Here are 20 years of UFO sightings we got from the Canadian government. And by the way, I'll put my fair use banner up This is a transformative work. We are discussing the article we are sharing and educating the public about recent news. So Vice World News has obtained nearly 300 pages of documents through Freedom of Information requests that include strange sightings from pilots, soldiers, and police officers. The Canadian government has now released 20 years worth of UFO reports. The 500-plus reports spanning nearly 300 pages contain dozens of strange sightings from commercial pilots, soldiers, and police officers. Here are some of the highlights. This was obtained by Vice World News through Canadian Freedom of Information laws. The reports were made to federal transportation authorities as recently as last year when a Canadian military flight spotted a, quote, bright green flying object, unquote, that flew into the cloud then disappeared over eastern Canada. Other unusual observations included Newfoundland police tracking two brightly colored flying objects in August of 2001 and a December 2018 passenger flight from Alaska to Seattle that reported pulsating lights descending from 60,000 feet. I would be inclined categorically to believe anybody that reported something, former Canadian fighter pilot John Jock Williams told Vice World News. There is no upside to making a fake report. Williams is an aviation consultant who has also worked as a federal flight safety officer. There is definite reluctance to report stuff, he said. I'm amazed at the amount of material they sent you, and some of it is actually pretty good. All 290 pages of the reports have been included at the bottom of this story as a downloadable PDF. I did not add the link to this. Just Google Vice Canadian UFO reports, and you'll find this article if you want to read through the 300 pages, and some of them are pretty interesting. The article goes on to state one commonly long report even details a sighting that was confirmed by military radar. On the night of December 23rd, a fisherman in the Bay of Fundy and a woman at home in Yarmouth, Nova Scotia, both contacted a search and rescue center to report a light that was yellow, steady, and hovering high above the Atlantic Ocean. When Royal Canadian Air Force personnel reviewed radar data from NORAD, the Joint Canada-U.S. Air Defense Alliance, they observed three primary radar hits that correlated almost exactly to the time and location of the sighting. This is an area that has good low-level coverage, so there is no explanation of why there were only 3 points, all at exactly 12,800 feet, with no points leading up to or continuing on any other altitudes. A Canadian Air Defense Sector report states the best guess was independent radar hits on weather and not an actual airborne object. Even though the no threat report notes that it was partly cloudy night with good visibility. Going on to state, less than an hour's drive from Yarmouth, the nearby fishing village of Shank Harbor, Nova Scotia, was the site of a famous 1967 mass sighting of large luminous object that disappeared into the ocean. The reports also include previously unpublished documents on Canadian UFO cases covered earlier in Vice World News stories, like Alberta air traffic controllers who spotted a solid bright light that appeared too fast to be any commercial aircraft in December 2009. A Manitoba police officer who filmed an unidentified bright yellow and orange light with their cruiser's dash cam in April 2011 and an April 2018 cargo flight from New York to Alaska that reported an object flying sporadically and moving at Mach 4 over northern Canada. These are the kind of reports that get me or continue to give me interest. How is an object moving at Mach 4? Even the famous Blackbird, two and a half times the speed of sound, not 4 times the speed of sound, and that was basically the fastest airplane ever developed so far that we know of. Of course, there may be black projects that can do that kind of speed. Who knows what that was? Vice World News acquired the documents last month via 2 separate access to information requests that were filed in April and September with Transport Canada, the government department that oversees aviation. So interesting that the Canadian government, and this is a pretty long article, we're not going to cover all of this. If there is more interest, we will go over the basically it's a document dump of UFO reports from the Canadian government. I have not had time to review all of them, but the few that I did have a chance to read, pretty interesting stuff. And interesting, people are claiming that there is increased transparency with UFOs and UAP worldwide from different governments, authority figures, military people. The media is also much more interested in UFO reports and information. I don't know, does anybody remember when it used to be that any news outlet that reported a UFO story, it would kind of be tongue-in-cheek, like, haha, the aliens might be here. Check this out. Now the coverage seems to be a little bit more serious and a little bit more grounded, right? Brian Evans is here and is mentioning the X-15 rocket plane. Yeah, that might have done Mach 4 in a descent, maybe in a dive, but Blackbird Mach 3.5. No, I'm not sure. Maybe you're right. You're probably right. I'd have to look it up. But still interesting to me that they tracked an object doing Mach 4. How is an object doing Mach 4 just flying over Canada? Strange things are in some of these reports. And after I've had time to thoroughly review them, we're going to bring you the best of the reports from that recent drop of new information. Interestingly, there is a lot to be learned from Canadian paperwork and documents. In fact, Grant Cameron and others, other researchers have made it a line of attack that since perhaps the United States government has not been so forthcoming with information on UFOs, UAPs, a good way to go about still getting information is to appeal to the Canadian authorities, who seem to be much more open to releasing information. And many things with these Canadian UFO reports sort of overlap to the American system. There appears to be, this cooperation in NORAD between Canada and the United States. They share air defense systems and radar systems. They share information back and forth. So sometimes by going to the Canadian government rather than the United States government and requesting information, it does help shed some light on what the American government just may be hiding. So on to there's one more piece of good news that I did find, and that was courtesy of the UFO files, courtesy of John Greenwald at the Black Vault, because John Greenwald is always trying to get information, and apparently recently he appealed to the Obama Presidential Library asking for all information relating to UFOs or UAPs. And the answer that he got back from the Obama Presidential Library was so interesting, it got mainstream media coverage. Now, let me see if I can find this. Yeah, this is an article from the Black Vault. Again, we're citing fair use. UFO files at the Barack Obama Presidential Library. Now, you may remember that Podesta was involved with the Obama administration, and he famously was outed by WikiLeaks for talking to Tom DeLonge about UFOs and other people about UFOs. Podesta is intensely interested, apparently, in the subject of UFOs and looked into all that he could for Barack Obama. Perhaps some of these documents shed some light on what Podesta and others within the Obama administration did to try to get to the truth about the UFO file. I, like many people, believe that there is some secret shadow government that is in control of the UFO files and even withholding information from sitting presidents. But, you can believe what you will. So John says the Obama Presidential Library just informed me that they have approximately 3,440 pages and 26,271 electronic files that pertain to my request for ATIP, UFO, UAP, and OSAP information. If true, John states, I am absolutely floored that the Obama Presidential Library has that. I posted this fact on Twitter, and to my surprise, international media exposure quickly followed. Vice News, Huffington Post, and Bild from Germany, and many others have picked up the story. Below you will find the actual letters published in full, which is the heart of the story. They sent him a letter. This letter is response to your Freedom of Information Act request dated January 23rd, 2022 for access to Barack Obama presidential records pertaining to documents and communications about Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program and photos and videos of unidentified flying objects, unidentified aerial phenomenon, and the Advanced Aerospace Weapons Systems Application Program. The Barack Obama Presidential Library received your request on this date. FOIA requests for Barack Obama presidential records are processed and reviewed for access under provisions of 1978 Presidential Records Act. Yeah, but the interesting part of this is not that they have all of these. You saw here we have not just documents, they have electronic files, which really made me very interested, because that could mean that there are videos, UFO videos, somehow in the presidential records and library that the public could soon have access to. I think John does a great job at going after these things and trying to keep our government honest, and you know, he should be applauded for that. He really goes out of his way. But so the good news is there is a literal treasure trove of documents and electronic files, which could be radar data. It could be video files of UFOs or UAPs. It could be many, many things. But the good news is there's a treasure trove there, and they told John Greenwald Jr. that they're going to get him the documents that he requested. But here is the bad news. This second letter to him says, as stated in our letter dated February 18th, part of the request has been piggybacked onto a FOIA request previously submitted for similar records. The request that yours is piggyback onto is a complex unclassified electronic queue, and there are 64 requests ahead of this queue. Our best estimate at this time is it may be completed in approximately 12 years. So apparently the Obama Presidential Library has this treasure trove of information about UFOs, UAPs, ATIP, the government's UFO programs, and more, and all of these electronic files. But it's going to take them approximately 12 years to complete the request and give John these documents and these files. Next, they go on to say, as stated in our letter dated March 10th, 2022, part of the request is in the complex, unclassified electronic queue, and there are 87 requests ahead of yours in this queue. So for part of it, it's going to take them 12 years to get John the documents and release the files. The next part of his request is in a different queue here, they say. Part of complex electronic queue, and there'll be 87 requests ahead of yours in this queue. They say that our best estimate at this time is that it may be completed in approximately 16 years. 16 years. Half the files are going to take them 12 years to get to John from the Black Vault. The other half are going to take 16 years. Next, if you have any questions regarding your FOIA, please contact the staff. So to his credit, John from the Black Vault then went back to them. There's a little bit of a follow-up to this story. So John from the Black Vault hears these estimates of 12 and 16 years, and he's like, wait a minute, that's crazy. So John goes back to them and he says, let's take out any public media, because sometimes in the presidential library and documents, they'll just be copies of news stories or stuff like that. So John went back to them and said, hey, let's try to speed this up, and let's take out anything that is already public information. Just give me the stuff that has not been made public. And they came back to him and basically said, you know, that'll take a little bit of time off, but it's still going to take us 12 or 16 years to fulfill this request. I don't know about you, but you know, when people say there's no UFO cover-up, I love to point to stories like these, Because if there's no UFO cover-up and the government truly wants to be transparent and honest as insofar as what they actually know about the UFO phenomenon or aliens or whatever, why do they do things like, well, we do have these records that you want, but it's going to take us 12 to 16 years to get them to you? I mean, what's the point of having a FOIA, right? What is the point of having a FOIA request if it's going to take them 16 years to get these documents? And listen, to his credit, John kind of goes in spurts, I've noticed. Like, he'll request a lot of stuff, and then the government will say, well, that's going to take us 9 years or something. And he just goes, okay, I still want the documents. And then, interestingly, years later, sometimes he will post that, oh, look, I finally got this FOIA. I finally got the information I requested through FOIA 8 years ago. It's kind of funny. Look at that. Bex with a kind and generous 50 NOK. I think that's Norwegian money. I'm not really sure. I think it is. 50 NOK. Yes, that's about $6. So thank you for your kindness and generosity and your support. You'll notice a money button down there. If anybody is feeling generous, you can throw a couple of bucks in our hat and keep us producing this great content here. Thank you very much, NOK. Knock, for your kindness, your generosity, and your support. It is much, much appreciated. We're a viewer-supported show, and some of the best ways, there's a few good ways that you can support our show. The first is to become a Patreon supporter for as little as $1 a month and get the extra content that I don't make public, or that is on Patreon before it is made public. You get kind of a backstage pass, get things first, extra content as well. We do a monthly show journal, sort of a backstage pass of what's going on behind the show, and more, plus all my music. You can send a PayPal donation, and you can also throw a couple of bucks in our hat through Cash App. It's Truth Seeker Show, one word. Oh, no. One second, friends. Yeah, I had this strange thing happen right before showtime. I think that the Chrome browser updated itself, without asking me if it should update. And then all my passwords, all my auto-saved passwords got wiped. So I almost thought I wasn't going to be able to do the show because I have two-step verification and it wasn't sending the code to my phone. I had to reboot my phone and suddenly I got it back into everything. But I want to thank Initials DB for a kind and generous $50 PayPal donation. And by the way, instructions for how to do a PayPal donation are in the description of this video. And DB writes a note. Me just came home from work, lit a Camel, hit the remote control twice, even went upstairs to grab a fresh pair of AAA batteries and hit the remote a third time, hard on. But the VCR did not shut down. That's when we realized immediately there was no VHS tape inside. I tell everybody I'll read whatever message you send. I don't know where this is going. It was my #1 favorite UFO show, Broody, on YouTube live stream. Mr. Stephen Cambion with a super sexy girl named Trixie, which I fell in love with on my own. What great, wise, cool, and amazing hero show host you are. The ultimate best show host in the universe and the underverse out there. Deutschland liebt truth seekers. I believe that means Germany loves truth seekers. Well, thank you very much. He goes on to say, me just came home from work. Yeah, okay. So that was it. So if you send me a PayPal donation, put your chat room user ID, add a note, and anything you want me to read on air, and I will read your message, however strange or however weird, right? Complaisir says, no VHS tape. Yeah, I don't know if he was trying to tape Truth Seekers on a VCR. So I don't understand that. But yeah, so interesting that we have Canada is so quick to release all their UFO information, and the United States apparently wants to take 16 years to release the same amount, I don't know, not the same amount, but you know what I mean. It's just interesting to me that Canada's like, yeah, you want these reports here? Here they are. Here's all we got. And the Barack Obama Presidential Library is telling John Greenwald from the Black Vault, hey, we have all this information, but there's people ahead of you, bro. So it's going to take 16 years before we can get you the files. Amazing. Like, how I'm calling the Barack Obama Library myself tomorrow. And I want them to explain to me why it's going to take 16 years. And if I don't get a sufficient answer, then I'm going to keep going up the chain and asking for supervisors or who's your boss? Go to that guy's boss. No, really. Why is it going to take 16 years? I'd like to know how it takes 16 years to print some documents, scan them, and then send them, right? One moment. Check one. Yeah. I heard that something USB plugged or unplugged, and I was concerned about the microphone. So we're good. Now, interestingly, I mentioned at the start of this broadcast that we have David Wilcock and Corey Good are apparently back making regular appearances on the internet, at least, and videos. Interestingly, there's some drama developing between there's some interesting drama between Corey Good and Billy Carson, because apparently Corey Good is advertising some event where he is saying that Billy Carson will be a speaker there. There's a thread on Twitter about this. Lots of kinky Kundalini presentation and a splash of Billy Carson, not even be movie worthy. This is the Ra-Ma Festival Temple of Spring presenter lineup, and Corey Good is one of the, I don't know if he's the event organizer or if he's just one of the speakers, but apparently this event is saying that Billy Carson is also appearing there. And Billy Carson went on Twitter and says, I am not in that event. I have no idea what that event is, and I never have and never will work with Corey Good. If they are using my name for ticket sales, then my attorneys will be sending a letter. So what's the deal? I've got to dig into this a little bit more. Is Corey Good just saying that people are appearing at a conference he's organizing or running, and they don't even know that they're at the appearance? They're appearing there? Very strange part of the story. Next, we get back to David Wilcock, which is I don't know what's going on with that guy, but it's very interesting that he is making these bizarre videos. Also worthy of note, I wanted to just make sure that we mention this because it's important. Apparently, Project Unity recently just interviewed Admiral Bobby Ray Inman, intelligence officer and admiral. And I just want to mention this. Hey, Richard Dolan, your Wilson documents just fell apart again. Because for those that don't recall, Richard Dolan called the Wilson documents the UFO leak of the century. Then he had somebody named Mr. X, his anonymous source, come on and try to explain why they're real. First of all, the whole story starts with Stephen Greer, who is about as credible as Jerry Springer when it comes to real information. You know, the man who lied and said he briefed sitting presidents but never did. The man who lied and said he briefed sitting vice presidents but never did. CIA directors but never did. You know, Stephen Greer, the guy who used a dead baby to scam people out of money, claiming it was an alien. The whole Wilson document story starts with Stephen Greer. So forgive me if I'm a little skeptical of that story. First, the NRO document that proponents and supporters of the Wilson document story say prompted Admiral Wilson to go look for those UFO programs turned out to be completely and totally fake, as if some four-star admiral doesn't know the difference between a real classified document and a completely bogus fake made-up one. The whole Wilson document story is bullshit. But I found it so funny that this Admiral Bobby Ray Inman gave an interview to Project Unity in which basically he said, there is no crash retrievals. I would have known. None of that's true. So, gee, Richard Dolan and his fake anonymous source, Mr. X, claimed that Bobby Ray Inman was in on some of that Wilson document stuff, in some of the meetings with Admiral Wilson. And if we could just get to that Bobby Ray Inman, he might be able to confirm these crash retrieval stories. Well, now we have our answer, because basically Admiral Bobby Ray Inman, who happens to be in his 90s right now, God bless him, had a very distinguished, amazing career in military intelligence for most of his life. He was asked about crash retrievals and basically said, first of all, I was in on a lot of things at LANL and the JPL, Jet Propulsion Laboratory. There is no signs of life anywhere in our solar system. And as far as crash retrievals, no, never happened. So here is another really shocking indicator that Richard Dolan is pushing garbage along with his fake anonymous source friends, right? And you gotta love a guy who has such balls as Richard Dolan. Like, Richard Dolan's got balls. He's like, here's what I'm gonna do. I am going to bring on a completely anonymous source on my show. And then that anonymous source is going to say that Bobby Ray Inman was in on these meetings about the crash retrievals. And then my anonymous source is going to say that Bobby Ray Inman and Admiral Wilson were good friends. And they were both interested in the search for the UFO truth, right? Basically, Richard Dolan brought in an anonymous source who ascribed all kinds of things to Bobby Ray Inman, trying to prove those Wilson documents are real. But see, this is the problem with anonymous sources, and also the problem with some clown like Richard Dolan, UFO leak of the century. Yet piece by piece, that entire story has come crashing down. But it has been, I will have to say that Wilson document story, it didn't come crashing down like a house of cards. It came crashing down like a slow motion house of cards. First, we lose the NRO document, and turns out that whole reason that they said Admiral Wilson went running around looking for the UFO crash retrieval program is because of this NRO document that Stephen Greer gave him. Then we find out that NRO document is completely and totally fake, and Richard Dolan missed that. How does a man who's supposed to be a student of history and classified projects not know that an obviously fake document is fake? I'm no expert, but I looked at it and knew it was fake. I don't get it. Then Richard Dolan brings on Mr. X, an anonymous source, who, by the way, this is the first time I've ever heard. This is why I say Richard Dolan's got balls, because he brings on an anonymous source who then cites more anonymous sources to prove that those documents are anything other than fiction. And by the way, the documents were reportedly written by Eric Davis after he had a meeting with Admiral Wilson, but he won't confirm or deny that he wrote them. Isn't that interesting, right? Admiral Wilson has declared them a work of fiction. And no matter how much mental gymnastics or anonymous sources that clown Richard Dolan brings in, right? Hey, Richard Dolan, what are you going to do? Have Mr. X cite 7 more anonymous sources? I'm not kidding you. If you listen through to this saga, Mr. X, Richard Dolan's anonymous source, not only does he cite more and more and more and more anonymous sources, I think 4 or 5. So we got Richard Dolan trying to prove these documents are real by bringing in an anonymous source who says they're real, who then cites 4 or 5 more anonymous sources. Then Richard Dolan's anonymous source lies through his teeth and says that Admiral Bobby Ray Inman was in some of these meetings about the crash retrievals and what knew about Admiral Wilson's search for the truth about alien crash retrievals. Then somebody gets to Admiral Bobby Ray Inman. And isn't it interesting, when asked about crash retrievals, he said, none of that happened. No, there's no crash retrievals. We have not retrieved anything alien. Interesting. But again, this is where we're at, and this is where we find ourselves. Clown Richard Dolan can make, I don't know, thousands, tens of thousands of dollars selling a completely fake, made-up story, right? Completely fake, made-up story. Close the door, Zach. Close the door. My son Zach is at the door. So, this is where we're at, and this is where we find ourselves. I'll see you later, Zach. I don't know. Zach's in a giddy mood today. He's been laughing and running around like a maniac since he got home from school. So I just find it interesting. And by the way, I'm going to reach out to that Bobby Ray Inman and try to get an interview. And I'm going to play for him exactly what clown Richard Dolan's idiot Mr. X said. Everything that, all the things that guy said that Bobby Inman was in, this admiral was in on to try to prove those documents are anything but fake. I'm going to play it all for him. And then I want him to listen to that and tell us if he has any knowledge of the bullshit that Richard Dolan and his fake anonymous sources have been pushing about those fake Wilson documents. Hey, Richard Dolan, time to get a real job, buddy. You suck at this. Richard Dolan sucks balls at this. All Richard Dolan can do is rehash old bullshit stories and try to convince you that his new bullshit stories have any validity. But they all come crashing down under scrutiny. Here we have this admiral that Richard Dolan's anonymous source ascribed all kinds of, oh yeah, Bobby Inman, he was in on this. We're sure of it. He was in on all this. Really? When asked about crash retrievals, we have not retrieved any alien. Nope. Nothing. Great job, Richard Dolan, you clown. Why don't you get a real job, bro? Right? How many millions of dollars has Richard Dolan made selling fake alien stories? How much money did you get paid for those fake Roswell slides? That story you were pushing for how long, right? Or what about the fake CIA deathbed confession video that Richard Dolan interviewed, I don't know, 3 or 4 years after the guy died? That was amazing. That's amazing. What balls Richard Dolan has. You know what? This is a great story about aliens, but the problem is the primary or principal source of the story died several years ago, but me and Jeremy Corbell are going to go interview him anyway. Oh, and I have more information on that I'll be dropping soon. Doesn't paint either Jeremy Corbell or Richard Dolan in a good light. No, they're UFO profiteering hucksters. That's what they are. They don't care if the story's true. They don't care if the guy who originally told the story died already. They're still going to push the story and make some money off of it. Amazing. But, why does anybody actually expect credibility in this thing, right? I think a long time ago, back in the day, there were some people who you could consider credible researchers. But I think the longer that, the smoking gun evidence was never found, the more con artist types rushed into this thing to say, hey, there's lots of money to be made here. Who cares if any of this shit is true? And this is where we're at, and this is where we find ourselves, right? I think that anybody expecting credibility out of anybody in this thing is going to be sorely disappointed. And let's see, in other news of UFO clowns, right? Lou Elizondo recently, he just posted a UFO report by a private company, right? And we all know that Lou Elizondo is not a good researcher. In fact, I think that he has barely read anything on this subject the more that I listen to him talk, right? It just appears to me that he is not very knowledgeable on this subject and continually gets caught posting bullshit as something valid, right? We've seen him recently. He was citing the Sun newspaper, which is basically like, aliens stole my baby, Elvis is alive. That's what the Sun newspaper is all about. And Lou Elizondo is posting that, right? But recently he posted a UFO report that contained absolutely, totally fake images. And I guess he didn't know that there was a bunch of fake images in that report that he is saying, oh, good, this is really a good report, and it's very transparent. Transparency is increasing about these things. Well, transparency of people pushing fake UFO photos included in the report were pictures of a TR-3B that have been verified to be polystyrene models and not real UFO photos. But that didn't stop Lou Lizolato from posting that report and talking about how it's good that transparency is increasing and people are more open to talk about it. And by the way, I don't understand anybody who follows Lou Elizondo thinking that he is some kind of UFO messiah for disclosure, considering I don't know anything that he did. Apparently, he immorally, unethically, or maybe illegally rubber stamped the release of some drone footage. That's what all that was. I believe those 3 videos are drone footage. The release even states as much. So he releases drone footage while he's in a position in the Pentagon to be able to do that. Somehow he hands that off to Christopher Mellon, and those two go off to TTSA and make a ton of money with TTSA. By the way, did anybody from TTSA make any money? All those people that invested, or did those people involved with TTSA just steal all the investors' money and spend it? Because I can't find a single investor in TTSA that made any money. But we sure see Tom DeLonge made money. I guess Christopher Mellon made money. Lou Elizondo made some money, right? Then he got a television deal out of it for releasing those videos. And the television show was largely based on the videos that he basically stole from the Pentagon, if you ask me. Videos, which, by the way, are reported to be drones by people in the know, sources close to that story. So where's the UFO messiah, and why is this guy a UFO celebrity, right? Why is he getting book deals? Why is he getting book deals? Why is he getting TV show deals based on videos which largely prove nothing, right? They largely prove nothing. Yeah, I was trying to find the can't at the moment due to my I had this, like I said, I had this tech problem right before start. 1 second. I'm going to try to locate it. Okay, I think I got it. Thank God for history. And it was Michael Huntington who pointed out that somebody ought to explain to Lou Elizondo that he just shared some stupid UFO report, which, by the way, it's from a private organization I never heard of, but it is what it is. And included in that report, Michael Huntington is, I don't know that guy, but I like him because he's right there to correct people on their bullshit. Michael Huntington writes, is your favorite UAP guru aware that these Belgian wave UFO pics are admitted hoaxed polystyrene model images? So the UFO messiah, the guy who's going to bring us disclosure when all he did so far is bring us some shitty quality drone videos. Yeah, that guy who's going to bring us disclosure is sharing more fake shit. Just like he stood there on a stage at that TTSA fake press conference to an empty auditorium where they showed pictures of balloons that they claimed were Tic Tac UFOs. Now he's sharing fake TR-3B images in a report and doesn't know that they're fake TR-3B images, or apparently doesn't care. Some of these guys are so desperate to look like they're in the know about secrets about UFOs that they're basically willing to share anything, right? Lou, these are fake pictures. You shouldn't be sharing fake shit. You look like a dummy now. Lou Elizondo, you look like a dummy sharing a report with this fake shit. And by the way, I looked over that report, and it's really, it looks to me like a bunch of UFO dorks got together to write up this report, and there's information in there that I guess somebody should verify. The images that they're using are largely fake, as we see here in this report. So what is Lou Elizondo bringing us? Oh, that's right. He's bringing us a UFO report written by a private company nobody ever heard of that includes fake pictures of UFOs like this. How does that help disclosure? Sharing fake shit, Lou Elizondo. Why are you sharing fake shit? I don't understand. I don't get it. Yeah. So back to our favorite, I don't know, new age con artist, fake psychic, David Wilcock. I was so shocked and surprised by this video. I don't know if he's trying to like humanize himself. Like, look, I'm a regular guy. Here's me hanging out in my house. And now somebody just sent me, I see that he's like posting videos of like a moose in his backyard. I mean, good for you. You live in Colorado. There's moose, right? But I don't understand him posting that. But I'm going to cite fair use once again. We're going to share just a little bit of this bizarre video he posted of how to survive a snowpocalypse. Look, David Wilcock, what kind of are you that much of like I don't know if he's like a woman or just effeminate or, actually that's insulting to women. Is he just effeminate? Like 6 inches of snow is enough to make him lose his fucking mind? Like you live in Colorado in the mountains, bro. You should get 6 inches of snow once a week. It's not a big deal. But in true drama queen fashion, as usual, David Wilcock turns this into some big, huge event. We've had a snowpocalypse and the power is out. Oh my God, how will I survive? I'm going to have to light a fire or I'll freeze to death. And here's where things get stupid, okay? David Wilcock lives in a 4,000 square foot log cabin mansion. And he is in his garage in this bizarre video showing people his massive supply of firewood, which turns out to be one wheelbarrow. Do you know what a wheelbarrow is? One wheelbarrow full of old, dry, looks like rotted wood to me. Then he goes on to state in the video that this wood is probably 10 or more years old. And remember that during the video, he's giving people advice on how to survive a snowpocalypse when the power is out. And I'm here to tell you, David Wilcock, you look ridiculous and childish and stupid. For you to go tell people, you know what you do? Just go into your garage where you got one wheelbarrow full of 10-year-old dry as shit wood, and you'll survive. First of all, listen, I have a cabin in the mountains, and one wheelbarrow of firewood would last me one day in a very tiny cabin. It's less than 1,000 square feet. So one wheelbarrow of wood would last me one day and one night probably, if I, stoked the fire just right and didn't burn it too hot, kept the damper down. One wheelbarrow full of wood is enough for one day and one night. This guy has got a 4,000 square foot mansion, and he's got one wheelbarrow full of wood that's 10 years old. This is bizarro land. But somehow he's going to tell you how to survive a snowpocalypse, and he's teaching people how to start a fire with 10-year-old wood. Do you know how fast 10-year-old dry as shit wood burns? And I found it funny and interesting that throughout this 2.5, 3-hour video that he posted, he's lighting a fire like 3 different times. It must be that he lights the fire and that dry as shit wood that he has from 10 years ago that the previous owner left him somewhere on his property is so dry that it burns out in an hour. And again, he's lighting a new fire. And here's another thing, he's acting like he's an expert in how to survive this kind of a situation. He couldn't get his generator running. The man has a huge gasoline powered generator, the kind of generator that is like $10,000 or $20,000 to go with a big house. It's very common if you live in a home or an area that has frequent power failures. People, especially rich people, will get one of those $10,000 or $20,000 huge generators. You put it on the outside of your house. When the power's out, you go out there and you start it, and then you've got power until power is restored. Apparently, David Wilcock, the man with the 180 IQ, who's smarter than Einstein, the man who is going to invent and bring the world free energy devices and hover cars and anti-gravity technology, can't figure out how to start a generator. Let's just let that sink in. He can't start a generator. Not that I'm surprised, you know. He even mentions, oh, I've got to get the instructions out, right? Like, dude, there's a switch. It's not. I've seen big generators like that. It's not rocket science. There's a switch somewhere, David, and there's usually a switch in the house by your electrical box too, where you have to switch from grid power to generator power. So, you know, maybe that'll help David Wilcock, and he'll be able to, you know, get his generator going and power back on. But we are going to cite fair use once again. This is a transformative work. We're educating the public about how David Wilcock, the man with the 180 IQ, father of free energy and hover cars, can't work a generator, and apparently doesn't know shit about firewood and heating your home with wood. Friends, in a 4,000 square foot house, a one wheelbarrow full of 10-year-old dry rotted wood is going to last you 2 hours. Okay. I'm just putting that out there. I'm no expert. But apparently even I know a lot more about fires, fireplaces, and wood heating than David living in a $2 million mansion Wilcock. But it is what it is. So let's share a part of his bizarre new video, David Wilcock Hangout. Snowmageddon blackout at 8,600. Great.
So here we go again. So
here's his massive wood supply. Look at it. It's not even a full wheelbarrow full of wood. And he's going to survive a snowpocalypse with this little bit of firewood.
Case. We have the luggage container. This is like carry-on luggage.
You know, it's interesting. My wife just got me one of those. It's basically a big long thing with straps on each end, and you put the firewood in there. It makes it easier to carry it in. For that, I agree with them.
And you're going to load this up carefully. And since I don't have gloves on right now, you really have to be very, very careful about splinters. This, by the way, this is an amazing piece of bark. I mean, that sucker is going to burn like you cannot imagine.
Yeah, all this wood, if it's truly 10 years old, is going to burn in about 3 minutes, David Wilcock. Jesus Christ.
Maybe we'll burn that together. That'll be great. Let's do that at the beginning. Okay. So you just kind of get this thing loaded up here.
Now, just for context, let me remind you that David Wilcock lives in a 4,000 square foot log cabin mansion. And apparently, the only firewood he has is a half a wheelbarrow of 10-year-old rotted wood.
And you can put a lot in this. I mean, pretty effective that way. So I'm going to move it to a better location here. All this stuff has been sitting in my yard probably for at least, and I'm just going to guess, 10 years, maybe. I don't think they ever...
David Wilcock is trying to survive a snowpocalypse. That's what he called it, which is 6 inches of snow. He's trying to survive a snowpocalypse with 10-year-old wood, a half a wheelbarrow load. But remember, David Wilcock is an expert on prepping and how to survive in grid-down situations. Sure he is.
Really use this firewood, and it's just been sitting around maybe even since they built the house around 2000, 2002. So this wood may actually be 20 years old. It probably is, but it's still, amazingly enough, burns wonderfully well. It smells good. It is
burns wonderfully well. Look at it. It looks like dry rotted. I would throw that in a campfire outside. I wouldn't even burn that inside my house. It's so bad.
A little bit moist. this point.
He said moist.
And everything smells wonderful, by the way. I mean, the smell right now, you just it's great. Okay, so now I've got the whole thing. However, this is a two-handed carry. There's no way I can do this in film. So we'll cut this and end up in the fireplace area with the wood. Okay, we are back, and we have now got our firewood ready. And I cleaned it up a little bit, although my muddy boots have created quite an enormous mess on our hardwood floor. That's easy to clean. Nothing to worry about at all.
Oh, it's nothing.
It
Oh,
looks
good.
terrible, but it will clean right up in no time.
Yeah, maybe if your wife was still there, she would tell you to take your shoes off before you come in the house with muddy boots, bro, in $1 million mansion.
So we have in the burn pile here, we have a copy of the Epoch Times. You know, in case I ever, or maybe I'm just going to read it. I don't know. It's there. All right, it's there. So,
Ooh, was that a dig at the former cult that used to help him spread his alien messages? Maybe.
Trump's going to make sure that we do this right. So here's the this piece is also wet. They're all wet. That's the problem from snow.
So not only does he have 10-year-old dry rotted wood, it's also wet. Great. What an expert on starting fires and surviving a grid down situation David Wilcock is.
But this is pretty good. Okay. So see what he's going to be happy with here. So yeah, this has got a little bit of moisture in it, but not too much. And then of course we got Bubba Kush. That's what I've chosen to name him.
Oh my
And
God.
he is just going to light up like you can't imagine. So we're going to put him in there. And we got.
And by the way, this is like the third video of him making a fire in one video.
Spectral out of Bubba.
I don't understand him one bit.
Bubba's going to go.
See, David Wilcock, you start the fire in the morning, and then you have good firewood, and you load the wood box as needed, right? You don't let it go out every time you start a fire and then light another one.
There. And then we'll put some additional bark underneath him to bolster the effect.
I'm so glad David Wilcock's going to teach us all how to start a fire. I would have never known how to do this if not for David Wilcock's kindness and generosity and sharing his advanced knowledge of survival skills with us, like how to light a fire with 10-year-old dry rotted wood.
And then Bubba's going to dry everybody.
This is so bizarre.
Got him going.
Why am I watching this?
Pack other stuff around. We want it to be up.
Yeah,
on
Mark Toronto from the killer cabal tree to try to
There's
take him
still
out.
some smoldering embers in here, so I could probably even blow on it, but you don't want to do that because then it's going to get ash everywhere.
This is so bizarre.
Okay, this guy is the one I really want to make into a spectacle.
Cock hair? What? Oh, this is getting stranger and stranger.
This is going to be incredible. Burning this piece.
Wilcock wiped his ass on the hardwood floor.
Do it right, though. It's got to be kind of on its side. Yeah, we wedge it right in like that. That's perfect. We got Bubba.
Oh my God. Dude. Yeah, first of all,
and
I gotta
then,
stop
last
this.
but not least, we'll put this
I
here.
gotta stop this. Look at how big the pieces of wood he's put. Look, David Wilcock, you gotta start with small pieces. It's called kindling. Look it up, right? Oh my God.
And then behind Bubba, get some brown paper bag. What else can we do? We definitely don't want to burn President Donald Trump. I don't think that shouldn't be in the burning pile. It's America's revival. I mean, come on. So let's take just a
Oh, look at that. He's got fire start bricks. That's cheating, David Wilcock.
random paper bag. That's what they're here for.
Only
Roll
David
it up a little
Wilcock
bit like this.
is such a narcissist that he thinks everybody wants to watch him light 3 fires with old rotten wood.
And then let's stick that sucker right in there. And that's going to make Bubba light up from the front and the back. As it curls around to the back, it will.
This is so cringe, man.
Ooh, this is looking pretty juicy. What do you think? Do I add anything else? I think this is probably going to work.
Yeah, why don't you add some real firewood, dude? You know, I almost feel bad for him. Poor guy, his wife left him. He's sitting around a $2 million mansion with no power, which in many cases means the heater doesn't work because you need the spark to start the igniters, and many are electric ignition. So he's sitting around in his $2 million mansion. He's got firewood that I would throw in the trash. But you know, like the ridiculousness of him telling people that he's going to heat his 4,000 square foot mansion with 10-year-old dry rotted wood. It's just ridiculous, man.
If I just torch up that brown paper bag over here and then over here, maybe I want to let's beef up the backside of Bubba just a little bit more.
I don't even know why I'm watching this. I watched it earlier. And by the way, you can tell his wife is gone because his whole place looks really cluttered and dirty.
This way we're going to get quite the fire delight. Okay, here we go. There, now that is just crazy. Okay, look at the potential that resides.
And by the way, even with the blower, he's not heating a 4,000 square foot house with this little wood burning insert fireplace. No way. Even with good firewood. And he's got garbage that he's trying to, you know, he'd be better off like, you know, cutting up some of his wood furniture and throwing that in there.
And what's going to happen when you light that on fire? You got that crazy, crazy big piece of bark back there. Bubba, as we called him. You got a few pieces of wood now. All right. So this is starting to get crazy. Then, once it gets going, we'll take some of these other pieces. In fact, it's not really a terrible idea to put this in now. Let's do that. That way it'll start to dry it off a little bit.
Oh man.
It will eventually burn. Maybe it'll burn right away. All right, this just gives us even more opportunity and more potential to be incredible. Are you ready?
Yeah, he should burn his books to stay warm.
We're going to do it at the bottom, starting right here. Oh, yeah. And we hit this one on the bottom. Until there's just no other way. Oh,
I agree,
Amy.
Amy.
Look at this. Time to close the door up. Will they burn? Do they want to? It's starting to say yes. Starting to say yes.
Meth torch, maybe. Yeah, I don't know. Crack pipe torch.
Now it's really starting to say yes.
Good point. I didn't think of
Look,
that.
I was so stupid I didn't open the thing. That's why it's not doing any good. Okay, now that the smoke can get out, now it's really going to go. Because you see this curling smoke on the door? You really don't want that. Because that's where you get creosote and this shit. That
Well,
comes out
nobody
the
wants
door
to
that you
buy
can't
his
get
books.
off.
You might as well
So
do
that's
something
kind of
with them.
bad. So we're going to open it up a little bit. Just give it some ventilation up top. That'll get rid of that smoke. All right, smoke is gone. Now we close it again. And now
He's starting a fire. He's surviving
our fire is happy.
with 10-year-old wood.
And you see, I forgot to do the things I told you, and look at what happened to me. I got all smoked out.
Well, I'm on twice. I had to do this twice, Carolyn Barnett. So
now the morning fire ceremony can proceed. I don't know how Bubba is doing back there. He hasn't even really caught on yet. But oh yeah, no, he's burning from the back, definitely. Yeah, this is gonna be great. All right, this is a good one.
Fire engines, yeah.
Okay, so now that we've got our fire situated, it's time for the hero breakfast. And the first breakfast that you have is not a breakfast, it's actually a shake. So I've got everything laid out here.
All right, we're gonna
rock this breakfast. I'm gonna show you exactly what to do, how I do it.
Yeah, here's how to survive in a grid down situation. You got to have frozen red raspberries, frozen blueberries, rice milk, and frozen cherries. Looks like frozen peaches, maybe, and coconut smoothie milk. You know, all these things that need to be refrigerated. This is what you need in a grid down situation. Again, the ridiculousness of David Wilcock. It's just. It's just too much for me, man. I don't know. Yeah. So I don't really want to see him, you know. Oh, we get more with the wood. And bringing wood in the house is kind of funny.
I'm gonna give it a lot of good fuel for our fire.
Oh, all right, we're done. So apparently, David Wilcock is an expert in how to survive in a grid down situation. Rebecca is asking if he has no power, how is he blending that up? He had a little portable power station, the kind that you plug in, and it includes a battery and an inverter, so you can run small devices or charge your phone. I believe that's how he was doing it, right? Yeah, B. Baker mentioning his place is a mess. Well, in his defense, you should see my cabin. It looks like a frat house, right? It looks like a frat house while my wife is not there. Every once in a while, though, B. Baker, I get disgusted enough that I clean up. So, you know. Amy Collins says, food stash like that will only invite him to be the food. That's not food. That's what food eats. Yeah. Oh, yeah, exactly. He's the father of free energy. Why does he need a generator at all? And with all his free power, what is his problem? Just burn the cabin. Yeah, he had 2 backups from what I had seen. Yeah, these little portable power stations. But interesting that he's going to teach everybody. This is how arrogant and narcissistic he is. He's going to teach everybody how to survive in a grid down situation. And he's giving people terrible advice like, hey, you want to heat your 4,000 square foot mansion? Just use half a wheelbarrow full of 10-year-old rotted wood. I don't understand people who live in $2 million mansions in the first place, let alone $2 million log cabin mansions. And I certainly don't understand somebody not having adequate firewood if power goes out frequently in your area. You can use a good fireplace or wood burning stove to heat your house and cook on until the power gets restored. We've done that here. Where I live, the power goes out occasionally, but I've got a huge supply of firewood, both in the backyard and in the garage here. There's a whole wall is stacked top to bottom with good firewood. And I keep that here because occasionally the power will go out, and with the power, that means we have no hot water and no heat. And I have children, and I'm a father. It's my responsibility to make sure they're not cold. Our wood burner here is plenty sufficient to heat the whole home here. But, you know, I'm not living in a $2 million mansion. It is what it is. Now, the final bit of business is that Corey Good is back. That's right. The biggest garbage man of UFO information, secret space, fake stories, and more is back. And he's done 2 interviews recently. And we can talk for a moment about how desperate Corey Good must be, because first of all, he's not looking good. And second of all, he is now doing interviews with someone called The Missing Link, Jesse H., who has just over 1,000 subscribers. And that may tell you something about how desperate Corey Good is to continue his work. I was going to say con job. He's going on shows that have 1,000 subscribers. Okay. Boy, how far the mighty have fallen, right? He used to have Edge of Wonder to push his garbage, and they went away. Before that, he had Gaia pumping millions of dollars into his fake stories, and then he burnt them. Now he's down to doing interviews with random YouTube channels with 1,000 subscribers. And I got to say, this guy who interviewed him is just as big, if not bigger, of a character than Corey Good, because he's got these big wide eyes and he's just sucking up everything Corey Good is saying, and it is comical. We're going to, once again, we're going to cite fair use. This is a transformative work. We're educating the public and sharing and discussing what we are sharing. Yeah.
Welcome, everybody here back to the Missing Link. Here we are today. We are excited. We're honored to have Corey Good from the Secret Space Program here with us today. How are you today, brother?
Hey, how's it going? I'm doing well. How about you?
I'm doing really, really good. Really, like I said, happy, honored to have you. Your reputation does precede you. A lot of the stuff that you've come out long time ago has been verified, and
what's been verified, you dummy?
Who's been connected with so many different things here with us today. Maybe you could start off with, for anybody who may not know who you are, tell us about your journey. 5 years old, 6 years old. When you first kind of have memories of this whole secret space program and what you've gone through.
Well, I mean, it started very early for me.
Look at this interviewer.
It happened with my grandfather. I had two grandfathers, of course. One of them was in the Navy and served in the Special Forces in the Pacific and has some harrowing stories. And my other grandfather was a conscientious objector, and I think he was a Seventh-day Adventist. But he still wanted to serve, and he was a proud, American. And he went in and go under one of these projects.
I know it. This guy's bizarre.
Type projects where they come in and from what he's told that we're going to inject you with different ailments that soldiers get on the battlefield, and we're going to come up with ways to treat it. And he agreed to do that. But what he didn't know was that
don't stare at me like that, bro.
Injecting him with those viruses were carrying genetic changes that were going to turn on and turn off certain genes. And they, for the next couple of generations, they kept a close eye on all of the family members and were looking for people who would pop up with some sort of an anomaly or ability that they would use.
Yes, this Joker's back.
I popped up about 5 or 6 on their radar.
Look at this interviewer. Oh my God.
They started bringing me into this program.
I watched a good hour of this so far. We're going to cover the whole thing, but in the future. This guy, Jesse Howe, is wide-eyed, licking up everything Corey Good is saying the entire time. It is bizarre. And look at Corey Good, the garbage man of UFOs and the secret space program fake information. All this garbage information. Look at this. It's pathetic.
During the day, instead of going to school, they would take me to Carswell Air Force Base. And I went for about 10 years there of training in what we call the MyLab, Military Abduction Program.
I don't believe so.
But I was in that up until the point to where they drafted me into the secret space program for a 20-year tour, I'd say, where you serve 20 years. Into that 20 years, you're brought back in time, blank slated. Your mind is wiped of the memories, and you're reinserted right back in that point to where you left, to where it's seamless. And so that was the project that I was sort of forced to partake in. And
look at this guy licking it up. He's like, "Oh, it's so amazing."
Years, I just had bits and pieces, no real clear picture, until I had an eye injury. Went in, and I had a detached retina, and they had to do surgery. They injected my eye, and when they did, it caused some sort of trauma recall to where all of the memories came back. And not too long after that, I
look at this guy.
came out, I was trying to give this information to people in the background, but I was brought out against my will publicly. And since then, I did a TV show for a little over 3 years. That was a hit TV show. I've done a couple of documentaries that have been big hits. And I'm doing a bunch of other exciting things to get all of this information out to the public in whatever fashion I can.
So, like a long time ago, they say that Enki was genetically modified humans. They've been kind of doing this to us, genetically modifying us. So is that kind of what you went through? They genetically modified, you know, split it by injecting some stuff into your grandpa. You were technically more modified than what other humans would be?
I think what it was doing is they had this chemical method of turning on genes. They would inject my grandfather with this, and it would turn on certain genes that were just latent within him that would trigger certain abilities. Now, those abilities may not pop out in him, but they'll watch both of his sons.
I know, it's so cringe.
And eventually, one usually pops very strong with any number of different abilities. And when the kids show those abilities, they consider you government property, because it was a government project that your grandfather agreed to, you know, generations ago. And
look at he's so wide-eyed.
Modified you and all of this. So, you know, they have their own beliefs on why they can do things against your will. You know, they always dehumanize people.
Maybe he's a robot
to be able to justify.
Corey Good is using robots.
That's one of the scary things about what they've been injecting into a lot of people right now, is that they're saying that, you know, technically they may be genetically modified, which if that's the case, then now they are certified owned by a company that could own that patent to that human.
Oh God, this guy's too dumb. I can't listen to any more of this. So we're going to bounce out of this, but geez, what a cringeworthy interview. Absolutely cringeworthy. And it gets worse from here, friends. It gets much worse, but we're going to probably cover this on a future show in more detail, right? Is this guy an alien? Good grief. The only genes that were modified were his Levi's. Yeah, they are now government property. I guess we all are now, right? Well, we do. Andruba says you need to get Jesse Howell on your show. Yeah, I just found this whole thing kind of cringeworthy and weird, right? Revenge of the Body Snatchers. What the hell is happening? I know this is the world that we find ourselves. I mentioned the circus. This whole thing is a circus. It's absolutely a circus here. And so catching up, you know, there are a few good stories about UFO related information being released recently, but mostly what we get here is the circus continuing. The grifters out there like David Wilcock and Corey Good. One more thing to share. I'm going to cite fair use, even though this is coming from his public website. But Corey Good has a new course, Surviving Ascension, Spiritual Warfare, Relationships, and Cutting Cords. Online course by Corey Good and Stacy Good. And I just want to ask, what is Stacy Good's qualification to teach any online course about anything? She's married to a guy who tells a lot of fairy tale stories about aliens. So somehow she's qualified to teach a course on Surviving Ascension. I don't know. We're going to read this. Welcome to Surviving Ascension, an upcoming 4-week course on the spiritual warfare, relationships, and cutting cords taught by Corey Good and Stacy Good, with interviews with several additional teachers included. In addition to many hours of teaching and Q&A from Corey and Stacy. Course live streams start April 23rd, Sundays at 2 Mountain Time. Includes unlimited access to watch replays over after the course ends. Through purchasing Surviving Ascension, you gain access to teachings from Corey and Stacy Good. Over 8 hours of video teachings from Corey Good and Stacy Good on subjects referenced in the outline below. Guest teachers and healers, additional bonus interviews and instruction from teachers in the community with many years of experience in the topics. Q&A. Submit your questions for Corey and Stacy at any time through our website and participate in the live online Q&A sessions. Interact with fellow students, online forums, and more through the Essential Works TV website and iOS and Android apps for a limited time. And there's a monthly payment option. One payment of $233. Well, he's discounted. It's usually $333. Now it's only $233, or 3 payments of $77.70. But wait, there's more. Subjects covered. Week 1, recognizing end times madness in yourself and others. Recognizing and responding to spiritual and energetic attacks, karma, negative greetings, and energy vampires. Week 2, an in-depth look at the most common types of negative entities and energy attacks. Yeah, now Mr. Secret Space Program isn't talking about aliens anymore. Now he's talking about ghosts, demons, and shadow beings. Yeah, because he's an expert on that too. Guarding your energy and methods of clearing and protecting your home. Week 3, recognizing when it's time to cut cords in relationships. Recognizing when old beliefs no longer serve you and understand that your truth are also distortions. Week 4, subjects determined by questions submitted. Additional bonus subjects from qualified teachers. Bonus content details coming soon. That means nobody has agreed to take part in his shitty course yet, and he's still trying to desperately find extra people to jam in there that he's probably not paying. All students now have access to private social group and private forums for students of the course on Essential Works TV, where you can discuss the course subjects and post questions and learn more information from our community of students. All students can now send friend requests to other students who choose to be visible in order to be able to send private messages to your fellow students directly through the platform. There are also privacy settings in the account area for those who choose not to participate in any social features. Students can post blog entries to their profile, as well as photos, links, or any other updates they would like to share with the other course students group, with privacy settings per post now available as well. Oh, and there's a payment plan. And more testimonials from Corey's previous course students. And let's remember that the last course that he ran, the lawyer, Liz Lurie, apparently wrote the whole course for him. So he didn't even write the course that people are commenting on here. Somebody else wrote the last course that he sold. Isn't that interesting? Corey Good is one of the most controversial figures in ufology today due to the scope and scale of his life experiences working with the secret space programs and extraterrestrial groups. Through the history of his formal work within SSPs originally occurred many years ago, a series of unexpected events have pushed Corey into the public view and have brought him into the unusual role of serving as a messenger for ET groups who needed someone with his background to work with. 2011, Corey began to experience dream encounters with strange blue avian beings unfamiliar to him. He later learned that interactions in the dream state were part of a preparation course to get him ready for physical interaction. From 2014 to 2017, Corey experienced otherworldly physical meetings with the blue avians who confirmed to him they were absolutely the source of the raw contact. So you too can take the Garbage Man's course for one payment of $233 or 3 payments of $77. Pardon me if I will pass on that. Yeah. It's interesting to me. You know, I know people say things like, well, why you dog on people who sell courses? You know, people need to make a living. And, you know, I'm okay with people making a living, but this guy, Corey Good, has been telling fairy tales for 5 or 6 years now. And look at his schedule. Okay, so he's doing one interview every Wednesday now. That's his work schedule. Work, one interview, so he works 2 hours a week, and we're all supposed to buy his courses, buy his comic books, buy his garbage so that he can live a millionaire's lifestyle and only, quote, work, unquote, 2 hours a week. Interesting, isn't that? That's very interesting. But we've seen time and time again that Corey Good is one of the laziest people I've ever seen. Just like David Wilcock, Corey Good just thinks the world owes him free money, where he could just tell fairy tales and people will just throw money at him and he can live a millionaire's lifestyle. We've seen this sense of entitlement with David Wilcock, with him, and with many, many others. Carolyn says, I doubt he's working too. Yeah, well, look, I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt. But my point is, if he's only doing this for 2 hours a week, how does he not have time to get a real job? Right? How does he not have time to work somewhere? I don't care if he works at like Walmart or Amazon or Home Depot or go Uber for 40 hours a week. But dude, get up off your butt and, earn some honest money. No, it's much easier to just go online and con people with these stupid courses and your comic book nonsense. By the way, Corey Good was selling that comic book for 5 years, and now in April, it'll finally be available. So all that money that he took from people for 5 years, he's going to have to send out all those comic books, or there's going to be problems probably. But what do I know? I was told by law enforcement a long time ago that unless they can prove that he never had any intention of delivering a product, there's no crime there, even if he did make people wait 3-4 years after they purchased it to actually send the comic book. So we'll take a few comments and questions from the live chat. Otherwise, I'm going to bounce on out of here, but we've got more for you tomorrow. That's something that I should mention, and I'll get to that right after this. I wonder how many people actually sign up for his classes. I wonder if he's able to survive off of this con job. Well, Carolyn, according to the lawyer, Liz Lurie, who wrote the last course, he made $750,000 from the last course that he sold, which isn't that hard to do, I guess. It's like every 3 people that sign up is $1,000 at 333 or more than that. So he only needed, a few, 1,000 people to sign up for the course, and he made $750,000. Guess I'm in the wrong line of work. V, I thought he was on disability for his concussion and detached retina from the computer failing on his head at work, the whole lawsuit against his employer. No, I think that what happened in that situation, and I could be wrong, but to the best of my recollection, is that he claimed he was disabled and he was refusing to work. And that's what started the problems with his previous employer, who sent him to their doctor, who said, no, you're fine, go back to work. But I could be wrong. It's been years since I've looked into that situation. Tic-Tac-Toe asking, will you be hosting Goof on Lives or Lives soon, Steve? You and Rich are a good team. Well, he's welcome here whenever, right? Carolyn says, I'm in the wrong profession. Yeah, me too. Yeah, I'm going to start my own courses, William K. Technically I already did, but mine is free. It's called the Mind Hack Project, and it's available right here on our YouTube channel, and it's 100% free. You might have to skip some ads, but otherwise it's free, Okay, so I mentioned something about tomorrow. Some time ago, some bully crybaby bitches cried, complained, and literally bullied one of my guests here to the point where she didn't want to participate here anymore. And that would be one Stephanie from Willow Unity, who reads tarot cards. Apparently, the fact that I hosted a tarot card reader here triggered some assholes so much that they lost their mind and created like 40 hours of content crying about me having a tarot card reader and how I was a sellout and all this other nonsense. But anyway, it was an unfortunate situation, but I didn't want to, convince her to keep coming back here. But when these idiots would come into live chat and say really nasty, terrible stuff and try to bully her into not being here. So we just let it go. And she took, some time off of the show, but we're bringing her back here because it's not a good idea to let other people dictate. I will never again let other people dictate who I can and cannot have as a guest here. The way our Tarot Card Tuesdays used to work is this: you come here in the into our live chat, and we'll have a tarot card reader here in the form of Stephanie live here on air during a live broadcast, and you can ask for a tarot card reading, and she will be giving free tarot card readings to everyone in the live chat, time permitting. Space Exposure is here and says, I like tarot cards. Yeah, me too. And, I do have a little bit of a conflict of interest because according to Christianity, you're not supposed to engage in things like tarot cards, necromancy, divination, but I don't really see the harm in it myself. And I'm interested in the topic of tarot cards and these sort of things, mysterious things. So we will continue to host guests that are interested in similar topics. Stephanie will be here tomorrow. We'll be having Tarot Card Tuesday. We'll return to our normal coverage on Wednesday. There will be a show tomorrow, Wednesday, Thursday, and possibly Friday, depending on my schedule. I actually have a bunch of shows prepared. We have a few Enduring Mysteries, 2 on Bigfoot, and 1 on crop circles. So that's 3 Enduring Mystery shows and more. And I've also, at the request of many people, started looking into Bigfoot and more specifically, so we've got an Enduring Mystery show where we're going to be talking about the whole history of Bigfoot, the first reports and sightings and newspaper articles from, many, many years ago, a few hundred years in some cases. But anyway, and also I'm beginning an investigation into generally the world of Bigfoot researchers, and specifically some of the greatest, I would say, hoaxers like Todd Standing and others. But I've just begun looking into that, and that will be a little bit of time, but it's going to be sort of a deep dive. And it's interesting that I see many, many parallels between the Bigfoot research community and the UFO community. We've got a lot of profiteering hoaxers. We've got a lot of people pushing bullshit in both of those fields. It's very, very similar, eerily similar. And we're going to be breaking some of that down as we continue. I sort of got sucked back into the world of Bigfoot by a friend that I made by accident, who is deep, deep, deep in the Bigfoot research community and has been for, 20 or 30 years. So he's kind of going to help me be my tour guide into the world of Bigfoot and sort of help me to break down some of the hoaxes and other things. There have been some amazing hoaxes, people putting costumes in freezers, claiming they shot a Bigfoot. We have this Rick Dyer who did a whole tour where he put a fake Bigfoot in a display case in a trailer, and he was running around charging admission to see it. All kinds of things like that. But it's interesting to me that the two worlds, the world of UFOs and the world of Bigfoot, are so incredibly similar. So that's what we've got coming up. I've got an awful lot more for you. I'm feeling kind of re-energized about, about many things, and have new plans for the show, for some expansion that we will talk about when things are more solid. But we have been looking into the possibility, the very real possibility, of a Truth Seekers television channel. Now that would be still streaming, but may be available on Amazon Prime or Hulu or other outlets. We're looking into it, and we've got hundreds and hundreds of shows here. So if I can make that happen, I will, and then we will hopefully soon be available on different television streaming networks. And we're in talks to do that. And I'm excited by that because that could mean hundreds and hundreds of thousands of views for us. And one other thing that I would like to mention, it's always good to recognize these little goals, right? These little things that actually do mean a lot. just sort of things. We're just about to hit. I want to remind everybody, please do like, comment, and subscribe. It's very, very important because we're about to reach a major milestone, and that would be to hit 5,000 subscribers. We're just under that now. We are at 4,808. So I need 188 more of you. Or 182 more of you. Sorry, whatever. Just a few hundred more, and we'll be at 5,000. And also, we missed a major milestone. We passed our channel here. We have passed 350,000 views. Unbelievable to me. 350,000 times somebody tuned in to watch what we do here. Actually, we're just about to hit 380. We're at 379,855 views. That's a big deal for us. A very big deal. And I can't thank you all enough for tuning in and helping us to reach these goals, right? It is just a amazing journey that we have undertaken here. And there was something else which I am forgetting. We are vultures. No, we don't. We want real subscribers, not fake subscribers. Fake subscribers doesn't help. Complete Zero reminding everybody, subscribe, subscribe, subscribe. B Baker 5,000. Woohoo! Yeah. Yeah. So things are moving along here. There's a final thing that I would like to mention too, and that is that we have this sort of homemade, because I made it, distribution network where we said that we were going to be on BitChute and Rumble and Daily Motion and a few other sites and Odyssey and other destinations. And some of that has been a tremendous success. Odyssey to me is the best because I just linked my YouTube account to Odyssey. I don't have to do anything. And it might take a day or two, but after a broadcast here, the videos here end up on Odyssey, meaning I don't have to do anything. They copy the text description, they copy the title, they copy the video, and they put it on my Odyssey channel. Excellent, great technology. Now, Rumble, BitChute, and the others require me to upload videos one by one. And as much as I try to tell myself I'm going to catch up, I never do. So until we expand the software here to more streaming locations, I'm going to just drop Rumble and BitChute for now. Now, we've got the channels, I may find some time and start uploading to them again. But just a note that we want to be honest and say, hey, we tried. Some things that I've decided to do here worked very well. The audio podcast works great. I just download the audio from each show, upload it to Spreaker, and Spreaker shoots it out to the 15 or so audio podcast destinations. I don't have to do very much, but this Rumble, BitChute, and others, and then they each have specific requirements. So sometimes the videos have to be converted before they'll take them, and all manner of problems. We want to increase our distribution here, but not at the cost of tremendous time. Because honestly, BitChute, we were doing pretty good with views. Rumble, terrible. I would upload a video and get 3 views. It's not worth an hour for me to convert a video to the Rumble preferred format and upload it, copy and paste all the text and all that stuff to get 3 views. It's just not worth the time. But what I will say is we will be expanding our software here to do 2 things. The first is HD video. For whatever reason, StreamYard at the initial buy-in, whatever that costs, only allows you to do 720p, not 1080. I've got all my webcams are 1080. We should be doing 1080, but they require us to pay them more for that. And the other thing is we can only do 3 streaming live destinations. So we're doing Facebook Live. We were doing Twitch, but switched to Twitter, and of course YouTube. If we upgrade our software, which I'm hoping to do soon, funds permitting here, if we upgrade the software, we will have 8 streaming destinations. So we will put back Rumble, BitChute, Twitch, and other destinations, but it'll be automatic. I'll set it up, and then we will just stream to like 8 locations at once. And then when the show ends, it's there with the text description. In other words, if we upgrade the software, everything will be much more automated, and we won't have to, manually upload to these different sites. So, yeah, that's right, Pragmagic. I'm much more handsome at 1080p. Now, my wife says that the darker it is, the more handsome I get, Pragmagic. So maybe we shouldn't upgrade. Maybe I should downgrade, like stream at 240p or something like that. Yeah, I agree. Sixth Sense says 1080p is better than 720 when text is being displayed for sure. Yeah. So that's where we're at. That's where we find ourselves. We've got lots of new upgrades coming, many new shows. People have already asked where Trixie was tonight. She's stripping, okay? Trixie's not going to be here every night. Trixie has her own things going on. But hopefully we'll hear from Trixie Luce, our new UFO news desk correspondent, very, very soon. So that's about it. That's what I got for you tonight. I wish I could mention a few other things, but I want to keep things. Oh, this Thursday, we will have L.A. Marzulli at 7 p.m. You may remember that we had an interview scheduled with him, and he got stuck on a plane. This Thursday night, 7 p.m. Eastern Time, we'll be interviewing L.A. Marzulli, who you may be aware from the Watchers series, and he has a very Christian perspective into the whole UFO and alien phenomenon, and we're anxious to hear from him. I'm also, I have talked with and spoke with several other people which we're trying to book as guests, including Whitley Strieber. I'd sure like to hear from him because, of course, growing up, I read the book Communion and other things. I'm going to email him as soon as we get off here and try to nail it down. He's agreed to an interview. We just have to figure out our schedules and get that, get it to work. You know how it is. So that's it. That's what I got for you. I'm going to bounce on out of here. I want to take a moment to remind everyone, if you're listening in audio podcast land, you're missing half the fun. Please go over to YouTube, put Truth Seekers, one word in the search bar. You'll see me, the strange guy with the sunglasses. Smash that subscribe button and hit the notification bell, and you too will know when we're doing a live taping for the podcast, and you can come here and not just listen to the story, but be a part of the story. We have this fun interactive live chats. You are most welcome here. We'd love to have you. Come on over, hit the subscribe button, hit the notification bell, and come here and be a part of the live tapings. Tomorrow night, Tuesday, we will have Tarot Card Tuesdays. Stephanie from Willow Unity will be here offering free tarot card readings to anybody in the live chat. So be sure to be here, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's what we're doing tomorrow, and I'm glad to welcome her back. So what else can I say? Always happy when there's an audience. Thank you for coming here tonight and being a part of mine. Until next time, friends, my name is Stephen Cambion. Good night, and God bless all of you.
the masses.
Luis Elizondo, Luis Elizondo, Luis Elizondo, Luis Elizondo.
For the masses.
Luis Elizondo, Luis Elizondo, Luis Elizondo, Luis Elizondo.
For the masses.
Yeah.
For the masses.
Good troubleshoot, good troubleshoot, good troubleshoot, good troubleshoot.
For
the Soul Foundation. The Soul Foundation.
For the
we grifters, we grifters, grifters.
yeah.
We grifters, we grifters, grifters.
For the masses.
We the people have to come together. We the people have to come together.
For the masses.
We the people have to come together. We the people have to come together.
Hi everyone, here and around the world. Tall, white, Nordic, tall, white, Nordic. Hi everyone, here and around the world. Tall, white, Nordic, tall, white, Nordic. The tall, white extraterrestrials. Nordic, the tall, white extraterrestrials. Nordic, the tall, white extraterrestrials. Nordic, tall, white, Nordic, tall, white, Nordic.
UFO disclosure. UFO craft and bodies. UFO disclosure. UFO craft and bodies. UFO disclosure. UFO craft and bodies. UFO disclosure. UFO craft and bodies.
People who might not buy everything you're saying, who are skeptics, have said over and over again, he has no first-hand knowledge. He has no first-hand knowledge. Maybe we shouldn't believe you. When you say you have first-hand knowledge, maybe we shouldn't believe you.
Legally, the fact that we're not alone. We've recovered material and we've recovered documents. And beyond that, the fact that we're not alone. We've recovered material and we've recovered documents. And beyond that, ontologically shocking but also uniting. Any evidence. Ontologically shocking but also uniting. Any evidence. I'm an intel guy. Ontologically shocking but also uniting. Any evidence. Ontologically shocking but also uniting. Any evidence. I'm an intel guy. Daniel P. Sheehan, classified. Daniel P. Sheehan, classified. Daniel P. Sheehan, classified. Daniel P. Sheehan, classified. Crash retrieval operation. Psychological phenomena. Crash retrieval operation. Psychological phenomena.
The death of UFO transparency. The death of UFO transparency. The death of UFO transparency. The death of UFO transparency.
The masses. Masses.
Ontologically shocking but also uniting. Ontologically shocking but also uniting. Ontologically shocking but also uniting. Ontologically shocking but also uniting.
The death of UFO transparency. The death of UFO transparency. The death of UFO transparency. The death of UFO transparency.
Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back. I thought tonight we would take a look into Copetown and see how the so-called heroes of disclosure are doing now that the United States government has called their bluff that they have no real evidence. And it's interesting to watch those that we will be covering tonight. We need to always follow the money. And the fact that this is lost on so many people, I'm going to say this as plainly as I can. All the people that we are covering tonight have collectively made millions of dollars selling their often evidence-free alien stories. So, we really need to keep that in mind as a motive. I do still talk to several people that are way still far in the believer side of the camp. And recently had a conversation with one of those friends who said, why would they just lie about everything, Stephen? They can't be lying about everything. Well, what if they're lying about half of it? We always need to keep in mind the financial motives that these people have. We've heard in court testimony that people like David Wilcock make $1 million from selling one of their courses. He sells a course every year, sometimes 2 courses a year. We've seen Stephen Greer charging tens of thousands of dollars to attend his events and VIP this and VIP that. Stephen Greer has collected millions of dollars in crowdfunding to make his shitty documentaries that don't cost millions of dollars, but that's a story for another time. I thought we would begin with Dr. Greer because these things are getting more and more ridiculous. Dr. Greer once lied to everyone and claimed that he briefed President Trump and Vice President Pence. Then I checked in and fact-checked him on that. It turned out to be completely and totally fake. Donald Trump and Mike Pence, neither of them requested or received any briefing from Stephen Greer. Then he backpedals and says, well, I sent a briefing to the White House. So in other words, he just sent a letter to the White House and he's going to run around like a lunatic claiming that he's briefing presidents. No, you're not. You made that up. And, but now he's briefing President Trump in a comic book that he's selling. So is that comic book fiction? Is it labeled a work of fiction? Because you've all but admitted that you never briefed President Trump. And we contacted Trump's media person who said, Trump's never heard of Stephen Greer. He neither requested or received any briefing from Dr. Stephen Greer. So, the circus rolls on and it's getting more and more ridiculous out here where you can literally catch one of these UFO grifters lying about briefing presidents. And 6 months, a year after you catch them, and they backpedal, they're back with the same fake story. This time it's in a comic book. I'm not kidding you. There's a comic book where Stephen Greer's briefing Trump about aliens. Is it labeled fiction? I don't know. We're going to get into all of this tonight. So we'll take a moment to welcome in the live chat, whether you're chatting on the Twitch chat, the Rumble chat, the Facebook live feeds, the Twitter live feed, Rumble, YouTube, wherever you're chatting at, welcome one and all. We want to take a moment to thank Wreakin' Havoc, longtime show supporter, for 2 things: being a member and a kind and generous $4.99 super sticker. Starting off the show right, we want to thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. A longtime show supporter, Wreakin' Havoc, thank you for helping us to praise the cash as we begin.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
All right, so I thought this is just entertaining to me to watch the Third Phase of Moon interviewing. It's like watching, I don't know, it's like watching 2 thieves right before the big heist that they're planning. Third Phase of Moon is trash, and I'm just going to say it. Stephen Greer, all of his information is trash. I have one of his insider disclosure secrets books that he marketed early on. It is just filled with fake documents and other fake stories and fake evidence and nonsense. And he's just coming off of this ridiculous money grab he did, which he called the big, disclosure 2.0 or whatever. in which he platformed a bunch of people telling alien and UFO stories, all of which had no evidence. None of them had any evidence of their claims. None of them. But hey, we did get some pretty pictures thanks to Michael Stratt. So I guess there's that. And now there's breaking news from the Cousins brothers clowns and Dr. Stephen Greer. And the breaking news is we're selling a comic book. Buy our crap. That's the breaking news. Buy more crap from a guy who keeps getting caught lying to everyone and selling fake stories and evidence-free so-called whistleblowers, right? But hey, let's get into it. I'm going to put my fair use banner up here. This is fair use. It's a transformative work. We are educating the public and discussing and critiquing the video we are sharing. 1 second here. Let's get into it, friends. The Cousins brothers, and boy, do I have some juicy dirt too. Apparently, you know that situation with 1091 not paying all these UFO grifters for their UFO documentaries? Well, apparently, one of those people that was owed money was Third Phase of Moon. And so Stephen Greer found out that 1091 paid them some money, and now he's hitting up them, Third Phase of Moon, because he wants his money since he was the star of that project. So the grift gloves are coming off, and the money's drying up, and they're all losing their goddamn minds. You got to love it. But let's get into this. I hope there's no copyrighted music here. These guys love to use copyrighted music so people don't. Let's just
here we are.
That.
We made it, and we've got a lot of things to talk about in today's episode. Thanks for joining us. Sure. First off, our new documentary is about to drop. Battle for Disclosure is going to be available.
Could you imagine what an ass kisser Blake Cousins must be to fly all the way from Hawaii to Washington, D.C. to do a 21-minute interview with Stephen Greer?
Worldwide. We were here late last year. With regards to the whistleblowers, the National Press Club, so much information has dropped.
So much information has dropped, says Blake Cousin. Yeah, a lot of information or stories. You know what hasn't dropped? Any evidence. None of the people at that conference had any evidence. Zero. None of them. They all had fun stories. Hey, I went in an alien cave and I saw a floating rock. Wow, great. I was I was serving in the Marines, and there was an anti-gravitic craft being loaded with, what was it, weapons first, then human trafficking. Do you have any evidence? No, they took our cameras, right? And then we get the Eric Hecker clown who spent some time in Antarctica as a plumber. He's my favorite. He wore patches and shit. He made himself a fake uniform. He's a disclosure warrior.
We're excited to put this documentary out. What do you think people are going to take away from it?
Well, I hope what people take away is that
another documentary of trash from the Blake brothers or Cousins brothers, whatever, and Greer. Remember, we highlighted how much fake information was in previous team ups, right? It's like the Grifter Squad team up, right? The YouTube channel that has faked more UFO videos than anyone on planet Earth, and Stephen Greer, who has made more money selling absolutely fake nonsense about aliens and UFOs than anybody else on Earth. It's like, when our grifter powers unite, right?
The process of what's going on in Washington on this issue is a very small tip of the iceberg.
How does he know what's going on in
Washington?
Washington?
In the mainstream,
he's the guy who lies about briefing presidents. How does he know what's going on in Washington? Right? When he's not briefing presidents, he's going on secret missions with Billy Gibbons of ZZ Top fame, where he saw alien technology that could regrow limbs, right? Or he's getting offered billions of dollars by the deep state to stop talking about those aliens. It is the point of ridiculousness with this guy. But you got to love it. He's going to tell you all about what's going on in Washington, D.C. from his fake sources and the land of make-believe imagination. Welcome to the circus, friends.
Media, and so far in any hearings, hasn't even gotten to the main event. Now, you know, from the people that I had there and the other people I've talked about and are bringing forward,
the poor guy walking behind him like, what are these wackadoos talking about?
that it's way past secondhand whistleblowers like David Grush. It's going to be people who are actually
the people are trying to not get in the way of the film, but they're filming on a public sidewalk, real big budget. These Cousins Brothers guys,
firsthand folks.
The documentary, the information in there is pretty.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mirror this one. Of course, you got the ads cranked up to maximum, right? There was an ad in the beginning of it that I already skipped. We're 1 minute and 30 seconds in, and there's another ad. You gotta love the greedy Cousins Brothers, right? Let's go back.
To weapons at the North Pole, secret reverse engineered craft, even covert drug running programs with unknown UAPs.
Well, worse than the covert drug running programs are the human trafficking.
Yeah,
going on.
They couldn't decide. It's one guy who keeps changing his story. First, it was gun running operations involving a back engineered extraterrestrial spacecraft. Then it turned into human trafficking because that person, what was he? He was on a podcast where the host really loves human trafficking stories, and suddenly the story changed. And what was his source of information that there was human trafficking going on? Somebody told him that at a Greer conference of bullshittery. So it must be real.
These UAP systems, and those are the ones that when Michael Herrera, the Marine, saw that, the crate, it turns out, a man surfaced and came to the meeting that you were at.
Some random wackadoo was at a Greer event saying, oh, no, I know about that case. That was human trafficking, and they ran with it. No evidence.
Very high up in the system, and he has been involved actively for years in programs where they go to impoverished areas and basically kidnap people to put them into these experimental programs, and they're trafficking them often on the man-made UAPs, like that big circular.
Yeah, you can't human traffic somebody in a van or an airplane or any other form of transport. If you're going to do human trafficking and you're a member of the deep state, you're going to need an alien reproduction vehicle to do that.
Rare assault. Now, sometimes they're trafficked conventionally with helos, helicopters, and what have you. But those are used in UFO tracking programs.
Now there's people walking behind him again, like, this guy's talking to his wife. He's like, yo, these wackadoos are talking about aliens. These two wackadoos. Look at them.
This is bizarre stuff.
Yeah, they're talking about aliens and shit, honey.
And
these wackadoos
basically turn these people into bio machines interfacing with technology and with certain
The guy's telling his wife, hurry up, push the baby cart faster. These wackadoos are scary.
Something happened that I refer to as hacking into the guidance and control systems of ET vehicles and bringing them in so we can hit them.
Yeah,
kill them.
A guy who can't work Twitter is going to tell us all about the top secret technology and hacking and you know, high tech information that he has. He can't work Twitter, this guy.
And sounds like science fiction. It's not. I've known about this since the 90s, and I don't know how far back that program goes, but the man that's involved, who has been running some of these operations intimately, I have been at his facilities. I've been in his chopper. I've flown over the.
Yeah, he's been in the White House briefing presidents too. Do you notice how Stephen Greer's waddling here? He's not walking too good. He's more like waddling. Look at him waddle. See how he's waddling?
These are called peace.
That's because Stephen Greer is full of shit. And he never provides evidence of any of this shit that he talks about. Do you realize he's got a perfect track record of 30 years of never actually providing any proof, just stories?
3 assets. And the P3 assets are the people trained to be able to,
our
do that.
assets.
But it involves transporting.
I don't think I want to sit through 20 minutes of these clowns.
Very
Let's get to the comic book. The comic book is
Their
coming
minds
up.
are more flexible. They're more willing to learn new things. So I think it's great to introduce the facts of this through anything we can. And so that's.
Oh yeah. So here it is. Listen, and you know, I like Michael Stratt. I consider us friendly, but come on, Michael Stratt. You're letting Stephen Greer use your likeness and image as briefing President Trump. The deep state needs to be crushed now. Let's get this over with and bring Dr. Greer in. Mr. President, I assure you, if anyone has knowledge of the ET agenda, it's Dr. Greer. Is this labeled on Amazon as fiction? And Michael Stratt, why are you letting Grifter Greer use you in a comic book telling a fake story about Donald Trump calling him in to get briefed about aliens? That never happened. That never happened. He made that story up. And now his fake made up story is now also using the once credible researcher, aviation historian Michael Stratt, to sell this piece of shit. And I'm sorry to be, you know, I don't want to be unkind to Michael Stratt. You know, I used to think that Stratt is one of those people who is just so, he's so kind and like nice that he doesn't want to say no to people. But come on, Michael Stratt, when you get in a situation where you're literally helping Greer sell a completely and totally fake story in a comic book about President Trump bringing him in to get briefed, it never happened. Either provide the proof of it or apologize for selling people lies, nonsense, disinformation, misinformation, and fake shit. Why are you working with this clown? But, you know, I guess a wiser man than me, what was it? I think it was on The Sopranos, right? Christopher said, nobody has a right to tell you how to make money unless they're covering your nut. I'm not covering Michael Stratt's nut, but I don't think he needs money this bad to allow himself to be used to sell completely and totally fake stories in a goddamn comic book. So now, Stratt, you are helping spread completely and totally fake information to young people. That has, you know, consequences. That's damaging. And I don't know. I looked on the Amazon listing. I don't see it shown as a work of fiction. It doesn't say it's fiction.
Yeah, it's actually quite fun. Brent, my brother, he's the artist, and Paul Asteria and myself, we kind of like fill in the bubbles and create the story. And we take a lot of the storytelling from the people that we watch in the world, such as yourself. So
yeah, so Blake and Brent Cousins, in one of their documentaries, Stephen Greer lied through his teeth and claimed that he briefed President Trump. I fact-checked that as being completely and totally false. They were informed of that. They know that. They know that I covered that was a completely and totally fake story in their documentary, and they still chose to put a completely and totally fake story in this comic book trash of theirs. Why? Because Greer said it, you know, and we had that conversation. Why don't you fact-check him? Well, he won't work with us. Blake Cousins actually said to me, he won't work with us if we check if everything he's saying is true. So great. You're just going to let the guy lie in your comic book? Great job, Blake.
It's a neat story of
these people are scumbags, man.
And it's
these
kind of a
people
battle for
are shady, deceptive scumbags. And look, Greer can't help but waddle. You know why? Because he's so full of shit.
Disclosure. We've got a trailer for you to take a look at right now. Let's just roll that trailer, guys. Take a look at this battle for disclosure.
The battle for disclosure.
Here in Washington, it's 3 p.m.
These clowns saw Corey Good making money on a comic book and decided, well, we need to get that kind of grift going, right? And again, here's President Trump, right? He's got to call in the hero Stephen Greer to get the deep state under control and get to the UAP disclosure information.
Following a developing story, could the military patrol?
Well, you don't just have 2, 3.
Yeah, and look at this. This is great. Here he is briefing Vice President Pence and Trump. Here's Greer in a comic book that recreated the lies he told about briefing President Trump and briefing Vice President Pence. And it's very simple, Blake. If you can't provide proof or evidence that this actually happened, then you're selling lies, fake stories, and propaganda for money. Congratulations, clown. And again, we covered this story. Greer claimed that he briefed every sitting U.S. president since Ronald Reagan. Not the case. There's no evidence of that whatsoever. Greer just makes up stories, and he sells those stories to stupid people, and he has additional staff member stupid people like Blake and Brent Cousins and all their underling goofy idiot UFO hucksters to help him sell his fraud, fakery, and nonsense.
310 trillion.
I can't believe that they put that in the comic book. We were over this, Blake. You know he didn't brief any presidents. You know he didn't brief any vice presidents. You know no presidents asked him to be briefed. But you still put it in the comic book so you can make $1. Brother, can you spare $1, right?
We've given so far $171 million.
Most of the work being done on this are private corporations.
And there's Michael Stratt and the President Trump, right? Oh yeah, we need to bring in Dr. Greer. He'll know what you should do about the aliens, Mr. Trump.
$1 million.
Most of the work being done on this are private corporations.
And hey, I don't know. For all I know, Michael Stratt talked to President Trump in the White House and told him to bring in Greer. I don't know, but I would think that would be something that he might mention to me in passing, like, oh, by the way, I went to the White House and I told Trump that we need to bring in, Stephen Greer to brief you, and he agreed. This is fantasy nonsense. And now we're blurring the lines. Is this fiction? Are you just making this shit up? Like the stories you told previously in for-profit documentaries that you claimed were true stories? This is ridiculous. Like, let's just put Greer's fake stories about briefing presidents that never happened in a comic book and sell it to stupid people. Oh, yeah. Give us the free energy, right?
Call this a hybrid entity that's neither strictly government nor strictly private. If these are extraterrestrial,
this artwork's kind of trash too, just saying.
Real, and they're getting here from another star system. They're not using 20th century or early 21st century technology.
Oh, I gotta love it. You cue up the dramatic music. Let's sell this crap, right? We gotta sell this crap. The battle for disclosure.
All right, you just watched the trailer for the first issue, Battle for Disclosure. It's available right now on Amazon, Kindle. You can get the hard copy or the digital copy, but it's quite interesting. We actually just finished just days ago. It's available right now as well.
Yeah.
The second issue, Battle for Disclosure, Air Force Down. And again, it's available right now.
Air Force Down. So this is just fictional stories, or what? Are you saying this is fiction?
It's exciting
because you're mixing it with Stephen Greer's fake stories that he's been caught lying about previously. This makes no sense.
It's kind of like going to a direction that's not quite, grounded in reality, but take it to a whole new level.
We went a new direction that's not quite grounded in reality, but we took the bullshit to a whole nother level, but we still didn't label this as fiction somehow.
Let's make it like a big budget movie. We're kind of trying to make it look like it's bigger than life. And it's a lot of fun, but taking the inspiration of things that you said.
Mr. President, Hans wasn't going to let anyone get out of their hands this most valuable asset. Mr. President, I suggest you do that fast before Hans beats you to it, right? And Trump says, we have had our asses handed to us today. I should have listened to you. Yeah, like Trump is listening to Greer in the White House about anything.
You could almost feel the characters come off the pages when we watch these
I can almost feel the bullshit coming off the pages, Blake.
documentaries that you're in as well. It's a really fun project, but again,
Well, actually, I always tell people you wouldn't have to put anything fictional in if you understand the whole story of the fact, because the facts of this are more interesting than any fictional narrative. And
You mean more interesting than lying about briefing President Trump?
And so at some point, you could do a series where everything portrayed in it is true, but you'd have to know enough to put in.
Oh, at some point, we'll put the truth in our comic book. But for right now, this comic book is filled with bullshit.
Really,
because that's all we got.
Excuse my language.
Yeah, we try to base it in reality, and I think when people read this, they're going to enjoy it, but also have a...
Yeah, and now look at this. Nowhere, I don't know, I went through and listen, occasionally I will make a stupid mistake because I'm visually impaired and have trouble reading sometimes. But anyway, I went through these listings on Amazon, and I don't see any indication where they say this is fiction. So basically, they're selling lies to stupid people as true stories, I guess, right? Because there's stories that Greer told in documentaries that turn out to be completely and totally fake, like briefing President Trump, that are in these comic books.
A fun thrill ride, like you're going to a big blockbuster movie. But again, it seems real, and I think a lot of it mirrors what's really going on in today's world, no doubt about it. And we're excited about putting out.
Here we go with the commercials, right? Every 5 minutes, there's another commercial because Brent and Blake Cousins, they need more money. They're not getting enough money from UFOs, right? 1 second. We'll be right back to it. I should have known and mirrored this so that we don't have to do this. I apologize.
Disclosure, but again, our documentary is about to drop, and that's going to be
new comic books full of bullshit, a new documentary full of bull,
a world shaker as well.
Oh, it's going to be a world shaker.
Do you have any personal knowledge of people?
The Greer Storytime Hour with Eric Hecker and Michael Herrera, both telling completely and totally fantastic stories, except they don't have fantastic evidence. They have no evidence.
These are transnational issues.
Look, the plumber knows all about secret weapons projects. You know why? Because he unclogs toilets. So of course he'd be able to recognize, energy weapon systems at the North Pole when he looked at us. So this is just another money grab off of the last money grab, this disclosure event, but this time in documentary form. These guys do not pass up any chance to monetize things. They already made their money off of these fake disclosure whistleblower clowns. Now they're going in for another round of money from them.
Anyone been murdered?
Directed by the Cousins brothers.
When is that going to come out?
We're still working on the exact date. We have a new distributor called Ad Astra. They're working the trailer right now. The poster has been selected. I think we've all kind of selected the poster. It's looking pretty good. And
you gotta love the fact that these guys just keep pumping out documentaries, right? And every time a documentary drops and somebody like me goes through it and shows that they're lying or they have no evidence, they just shuffle away for a little while and then they come back with new evidence-free, fairy tales with no evidence. No offense, Blake. No, really, you can come on the show and we'll have a conversation about this. What value are you adding to the world, putting documentaries full of lies, fake information, disinformation, or just evidence-free stories? If all these people have are stories and no evidence, then their stories have no value, except to the Griff Squad, right? Who can cash in on the fact that people like these stories, I suppose, but it doesn't do anything except line the pockets of people like these two.
We're excited.
Good.
It's been a big year. I know you've been through some things yourself. Is there anything you want to tell the people? I know you're going to have this data drop coming up, and then
that's going to be a massive.
The Temecula.
event.
You're going to have this event. what's going on right now in DC?
Yeah, I'm here because I've been having meetings with some of the new people who are been brought in.
Yeah, just like he's meeting President Trump right now, he's in Washington having meetings with important officials. Who, Greer? Name them. I don't think that those people exist.
For Senate Intelligence, National Security Council staff, and
yeah, National Security Council staff and Senate Intelligence people always take time out of their busy schedules and days to talk to a proven 30-year UFO grifter who keeps getting caught selling fake shit and fake stories. Sure they do.
House Oversight Committee. And, the big question right now is, are they going to proceed with open hearings, not in a skiff, not in a secret setting, under subpoena? And I have some new witnesses and whistleblowers.
Yeah, he has new witnesses and whistleblowers. Are these as good as the last batch that all had collectively zero evidence together? Like all of the whistleblowers from his last event collectively have zero evidence. Zero. But now he's got new ones.
Don't need a subpoena, but there are a bunch that do, right? And there are some that won't be on even my subpoena list because they're helping from inside. And
as if he has subpoena power in Washington, D.C.
I've been informed that their entire families will be killed if they.
Oh, they're going to be murdered if they testify.
We're put on.
Come on, you clown! You're just making this shit up. Call. If people's lives are being threatened, there would be police reports, there would be paperwork, there would be some evidence of it. Is he going to provide any evidence that people are being threatened to be murdered if they testify? Of course not. It's just more fake drama nonsense to impress upon people how important these issues are.
I mean, obviously, the term that's used is I hold my own clearances, which means what the information I have, I determine who I think should, and it's based on the objectives, but in a way that doesn't harm anyone unnecessarily. So there are certain individuals that will be held back until a certain.
Well, there's your disclosure gatekeeper. He's got good witnesses, but he's holding them back.
Point reaches.
He could bring his disclosure, but he won't because it's too dangerous.
But if they come forward, then it is game over. I mean, at that point, it's done.
Yeah, so he could bring disclosure tomorrow, but he can't. These people are big on promises and big on excuses, right? Just like Ross Coulthart with his giant spaceship and George Knapp with the Element 115. He knows where it's buried. They all could bring disclosure tomorrow, but they can't for various reasons.
A lot
Convenient.
of things going on. I know you're super busy. We're actually working on a documentary while we're here in DC, and that's going to be coming out here probably later this year. But a lot on the table. We're trying our best to get to disclosure. I think disclosure's already been proven, but we need to get
disclosure already happened. You heard it here first.
These politicians
wake up. Look, our intelligence archive. We call it the DPIA, Disclosure Project Intelligence Archive. The DPIA is going to be the disclosure. If there were 3 years, 5 days a week, all day long of hearings on Capitol Hill, there wouldn't be more information come out. That's what's going to be in this. That's what's going to be in this.
Just as government officials did not go based on his fake documents, I doubt government officials are going to care about his so-called data dump that he's been promising for how long now. By the way, I'm told that entire data dump is essentially just Michael Schratt's collection of files.
Decades and decades of information that the world hasn't seen. So it's going to be
34 years.
34 years of info
collected
that you've been talking about, but now you're bringing forth the evidence too. It's been collecting a lot.
Yeah, and I'm getting older. This thing where I was almost killed. There's the south lawn of the White House.
He just about said this thing where I was almost killed, but then he changes the subject. I would think that's an important talking point you might want to make.
We're right here. There's the White House.
Through there's the
Mr. President. Do you see us? Hey, wake up! Give us disclosure. Tell us the Tic Tacs.
Why don't you go in and brief him, Greer?
We need to get around the world a little faster. Dr. Greer, it was a pleasure.
Thank you.
Seeing you
fun.
again.
Yeah, thanks for coming to DC.
It's been quite amazing.
It's always good to see you when you guys come in.
Yeah, appreciate it. That's a good time hanging out with the doctor. He has all kinds of fun jokes as well. But
yeah,
hey, guys, if you
have
like,
to be unplugged to hear all the
little bit of
inappropriate.
Oh gosh.
We got it. We'll expose.
All right, so there you have it. Brand new BS coming soon from Dr. Stephen Greer and the Cousins brothers, Blake and Brent. I'm going to guess more fake stories. I'm going to guess more evidence-free narratives. More trust me, bro. People are being murdered over this. Sure. All right, let me stop this. And I've got something interesting to show you. The money's drying up, and they look pretty friendly in this video, don't they? Maybe not. This is great. So, this firm represents defendants Chicken Soup for Soul Entertainment, Topo LLC, defendants in the above action. I'm writing to request a conference with the court in connection with defendants' proposed motion to quash a subpoena dated February 29th, 2024. Served on Blake Cousins, the subpoena seeks untitled documents and information regarding unrelated action against defendants by an unrelated party. Specifically, the subpoena demands, and this is Greer, is subpoenaing Blake Cousins because he wants money that he's owed. All documents and electronically stored information related to your contract breach action, preliminary findings in New York State Court versus defendants Chicken Soup for the Soul Entertainment, and TOFG LLC DBA 1091 Pictures, William Rahana Jr. Interesting. Mr. Garcia articulated two reasons why the documents sought in an unrelated state court action brought by Blake Cousins against defendants and others, the Cousins action, are relevant. First, the producer Blake Cousins owes plaintiff Star Unacknowledged LLC, so he owes money to Dr. Stephen Greer. Mr. Garcia believes that if Blake Cousins received monies from defendants in a settlement, those funds should be used to pay Star. Second, plaintiffs want to know why defendants are settling other claims and paying other producers and intend to subpoena other parties who have initiated actions against the defendants. Thus, plaintiffs are attempting to use the action as a means to seek discovery against unrelated parties. So it's pretty interesting. The subpoena is nothing more than a fishing expedition. Shortly after its commencement, the parties in the Cousins action entered into confidential settlement discussions, which resulted in a settlement in which plaintiff agreed to discontinue the Cousins action with prejudice. Whether or not Blake Cousins was paid to do so and the amount purportedly paid, if any, is confidential and not relevant to whether or not plaintiffs herein are entitled to payment. The subpoena is merely an effort to harass the defendants and others with whom they may have settled. Permitting such disclosure runs the risk of revealing defendants' negotiating strategies to parties with whom they continue to litigate. Pretty interesting. So what's going on there? Well, apparently somebody wants money owed to them, right? And this is regarding serious technology and advanced research. So interesting. So hey, 1091 settled with Blake and Brent Cousins. I guess they paid them, and now Serious Technology Advanced Research LLC wants their money that they're owed from being the star of those projects. Interesting, right? I guess the money's drying up, and now everybody's at their throats trying to make more money. So that's it for our third phase of fake and Dr. Stephen Greed portion of this evening. Now we're going to move on to Coulthard and Sheehan. We'll leave our fair use banner up. Got plenty more to share with you. This is from Skyfire News. And this is Sheehan. And then we're going to give you... So Sheehan is basically bluffing a fake story to claim that Arrow and Kirkpatrick are lying.
Now I'm asking you, did
Dr. Kirkpatrick lie when he gave you, sorry, did Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick lie when he made the assertion that there was no direct first-hand witness evidence provided to Arrow of a crash retrieval?
And this is where it gets interesting because words are important. First-hand evidence. But now listen to what Sheehan said.
I provided him under oath the exact same information that I've given to you. And the question is whether he was taking some weird position that, well, that was a photograph and it wasn't on site. But I didn't lay my hands on the craft. You know, and I could tell from the way the report was written, it was kind of wiggle language of trying to pretend that somehow they had no direct evidence. But from a court of law, as a 50-year practicing attorney from Harvard Law School, I can tell you that is direct admissible firsthand testimony about the fact that there is direct visual photographic evidence of a crash retrieval program.
Great. So why doesn't he just show us the picture? Oh, he can't. He can't show us the picture.
Directly being undertaken by government officials.
So it's just a story that he once saw a picture that had something to do with alien crash retrievals. At least that's what he's claiming here. But Charlie Weiser did this incredible thread on Twitter breaking down basically that he's getting his stories mixed up because he told this story before, but completely differently the last time.
And he knows that it existed.
So, sir, I need to get an express statement from you. Yeah. What is your position about the truthfulness of Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick in the evidence he gave last week to Congress?
I think that it was a transparent, willful, conscious lie. Just like Project Blue Book was. Absolutely. And I know that.
So you're accusing an officer of the government. You're accusing somebody who's been statutorily tasked.
And isn't it interesting that these people are willing to like lie and impede some, like damage somebody's reputation with nothing but claims?
By Congress to prepare a report. You're saying that that particular official, Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick, lied categorically to the Congress.
Yes, he did.
Wow. I mean, that's a very, very grave allegation. You'd be prepared to testify about that to Congress and to a court?
Sure. No, absolutely.
Now,
so there we have it. Interesting. So apparently, Sheehan is claiming that he told Kirkpatrick a story about seeing a picture of an alien crash retrieval operation. Where's the picture? Can he provide it? Can he, no, he can't, right? Interesting, right? And we can destroy this one. Well, Charlie Weiser destroyed this one, thankfully. In 1995, Daniel Sheehan told the same story he told Ross Coulthart this week, and for Ross Coulthart's book, except it's not the same story, not at all. Did investigative journalist Coulthart not investigate? Yeah, imagine that. The guy who keeps getting caught selling completely and totally fake stories. What are we up to? 5 completely and totally fake stories Ross Coulthart has been caught peddling. Now he's peddling Sheehan's fake story with no fact-checking, no due diligence, no actual investigatory work or anything. New Paradigm Institute has a 1995 video, says Charlie Weiser, where he tells the yellow notepad story. There are marked differences. In 1995, Sheehan requested access to the microfilm after Marcia Smith submitted her final report. In 2024, Sheehan requested access to get evidence for the report. In 1995, Sheehan wanted the info for a talk he'd been invited to give at NASA's JPL. He refers to it as Smith's info. That is, she'd already seen it. In 2024, Smith was upset with Sheehan for not getting more info during this clandestine date with the microfiches. 1995, Sheehan showed the yellow notepad to the guards before entering, swearing he wouldn't make notes. In 2024, he snuck the pad in and hid it behind a box so no one would see it. In neither case did the guards think he might rip out and hide in his pants the page he'd written it on. 1995, Sheehan went to read the microfiches with Jim Garrison. In 2024, no mention of Garrison. He implies he went alone. 1995, Sheehan traced alien writing from different metallic things in various photos. No mention of seeing any photos of a crashed UFO. So the first time he tells the story, there's no mention of him seeing any photos of a crashed UFO. In 2024, he traced writing from a photo of a crashed UFO that he describes in detail. So the story is changing now. 1995, he still has the tracing of the alien writing in his possession. 2024, he gave it to his priest friend, where it was placed in the Jesuit headquarter files, and lost track of it when he moved to California. He had that for 18 years, and today doesn't know if there were 8 or 10 symbols on it. Notice how the story got more exciting, says Charlie Weiser, as time went on. Quell's surprise. If anyone has other examples of Sheehan retelling of the story, please let me know. And Charlie references the 1995 talk where the story was completely and totally different, and there was no mention of a picture of an alien crash retrieval. Charlie goes on to say, and a reminder that Cold Heart got all heated about Sheehan's firsthand evidence, seeing photos, being omitted from the final report. But in the original story, the report was already written and submitted, and Sheehan only wanted the microfiche for a talk at JPL. My thread on the stupid yellow notepad story. Yes. The tale of Daniel Sheehan's yellow notepad, just one of several nonsensical details in his story of being allowed to see top secret UFO files in 1977 at the Library of Congress. No background check, by the way. He just showed 2 photo IDs at the door, and then they let him see classified information. Sure. My thread on the nonsensical aspects of the story Sheehan told Coulthard this week. Interesting. Different words, same action. Yeah. So the cope, they're still going to cope. So, you know, when you got somebody that's saying Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick lied, there is firsthand evidence. I told him about it. Seeing a picture that you can't produce is firsthand evidence. Where's the picture? Where's the tracings of the alien writing that you had in your possession for 20 years, but now suddenly you can't find it when you need it? It's so stupid. It's so childish. And this is the cope. These guys are desperate. Coulthard, Corbell, all of them, Sheehan, Nolan, they're all desperate to keep the UFO dollars rolling in, right? And all of them have vested financial interest in pretending that the government is wrong or the government is covering everything up. And just as we predicted here, they're going to cope whatever. The grift has to go on. One thing you got to know about these grifters is the grift never ends. Get caught selling completely and totally fake pictures of aliens? Blame the men in black and do it again. Everybody find out that you lied to the New York Times and you never actually ran a $22 million Pentagon program that you claimed you ran? Just go away for a little while and then double down and pretend that you still ran a program that you didn't, right? The grift always goes on. These guys will not stop. They find a way to keep it going. But interestingly, I do think that an awful lot of people are starting to wake up, and I'm seeing more and more people question these people and question their honesty. Quite honestly, people are finally starting to question the honesty of these people, and it's about time. You know, how many fake stories do you have to be caught in before people should scrutinize and fact check every single thing that you say, right? Are you kidding me? 1 second. I had stuff queued up and I shut down the tabs. Damn it. 1 second. All right. Oh no. Now we'll move on to Corbell and Knapp, who this is great. They are trying to keep the grift going, right? They're not going to suddenly just wake up and get real jobs, right? The UFO money's too easy.
Now we do have a missing episode number 51. And I do wonder I guess I don't have the clearance to know. Is that what you're saying, George? What's going to happen?
True. Yeah. You're not allowed in Groom Lake, and we're not quite sure we want you to even be asking these kind of questions as usual. But we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. But
so the kings of overpromising and under-delivering, these clowns who have been caught selling fake story after fake story after fake story after fake story. Now we got a big high noon drop coming, and this is going to change everything. So now they're just overhyping new bullshit when all their old BS came crashing down. And let's be clear, they're one of the primary people profiting from the whole Grush narrative, right? Oh, turns out that you guys bluffed and Grush didn't have any evidence. So now they're on and they'll find a new fake whistleblower or somebody else with evidence-free story.
For a while, we're going to be on break, and we don't know what season 2 holds or where it might show up or when or if. But if we can, we'll be back with more.
They're going to take a break. In other words, they're going to do the Cosmic Con shuffle. We've detailed it here. When you get caught selling a completely and totally fake story, like the Dave Grush story, and then it all comes crashing down that it's all lies and overhyped, sensationalized clickbait garbage with no actual evidence behind it, you go away for a little while. You take a break. They're telling you that they're going to do the Cosmic Con shuffle. They're telling everyone exactly that they're going to do the Cosmic Con shuffle. We're going to take a break for a while. But don't worry, we'll be back with new evidence-free fake stories for all of you and worthless information.
This mystery is not going away. I mean, as I said before, this report from Arrow makes it clear these guys are not going to give this stuff up. They're not going to cough it up.
Yep. It's not that there is no evidence, right? By the way, you people were the ones claiming that Grush had all this evidence. Why does the government have to give up anything? Why can't you just show all this evidence that you claimed Grush had for how many days now? What are we up to? Days since June 5th. I haven't done this in a while. 282 days of claiming that Grush had all this evidence. Where's it at? Why does the government need to tell you anything? Why don't you just drop the Grush evidence and prove that you haven't been lying for 282 days, along with everybody else promoting and profiting from the Grush narrative and filling your pockets with every goddamn UFO dollar you could find, right? Why does the government have to bring disclosure? If you've got all this evidence, just release it publicly, and that would be disclosure. Oh, we can't. It's classified. No, it's not.
Not voluntarily. They're never going to admit it. There is never going to be a day when the president comes forward and says, yeah, we've got UFOs, so what? It's not going to happen. Not unless they're forced. Not unless they are forced to do it because of disclosure.
You know how you can force them to do it, George Knapp? You could show everybody that element 115 that you say you know where it's buried.
And whistleblowers or other governments or evidence that comes forward.
Yeah, whistleblowers need evidence. Your whistleblowers aren't real whistleblowers because they don't actually have any.
And we will do our best to get that evidence and present it.
Never before have I wanted you to be so wrong. You're like, never is this going to happen. Look, man, I just got to say,
now they got to move the goalposts. Oh, we're making a lot of progress. We're moving the ball down the field, right?
But made some serious progress. If you look at what has happened.
What progress have you made? Showing people flares and pretending they're alien spaceships, that's progress. Showing people Batman balloons and pretending they're alien spaceships, that's progress. Showing people pyramid spaceships that you claim are swarming Navy ships that turns out to be nothing but a camera lens artifact. That's progress. That's the progress you're making.
Happened just over the last 12 months with Weaponized and what we were able to provide to the public.
What are they able to provide to the public? Fake flare videos? Fake jellyfish videos that turn out to be balloons? Fake flare videos that turn out to be flares, not alien spaceships? What have they provided? The fake Grush narrative, which is worthless because there's no evidence there. So who cares? What? And here he's bragging like he's so proud of himself. We've been able to provide all this information. He just forgets to tell you that all the information they provided for the past year has mostly been completely and totally fake and worthless. Fake and worthless information doesn't make progress, Jeremy Corbell. Fake and worthless information is just that. Fake and worthless information. But hey, don't let things like facts and evidence get in the way of a good fake story. You know, right? You guys are disclosure warriors.
That they didn't have before that is now part of the public discourse. Like, man, we got to keep going, George. We got to be able to make these waves so that we can start to have a rational.
How are you making waves with fake UFOs?
Conversation about this. And, you know, you say, we're not sure we're going to do more. George, come on, man. If I told you you were going to be retired tomorrow, you wouldn't have it. You would fight that tooth or nail. I don't believe for 1 second that we're not going to do more of these. I suspect we're going to be right back.
We'll see.
We'll see how long they take their Cosmic Con break. You got to take a break when you get caught with too many fake stories so that everybody forgets how fake all your shit is, and then you come back with new fake shit.
I'm old.
That's how it works.
I'm old. That's not a retort. That's not a retort. So look, man, to let our audience know a couple things. So there is a last punch we're going to throw. And I want people to know that for season.
Oh, a last punch.
One. We're going to.
Because all their other punches, you know, fake flares, fake Batman balloons, fake balloon videos, you know, fake Baghdad Phantoms, all those other punches were so effective in this fight.
Do that. We're going to do it on our own timeline. But we're going to have more UFO hearings. Now, I don't have a crystal ball. I don't run.
Yeah, I doubt there's going to be any new UFO hearings for the next several years because these guys fucked the whole situation up by bluffing a guy all the way to Congress that's a clown with no evidence telling stories. They propped a storytelling clown up in Congress who had no evidence of any of his claims. So largely, I think the members of Congress and the Senate are going to say this is a waste of time. These people have no evidence. We're not going to waste time on these cultists telling fake stories that don't have any evidence. It's a faith-based belief system. They don't have any evidence. They've had all this time to show the evidence. They've shown none. So I don't think there's going to be any hearings anytime soon. I could be wrong. Who knows?
Congress. I don't know for sure. But every indicator I have is that people are embedded in finding out how they've been lied to. And this report pushed them over the edge. This report pushed everybody over the edge. They're like, this is bullshit. This historic report from Arrow, it's the same thing as Project Blue Book. Push it under the rug, nothing to see here, move on. You know, no, man.
Yeah, and here's the thing. These guys are all having temper tantrums about the government report that says there's no evidence. Well, it's very easy then, because you guys bluffed that you had all this evidence. Just show the evidence. Prove that they're lying. Why wouldn't you do that? If they could 100% conclusively prove that the government lied and said there was no evidence, they could prove that by just showing evidence. So this big bluff is causing them all to lose their goddamn minds. They have no defense for the fact that they bluffed for almost a full-on year and propped up a former mental patient storytelling clown in Congress to make all these out-of-this-world claims. Oh, the government's got bodies, there's aliens, there's crash retrievals. Great, show the evidence. Oh, we can't. Why? Because all of this fake nonsense stories comes from the same group of wackadoos that have been doing this for decades. It's amazing. All right, let's finish this.
No, that it's not happening. So I do know we're going to have more hearings. It's a matter of when and where. But do you feel the same way from what we've been in the same meetings? Are we going to have more hearings?
Well, I know that there are people devoted to that who are working really hard to make it happen. I also know that there are some key players in Congress who don't want it to happen. You know?
Yeah, and meanwhile, their only assets towards making that happen are basically UFO cultists that just also happen to be, Congress people or senators.
It depends a lot on the election, what happens in the upcoming election, who the speaker is. The Tim Burchett and some of his colleagues have said that this speaker is sympathetic to it. The creation of a special select committee that might have investigatory powers to ask questions, put people under oath, go in.
Yeah, let's waste more time and energy on a bunch of people telling stories with no evidence. Or all you clowns can just show all this evidence you always claim you have and save everybody all the time and effort and trouble, but they won't. Funny that. I mean, you know, even looking at this from a logical perspective, what we have here is clowns that bluff that there's all this evidence of all these things being real for over a year now. More than that, really. But I mean, this latest Grush false narrative push, they bluffed for over a year. The government finally says, okay, show us all your evidence. Nobody has any. And then the government calls their bluff, and now they're freaking out like, oh, man, this is just another blue book cover-up. Sure, the only play they have is to cry cover-up and keep selling their fake evidence-free stories. I mean, they do have another play. They could show all the evidence that they claimed Grush has. Grush could show all the evidence. Elizondo could show all the evidence. Coulthard could show us where the giant spaceship is buried. George Knapp, besides showing us, you know, smoking dogs and werewolves at Skinwalker Ranch, he could show us the Element 115. They all could prove the government is lying today. Why don't they? Or maybe the government's right, and these bunch of wackadoos got nothing but spooky stories and nonsense.
To a skiff. I hope that happens. But we know there's some big players in the hills who don't want it to happen. So we'll just have to wait and see who prevails. But I hope so.
Okay. Well, look, man, you know, you could say this is the synopsis of season 1 of Weaponized. But I already know in a few weeks, we're filming another episode. So it's just a matter of like when you decide to put it out. So I'm just saying, we'll be back, babe.
Yeah, great. All right, and there's new nonsense as well. There's a clip that Mike shared on Twitter. Shout out to Mike. Witness who has seen the non-human technology. I don't think it's Bob Lazar. In this clip, Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp are on their way to meet with a firsthand witness who has allegedly seen the non-human technology, right? This is a unique one because it's a friend of mine who's got a story to tell and has already gone to authorities, says Jeremy Corbell. So the Grush narrative is collapsing under the weight of the bluff being called. Oh, this guy's just a former mental patient that believes anybody who tells him alien and UFO nonsense, and he doesn't actually have evidence. Now they're going to pull somebody else out. Do you remember when the Elizondo narrative started to fall apart, largely due to the excellent reporting of Stephen Greenstreet of the New York Post? As soon as the Elizondo thing started falling apart, they found Grush and they pushed him out as the new front man. I think we're going to see another new front man. And I guarantee he's going to have just as much evidence as Grush had. None. It's just going to be new stories. Rinse and repeat. That's what these guys do. That's all these guys do. It's ridiculous. All right. And I had some other things to share here. I just think it's funny that these guys have been caught. Knapp and Corbell have been caught selling so many fake stories. They're one step away from turning into Linda Moulton Howe. They've sold so many fake stories. And somehow Jeremy Corbell's still on all these news channels as a UFO expert, right? And now we'll go to Ross Coulthard, who's got his bluffs going on. Besides bluffing with a completely and totally fake story, or likely fake story from Daniel Sheehan, he's also claiming that he's in contact with all these senators, right? The stories keep coming, but the evidence that never comes, friends.
What I can tell you is there was a moment I was standing in the Senate wing of Congress, just minding my own business, actually checking my phone. And these two very senior politicians came up to me and they said, "Oh, you're the guy that did the Grush interview." And I said, "Yes." And then one of them said, "Oh, yeah, and you do that Need to Know podcast?" And I went, "Yes, that's me, sir." And then I realized who I was talking to. And these were two very senior senators, neither of whom are prominent at all publicly in the commentary on the issue. But what they took their time to say to me was how they know they can smell bullshit when they see it. And they were...
But why don't you name them? Why didn't you get an on-the-record comment from them? You're supposed to be a journalist. This is another evidence-free trust me, bro claim from a guy who's been caught selling at least 5 completely and totally fake stories in recent years.
Making the point to me that Congress is not letting this issue go. And I can't say a great deal about what I know is happening, but there is a very strong bipartisan push on the Congress that it's time. That basically they're not buying that nonsense ARROW, All Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, historical review report, which essentially was a whitewash, a disgraceful whitewash.
And notice the language these
the whole
people are
subject
using.
matter back in the box, an attempt to discredit David Grush and
Right.
other whistleblowers, and an outrageous slur on the good people who had the willingness to come forward and perhaps naively give their evidence to ARROW. Congress isn't letting go.
Congress isn't letting go. Oh, man. We got to take a moment to thank some kind and generous people. Well, one in particular, the MVP of Super Chats tonight, High Speed Chase. Thank you for being a member. Thanks for the kind and generous $2 Super Chat. Jeremy Corbell's progress is a repeat of garbage. Can't say I disagree. Also from High Speed Chase, kind of generous $5 says, George Knapp is so old, he saw Jesus walking on the water and said, it's got to be the shoes. Thank you for your kindness and for giving me a laugh. Jeremy Corbell says, High Speed Chase, kind of generous $5 Super Chat, says, Jeremy Corbell is like a bowling ball. He gets picked up, fingered, thrown in a gutter, and comes back for more. Ooh. Yeah, can't say that I disagree with that one either. But we thank you for your kindness and generosity and support, and also thank you for being a YouTube channel member. We appreciate the support, High Speed Chase. Thanks for helping us to praise the cash.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
All right. Interesting. And I got several emails yesterday. I just want to mention that I guess because of daylight savings time, like the YouTube timer was off. So I apologize for that, but it's beyond my control, but it appears to be resolved as of today. Yeah. So interesting. I have a few more things to share. We'll go back to Coulthard. He's coping, he's seeing his whole cash cow coming crashing down. How long can how long can Ross Coulthard make a living when he just keeps getting caught selling completely and totally fake stories? I don't know why, but I'm fascinated by the fact that these guys are making money and they keep getting caught selling fake stories, and then they just roll on and sell another fake story, and nobody is keeping track. We do. We keep track here, but I mean, major media sources. And, I heard Stephen Greenstreet mention this in his spaces recently. If you haven't seen that, I highly recommend it. Some of these reporters, they don't know the history here. They have no idea of like the level of scumbag, BS going on here. And I don't understand how you can report on a topic like this and not know the history of it. Like, how can you report on Dave Grush making claims and not report on the fact that he's surrounded by people that all keep getting caught making completely and totally fake claims and never provide any evidence? There's the context that is missing in the regular, I guess you could call it legacy media reporting. It's disappointing to see that, but I get it. Like Greenstreet commented, they're not going to spend 3 weeks researching a story. They're just going to research it for a few hours and run it because, due diligence, Greenstreet said, and I totally agree with him, taking the time to actually research a story before you publish it is the enemy of the current media landscape because everything is about just publish. I find myself doing, in the same boat sometimes. Like those murder and UFO land stories take me 2 or 3 weeks to dig through everything and really put together a great show and report accurately on the story. It's not in my financial best interest to spend 3 weeks on a story and then broadcast it and make the same money that I make from just commentary, a show covering one video or something, and do zero preparation on. It's unfortunate. But here's Coulthard making more out of this world claims. And Coulthard is the one that's coping the hardest, man. He's really trying to keep keep his grift going.
So I'm curious, what specifically about this investigation do you believe was flawed?
Well, hello, Kelly. Good morning. Firstly, Congress mandated in legislation a history from 1945 of all of the key UAP UFO incidents in US history. That hasn't happened. What this report does is completely ignore a host of incidents, particularly ones where the military has actually investigated them, and especially ones involving UAPs seen over nuclear weapons facilities.
Oh, because Robert Salas is not a reliable witness. Maybe they ignored those because Robert Salas and others who talked about UFOs over nuclear incidents were wrong, right? And completely and totally wrong in their claims, and they had no evidence of their claims. You know what there was evidence of, though? That those missiles shut down for a short time because of a local power failure. Maybe that is why they left that out, because it's a meaningless story that has no value, Ross Coulthart.
And they've completely ignored the incident that actually kicked off the current wave of interest into the phenomenon, the 2004 Tic Tac incident off the west coast of the USA, and also the 2014.
You got to love how they're showing verifiably fake UFO videos while Ross Coulthart is talking. It's very appropriate. We've got a fake journalist right next to fake UFO videos that purport to be pyramid spaceships but weren't. It's very, they got the theme down. It's fake.
2015 incidents off the East Coast. It's like these incidents never happened.
And by the way, I've heard a lot of these talking points. People are like, well, what are you saying? Are you saying UFOs aren't real? Nobody's saying that. And there's this thing going on. I think that the proper term for it would be false equivocation, where these UFO believers basically say, like, well, if you believe that government report, then you're saying UFOs aren't real, or you're saying the Tic Tac incident was fully debunked and totally and completely explained away, and it wasn't. So therefore, you're wrong. No, they can't put everything in one report. There's supposed to be, I hear there's going to be 3 of these reports, and I can't wait because I had a good source alert me to some of what was in this Arrow report and how devastating it would be for the grifter swindler guys. And I'm told that the next one's going to be worse for them. So, all that stupid language that people use, like buckle up. Yeah, buckle up, grifters, because you guys bluffed so much that they all screwed the pooch. They ruined their own UFO grift. And now they're going to have to start providing evidence of their claims. And they're going to be unable to, because all they have is stories, spooky stories, and people telling spooky stories. It's amazing to me.
And what's happened here, I think, is that the Pentagon has been so reactive to the allegation that it's involved in a conspiracy, it completely failed to do its job.
And by the way, something should be said about integrity. Like, if somebody's making claims and they have a proven track record of being deceptive and selling completely and totally fake stories like Ross Coulthart does, or doing scumbag things like accusing men of being child predators, sex predators, with absolutely no evidence so that he could make money on a big story, you have to keep that in mind. This guy is a scumbag that accused a bunch of members of British Parliament of being child predators. And what was the source? Some wackadoo told him that. Turns out that wackadoo was after money, right? And all of his claims were investigated and found to be completely and totally false. Did this scumbag ever apologize to those men that he accused of being the P word? Did this scumbag give the money back that he made from that big sensationalized, overhyped, overpromised, completely and totally fake story? Did he apologize to the wives and children of the men that he called sex predators with no evidence? Of course not. But hey, now we're supposed to listen to him and trust him when he gives his expert analysis. Expert. He's an expert at selling fake stories.
And what they've produced in this report is essentially what we call in Australia a dog's breakfast. It's a complete shambles. It's full of errors. It's got falsehoods. It misrepresents incidents, and
it's got falsehoods. What? It has errors. There's a few typos, and they mistakenly called Senator Harry Reid the senator from New Mexico when he was in fact the senator from Nevada. Those are the errors. Somehow, because they made two typos and incorrectly identified what state a senator was from, then everything in the report is just abysmally wrong. No. This is the stupidest arguments I've heard yet.
Completely ignores a whole series of incidents that are actually essential to an understanding of the history of this whole phenomena.
Well, I think you hit on it right there, Ross. You know, in terms of people feeding into these investigations, reporting their sightings, do you think this report will discourage people who have witnessed unexplained phenomena from coming forward and reporting those sightings?
No, in fact, I don't think the public's discouraged at all, Kelly. I think the Pentagon hopes that this is all going to go away and that with this report, they can stentorianly declare that it's all over and everybody should go back to their little homes and forget about UFOs. I don't think that's going to happen. And what's interesting here is Congress isn't going to forget it either.
Yeah, they are.
Congress has realized it's having the wool pulled over its eyes by people in the Pentagon and in private aerospace. And on both sides of the House, there's a determination to investigate because a lot of witnesses didn't go to the Pentagon. They actually didn't talk to URO, the Pentagon's UFO investigation office. They spoke directly to the Congress. And they also testified to the intelligence community inspector general, who actually found the allegations of our interview.
Here we go. We got to back this up. He's going to use the urgent, incredible lie again.
General, who actually found the allegations of our interview, David Grush, to be credible. And Mr. Grush was alleging a crash retrieval program.
No, his complaints of reprisal they took as urgent and credible. The Intelligence Community Inspector General is not now, nor have they ever investigated claims of aliens and UFOs. And this is the conflation. This is the deception and the massaging of data that these grifters use to sell their fake stories. Oh, the Intelligence Community Inspector General found Grush's claims credible. Which claims? They don't specify which claims, right? Convenient.
Program and a reverse engineer.
And, you know, I've challenged all these people claiming the Intelligence Community Inspector General said Dave Grush is telling the truth. He said before, the Intelligence Community Inspector General it said Grush is telling the truth. Where? Where did he say that? Show me a quote. They can't and they won't. You know, one of the things you need to realize is that when you catch people bluffing enough, it becomes very clear that they bluff a lot. And Coulthard bluffs all the time.
Engineering program hidden within the US government and private aerospace. And that was found to be credible by the Intelligence Community Inspector General.
No, it wasn't. Show me an on-the-record quote where he said, where the Intelligence Community Inspector General called David Grush's alien crash retrieval claims credible. Show me an on-the-record statement where the Intelligence Community Inspector General found his alien claims urgent and credible or true. They can't. They're literally just running with fake facts. And here's the thing. When you live in a false reality like some of these clowns do, I don't know if they actually believe this shit or if it's all just a grift. People have asked me, I think it's a mix. Some of them are true believers and really believe this is all true, even though they live in a fantasy world, an alternate reality. And in order to stay in that fake, false reality, they have to just basically speak lies as facts. The Intelligence Community Inspector General never called David Grush's alien or UFO claims urgent or credible. Show me a quote of him calling those things urgent and credible. They can't. They won't. And this bluff has been going on for 300 days now, and people won't let that go. Call the Intelligence Community Inspector General yourself. Ask for an on-the-record comment confirming that he called David Grush's alien, UFO, or crash retrieval claims, non-human bodies, whatever, urgent and credible. If that were true, they would have an on-the-record comment, a quote from him confirming that. They don't. Isn't that funny?
So somebody is lying. It's either the Pentagon or it's people to Congress, and it's the intelligence community inspector general. I'm pretty sure I know who is lying, and I don't think the Pentagon's going to get away with it.
All right. So your claim that the Pentagon is lying to Congress.
Yeah, this is the same guy who claimed that there was a child molester cover-up in British Parliament, and that was being covered up. Right? We always have to take somebody's history into account. This guy claimed that there was a cover-up of child predators in the British Parliament. Now he's claiming there's a cover-up of aliens in the United States, Congress and Senate. Well, you were completely wrong about the last time you claimed some government was running a cover-up, right? And again, did he ever apologize to the families, to his victims, right? Incredible that anybody still listens to this guy. But the problem is nobody knows his history of making false claims, false allegations. So people are still willing to listen to him. And those are stupid people, uninformed, low information zone people who don't have all the facts.
What are the potential repercussions if that turns out to be true?
Okay, this is very important. This is actually a constitutional issue now, Kelly, because under Executive Order 12333,
he's wrong here too.
Under President Reagan, it's actually illegal.
No, it's not. It's no longer illegal. Obama made it legal to use propaganda and basically psyops against American public. So he's citing an old, outdated executive order that's no longer in effect thanks to President Obama. But it's nice to know that President Obama made it completely legal for the United States government to use propaganda against its own people. Doesn't that make you feel warm and fuzzy and patriotic? Keith, with a kind and generous $9.99 super chat and an interesting thought, says, seems like it's orchestrated by corrupt people in our government so that they can discredit it later. Not even effective lies anymore, but still enough to pull some people in. Well, Keith, I don't know. I think if you really look into the history of these people that are pushing these stories, we have to take into account credibility. If you wish, I try not to take sides, but when you're forced to take a side and say, okay, who's lying to us here and who's telling the truth? Let's stack it up. How many times has Corbell been caught lying? How many times has George Knapp been caught lying? How many times has Coulthard been caught lying? How many times has Danny Sheehan been caught, getting the story completely and totally wrong? I think at some point you have to admit that these people making the claims are the one with the credibility problems. I think at some point, if somebody doesn't have a history of being a proven liar, and to my knowledge, Sean Kirkpatrick does not have a proven history of being a liar, you have to prove him that he's lying. And they can't, and they won't. But thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. Much, much appreciated, Keith.
Raise the cash, raise the cash, raise the cash.
All right. So we have 1 second. I have a little more to share with you. I thought this was interesting. And I'm kind of amazed that some people that are I'm just going to take a moment to cover Green Street because it relates to the Elizondo grift coming crashing down. For those unaware, Lou Elizondo claimed to run a $22 million Pentagon UFO program. Turns out that was completely and totally false claim. And Green Street is really kind of swinging at some of these guys now. A front page Time story about Pentagon UFO program started global hysteria about aliens and influenced Congress to spend taxpayer money on UFOs. The New York Times, he labels that entire article as false. And this was also, I thought, interesting. X-user asked Lou Elizondo about my New York Post reporting, which reveals his UFO claims were false. Elizondo responded only with a quote from Teddy Roosevelt about a man who stumbles and should have done better. Yeah, that arena. Oh, it's the guy in the arena. Who cares if the guy in the arena is a liar and he lied to get into the arena? Hey, he's in the arena, right? And Lou Elizondo's stupid idiot followers love this rhetoric. They love it. It's like candy to their ears. You go, hero Lou. Lou the liar, right? Where's that spaceship he promised TTSA? And by the way, I don't know why, but Richard Butt is writing like 5-page nonsense on a recent thread in Twitter. And he said that I slandered Lou Elizondo. And I just want to correct the record. We'll put this on the record. I never slandered Lou Elizondo. I asked questions. I asked questions like, isn't it illegal to lie to investors while you're soliciting public investment? I think it's illegal, but I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a law enforcement officer. I don't work for the Securities and Exchange Commission, but I have talked to somebody that worked for the Securities and Exchange Commission. And yeah, you're not allowed. You're not allowed to lie to investors in order to get them to give you money. And apparently, Lou Elizondo lied about his running a funded $22 million Pentagon UFO program while they were soliciting investor money from TTSA. By the way, they collected millions of dollars. Where's all those investors? Are they all happy with their investment? I've talked to a few. Nobody got a dime back of their money. So all those broken promises of a spaceship, that's not slander. I'm asking questions. He could stop being a pussy and just answer the questions, but instead he runs from friendly podcast to friendly podcast where they all circle jerk softball him and nobody asks him the hard questions. And by the way, why do I have to get accused of slandering somebody from a nameless, faceless, coward pussy on Twitter, right? Who has to hide who he is while he's hurling 5-page rebuttals and defenses of these Grift Squad members, right? It's ridiculous, but that's the situation we're in. Asking questions is not slander. And in fact, I think that Lou Elizondo has to be asked these questions. You know what I think the best thing could possibly happen in this Lou Elizondo situation? I think the best thing that could ever happen is that we invite Stephen Greenstreet here, and we invite Jack Brewer here, and we invite a few other people. We can invite Jeremy McGowan. We can invite Lou from Lou Reviews, and we'll invite Lou Elizondo. And Lou Elizondo, if he's not a pussy, can come here and confront the people asking the hard questions and finally set the record straight. And if he's not willing to do that, then he loses. He loses. The grift is gone, right? And we've commented on this before. Look how long Corey Good's grift lasted. 7 or 8 years. Well, Elizondo, you're up on the grifting deadline, right? You can only push a fake narrative so far before it all comes crashing down as fake, as it did in the case of Corey Good, as it's happening with you. But some people will never give it up. Lou Elizondo completely and totally called out by the United States government in the report. He never ran ATIP. It wasn't funded. It was an unofficial effort. In other words, a hobby. He's still signing his name as the fake program director of a program the government said he never ran. But he's going to double down and keep LARPing, live action role playing, that he's someone important, that he's director of a program. It's absolutely ridiculous. It's like I can't even think about like another example of that. I guess like it's as if when I was in, I just lie on my resume and say I was like the director of let's say a computer research effort at a prestigious company like Google, and then Google calls and then it turns out no, I just interned there, like I got people coffee, but I just invented and said I was the program director, and then the company publicly calls me out and says you were not the program director of that program. Your job had nothing to do with that. And then I just double down and I don't care. I'm still going to sign my name that I ran that program. It's childish and stupid. But you know what? The grift is going to go on for Elizondo. Look at Nick Pope. Same situation. Nick Pope claimed that he ran the British government UFO program. The British government came out and said, no, he didn't. And he didn't investigate crop circles or alien abductions or anything like that. We don't investigate those things. He's still, to this day, claiming that he ran the British UFO program. He's working all the UFO conventions, speaking fees or whatever. It's as if actual reality doesn't matter here, right? Like Lou Elizondo ran a Pentagon program in the land of make-believe. That's the reality. He made it up. He made up him being the director. He made up having funding. He made up, you have to have employees and a budget to be the director of an actual program. He had no employees. He had no budget. He had no offices. There's no paperwork proving that he did anything around UFOs except for get those 3 worthless UFOs out of the Pentagon, right? Remember Christopher Mellon? They bent the rules to get that stuff out. So the grift is going to go on. And as for Grush, I think they're going to have a real hard time. And isn't it interesting, the silence, right? Grush can certainly go on News Nation and refute the claims of AARO and the United States government. He could go on a multitude of different podcasts like Jeremy Corbell's garbage podcast full of lies and show us all evidence and prove that the government is lying and that he actually did have evidence this whole time. He wasn't bluffing. Here's the evidence, but he won't. And I think that one of 2 things is going to happen. Either Grush is going to do the Cosmic Con Shuffle too. He's going to have to go away for a while. And then he's going to do the Lou Elizondo thing and only do friendly media appearances where nobody will press him. Why did you tell everybody you had all this evidence for almost a year? And the government, you wouldn't show it to them, right? It's because all that so-called evidence comes from the same bunch of wackadoos that have been doing this forever, never proving anything. So the grift will go on, and so will the UFO circus. Make sure you get your ticket, right? Get your ticket. The UFO circus, it never ends. I thought that this whole situation would be pretty like more devastating, but I forget the resiliency of the grift squad. Look, Linda Moulton Howe gets caught selling completely and totally fake pictures of aliens. She blames the Men in Black, and then a year later, she does that same scam again, using another set of completely and totally fake alien pictures, right? And then she blames the Men in Black for that one too. And then she comes back with a new fake story and another fake story and another fake story, and people just let her. Just like people have let Lou Elizondo lie through his teeth, claiming to run a Pentagon program that he never did for 7 years now. It's because in that false reality that these people all live in, that's what they want. They want Lou Elizondo to be some hero whistleblower that ran the government program and got tired of them not taking this seriously. So he went off on his disclosure mission. No, he's not on a disclosure mission. We have shown time and time again, from the recruitment of Jeremy McGowan to the recruitment of Mr. Rocky Swanson to others. He cares about getting material to sell stupid people and fill his pockets with every UFO dollar he can. He doesn't care about you and you wanting disclosure. He doesn't care about any of that. He's here for the money. And the sooner you realize that, the better off you're going to be when evaluating these people's claims. And let's talk about that. All the people we've covered tonight have collectively made millions of dollars selling these false narratives. For anybody to not realize that, hey, maybe they do have a motive to lie. Maybe they do have a motive to be deceptive, to manipulate available data, to leave parts of stories out that would seem to, solve the mystery. We've seen that lie by omission. They have millions of dollars of motive to keep playing fast and loose with the facts, keep supporting evidence-free storytellers telling stories they want to hear or their audience wants to hear. It's absolutely ridiculous, though, in my view, that this just, I keep saying this and I mean it, in no other genre can you get caught selling completely and totally fake stories and keep your career. But here we see it time and time again. Now, I think that you know, what we'll see is that the money's going to dry up for some of these people. It's yet to be seen how damaging this whole situation with them bluffing for a year and not having what they claimed. We're still, you know, I'm still hesitant to make predictions, but I think that the grift's going to go on. It's just a matter of how damaged are these people? How much are their followings going to shrink because they just all got caught bluffing for more than a year and they had nothing. They had nothing. They bluffed all the way to Congress and they had nothing. They have nothing. And if they did, they could show it. Do you know what an amazing story it would be if, let's say, for example, tomorrow, David Grush held a press conference and he showed all kinds of evidence of aliens, all kinds of evidence of alien crash retrievals. He brought to the podium 5 people that worked on the program, saw the alien spaceships, touched them, you know, bring a pathologist that worked on one of the alien bodies or did an autopsy on one, showed pictures and evidence and documents from within those programs. Do you know that would be the biggest story on earth? Because it would, first of all, it would vindicate that these people aren't lying scumbags, but that's another story. It would show that the government has indeed been lying and they just doubled down and lied again, claiming there's no evidence. Why doesn't Grush do that? Does, you know, and all these excuses, oh no, it's classified, Stephen. No, the Dopser cleared him to talk about all this stuff, which means it can't be classified. It's not classified. Don't use that fake excuse. Where is all the evidence that all of the people we covered tonight claimed, proved that aliens and UFOs are being, you know, reverse engineered or whatever the case may be? Where is the evidence or the proof of that? I mean, I cannot believe that we're at this level of stupidity, right? And then something else that I wanted to share. We've still got Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp. They're doubling down now on the pyramid spaceships. Even when something is completely and totally debunked as fake, these guys won't let it go. Here's Corbell still trying to claim with Jay Stratton. Is Jay Stratton the one that werewolves followed him home from Skinwalker Ranch? I think so.
Footage from the USS Russell, which you know that George and I obtained and released. So you know somebody's filmed a screen and shouldn't have done that, but that's not me. It's journalists. There's shield law.
Yeah, and I think I might know who gave him that file. Do you want a hint? He may be on the screen right now.
Obtained and released, but you've seen it. They played it in Congress,
yep.
Right? Okay. The question about that is, was that, to the best of your knowledge, is that a camera artifact of the iris? The shape that you see in the green footage, we'll call it green, is that an artifact of the iris?
To my knowledge, based on 3 PhDs, it is the shape in that video is the shape that you're seeing, and that it is a pyramid and that it is self-illuminating.
It's a what?
It's that illumination is coming from.
It's self-illuminating. So here we have Jeremy Corbell refusing to admit, even when caught in a completely and totally fake story. What does he do? He gets a wackadoo who also told stories about werewolves following him home from Skinwalker Ranch, right? Or maybe that was another guy. I get this guy and Lukaski and a few others confused. He certainly told wackadoo. He's got a wackadoo belief system. The guy's a wackadoo, right? Now he's going to say, oh, no, I had 3 PhDs. Look at it. Who? Hal Puthoff? Who? Travis Taylor? Who? Eric Davis? Oh, that's right. The same group of wackadoos again. Why can't he name those PhD scientists who looked at it? And by the way, he mentions optical physicist here. You know who an optical physicist is? Travis Taylor from the Skinwalker Ranch television show.
From the object itself. That's my understanding based on, you know, what I had from the text.
3 PhDs. You got 3 PhDs. You got 3 PhD people to look at it.
I got 3 PhD people to look at it. You know,
were they like optical physicists?
Yes.
But why go so far to show one video instead of 3 other videos that are out in the public that are corroborative visual evidence of one event, and then say they're drones? And I know who named them drones. So why did they do that?
I don't know.
Fair to say, if it was a known UFO.
By the way, Travis Taylor and him are the losers that investigated that case and couldn't figure it out. Mick West figured it out in 10 minutes, right? So, you know, I don't care how many letters are behind your name. If you're a wackadoo, you're a wackadoo. And nobody should trust when wackadoos say anything. You have to know exactly who you're dealing with. And when you're dealing with a guy who's claiming that werewolves followed him home from Skinwalker Ranch, and he's on the Skinwalker Ranch television show making outrageous claims with no evidence, then you can't trust anything that some of these people say. Ross Coulthard bluffing some more. We got some more to share with you. Ross Coulthard is the king of the fake bluff, right? Just the king of the fake story bluff. Now he's saying this is according to Skyfire News, congressional staffers have direct firsthand evidence of UFO crash retrieval and reverse engineering program, according to Ross Coulthard.
Come away from an incredible conversation with a staffer in the Congress who was telling me what they knew was going on. And it's revelations of direct first-hand witness evidence of a retrieval program and a reverse engineering program inside the United States, mainly run by private aerospace companies, but also overseen by a very small group of gatekeepers in the defense and intelligence community.
Yeah, okay. So again, then Ross Coulthard could name that congressional staffer, get on the record comments from him, right? And prove that the government is lying. But we don't get that. We get, trust me, bro, I talked to a congressional staffer. He told me the government's lying. You know, this is one big ridiculous circle jerk. One big ridiculous circle jerk. Oh no, the government does have the aliens. We have all this evidence. We have witnesses that'll prove that the government's lying. Where are they at? You can't keep bluffing, Ross Coulthard. You've been bluffing for a year. Either put your cards on the table or leave the goddamn poker game, you liar. All right. We're going to move on. I thought I had a Gary Nolan clip. I hate to play something from the Good Propaganda Show, though, right? Interesting that the Good Propaganda Show, boy, yeah. Well, I will share something from that. And boy, that whole thing with the Good Propaganda Show, they are there to basically just reinforce whatever the grifters are saying. He is a useful idiot to the UFO grift squad, this Matt Ford. One second. Let me just cue this up to Gary Nolan. All right. And we've still got our fair use banner up. This is a transformative work. Yeah. We're educating the public about the UFO propaganda show run by Matt Ford, in which he literally is accusing people of criminal activity because they don't believe his UFO grifting scumbag hero friends, right? And, you know, listen, I'm all for people being fans of, I guess, media personalities, but this guy lights up like a Christmas tree when he gets to talk to his grifting scumbag lying heroes here. It is ridiculous. Let's hear what Gary Nolan has to say.
And the executive director of the board for the Soul Foundation, joining us today to give his personal opinion on the Arrow Historical Report. Please welcome Dr. Gary Nolan. Dr. Nolan, how are you, sir?
Great. Nice to be here again.
And actually, this will.
It looks like you got his eyeliner and mascara on during this interview. Good job on that this time, Mr. Nolan.
Be your fourth time here. You're turning into a total regular here at the Good Trouble Show. So we're super glad to have you as always.
Yeah, because Matt Ford won't ask any hard questions like, did you violate Stanford's code of ethics when you used university labs and equipment to hell UFO scumbag grifters sell completely and totally fake stories. And look at Matt Ford lighting up like a Christmas tree. Oh my God, my scumbag UFO heroes are right here talking to me. I can't believe it. He all but licks Nolan's asshole during this interview.
Same.
Excellent, excellent. Okay, so let's dig into this thing. And of course, right before this, I aired sort of a deep dive into Arrow, Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick.
Yeah, 25 minutes of accusing the United States government of a cover-up he can't prove with absolutely no evidence and with fake facts and made up, talking points that were likely handed to him by the same grifters he's interviewing on this show.
And their methodology. What is your reaction to part one of this historical report?
Well, it makes me really worry about what part two is going to be. I mean,
that's for sure. It's not going to be a good sequel.
It disappoints me, obviously, because it's a masterclass in unscientific bias. The language they use, the conclusions they draw. It's obvious that they decided what they wanted to say before they looked at a lot of the evidence, and that's just not how.
Well, you could show all that evidence publicly, Gary Nolan. You and your UFO grifting friends, all of you. Why don't all of these guys just get together and hold a press conference and show all the evidence that they claim is being covered up? They could do that if that evidence existed, but somehow all these guys together can't rub enough brain cells together to go, you know what? Let's prove them wrong. Let's call their bluff, right? And that's the thing about people calling a bluff. You can only bluff so long. Once your bluff is called and your deception is exposed, you can't bluff again. But yet, here we are, and all these people that bluffed having all this evidence for almost a year now with this false Grush narrative. Remember, Dave Grush works for him at the Soul Foundation, which is a bit like the Raelian UFO cult, apparently. Yeah, they could all get together, have a press conference, and prove all these claims that they're making. And here's the thing about claims. This very same people that made all these false fact, evidence-free claims of alien technology, alien bodies, alien cover-ups, reverse engineering programs within the United States government, all those claims that they made appear to have been false. And now they're doubling down, making more false claims about Kirkpatrick. Coulthard is saying that the advisors of Arrow are under investigation by the Intelligence Community Inspector General. No, they're not. Not until you prove that they're not. Show me an on-the-record statement from the Intelligence Community Inspector General stating that they are investigating Arrow executives or Arrow advisors for any wrongdoing. And the fact that these guys live in this delusional UFO fantasy land where all this is real, even though they don't have any evidence they could show you that it's real, even when their bluff is called, they have no evidence that it's real. The fact that these guys can literally slander people, accuse them of being criminals and covering things up after they just got caught completely and totally bluffing evidence-free stories for a year. Now they're just going to, again, with the claims. Well, all of your alien and UFO claims were false, so why should anybody listen to you or trust you when you're now making claims about the people who called your bluff on your evidence-free fake stories? It's amazing. I got to have a psychiatrist explain how people live in echo chambers and will, it's exactly like a cult. This is what cults do. When somebody speaks out against dear leader of the cult, suddenly they're the P word, right? I've been accused of that a bunch of times, right? Falsely, of course, with no evidence, of course, right? They will do anything to stay in this delusional fantasy world, up to and including accusing people of being criminals, of not looking at the evidence. No, the report was very clear. They looked at all the evidence people provided them. Why don't you provide them with some evidence? Why don't you all, like I said, why don't all these grifters get together and have a press conference and prove the government is lying? After all, they claimed that Grush had all this evidence and there was 40 first-hand witnesses. Why don't they truck all those people out in a press conference? let's call the government's bluff. They can't and they won't, because as much as I distrust the government, in this case, I believe the government is correct. Having observed all of these people that we're covering tonight, all being caught selling completely and totally evidence-free fake stories in the past, some of them multiple times.
Science is done. I mean, compare this report to the French Comida report from 1999. Now, I mean,
he likes that report because that one is like, it could be aliens. So he liked that report. Didn't like the government report who said no evidence of aliens. Didn't like the U.S. government, but he liked the French one that said, well, we investigated. Some things are unexplained, and yeah, it could be alien.
Right. High-ranking officials, scientists, detailed case analysis. I mean, that's a model of academic and scientific integrity. But this 2024 report doesn't even reference that. I mean, and that's a case where...
Because they were not mandated with covering foreign UFO cases, only United States ones. So this is a nonsensical circular argument that makes no sense. But hey, maybe you can go to college more, right? And learn things like basic facts and logic, Gary Nolan.
The French came to the conclusion that many of these cases can be explained as nothing other than non-human intelligence.
But they didn't prove that. It was an assumption.
Right? They'd already thrown out all of the cases that had obvious telltale signs of natural phenomena or mistakes. So, I mean, that...
Well, maybe that's what Arrow's doing, throwing out all the cases that can be explained. So show them some cases that can't be. And while you're at it, show them all this evidence you guys all claim to have.
Bothers me because this 2024 report feels like a high school hackathon project, right? Not a serious scientific inquiry.
Oh, it's a high
really
school hack.
A disservice to the public and to the scientific community in general. You know, I mean, and here's one of the things. My sources inside of Arrow tell me that there was a lot of pressure to rush this report out with preconceived conclusions.
And here we go again with more evidence-free claims. The same guy who stood on a camera with Ross Coulthard claiming they had conclusive proof of alien technology, all confirmed by this man, cut to a shot of Michio Kaku, all confirmed by this renowned scientist. The same man who made that false claim is now making new false claims. And remember the last claims he made with no evidence? These are new claims with no evidence. So shouldn't we keep that in mind, that these people are making all of these claims with no evidence? And they're the very same people that made all of these evidence-free alien claims in the past? Why don't you? He has a source within Arrow. Great. Name him. Why don't you bring them on the Good Propaganda Show to confirm that you're not just playing fast and loose with the facts or making brand new evidence-free claims to cover your last evidence-free claims that turned out to be bullshit.
I believe that.
And that folks on the inside were unhappy with the narrative being pushed. And the DNI was also unpleased at this point.
Again, all of these claims are completely and totally evidence-free. He's just saying it.
Post it coming out because they weren't even given the chance to vet this in the way that they thought it should have been. So, you know, when you've got a report that's pushing an agenda that...
What agenda? The agenda was, let's investigate and see if there's any evidence. And poor Gary Nolan, poor Ross Coulthard, poor Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp and Dave Grush and Lou Elizondo, right? You guys created this. You asked for this to happen. You wanted government to investigate and take it seriously. And they did. And they found that it's all stories coming from the same bunch of wackadoos that have been involved in this for, in some cases, decades. And none of you have any evidence. That's what they found. And again, it's very easy. They could refute all of this by ending the bluff. If you weren't bluffing and you do have all this evidence, show it to us. Let's see it.
Other than following the evidence, they basically push what it is their objective is. You've really got to wonder, what are they trying to hide? You know, I mean, for instance, they don't even compare to the 2023 and 2022 reports, which were, of course, reports of things that are different than this. This is a historical context. But they don't even give any of the numbers of what it is that they were covering over the last 40 years. right? So there's lack of detailed data, no geographic breakdown, no info on shapes and sizes, are the kinds of things. They did define the criteria by which they were going to be coming to their conclusion. So, if we want to get to the bottom of this, we need transparency, objectivity, and a willingness to follow the data feeds and the 2024 report.
I love it.
Account.
And when you say sort of disappointment on the inside, do you mean within Arrow? The
Within
people
Arrow.
working
This
in
is
Arrow?
from people within Arrow. Yeah. I mean,
Okay.
that.
Why doesn't he name the person within Arrow? Why don't they interview the person within Arrow to confirm Gary Nolan's claims? Gary Nolan has a history of making wackadoo claims. Did you hear the latest? The latest is that I think it was the director of Unacknowledged or one of those Stephen Greer shit films, the one right after the Atacama humanoid, who claimed that Gary Nolan said that the Atacama humanoid, it was made from human DNA, but it was made by an alien. Talk about evidence-free claims. This guy is a Stanford University professor. Remind me not to send any of my children to Stanford. I don't want them getting, wackadooized by radical wackadoo belief systems like this guy who claims that a deformed human baby was made by aliens. And again, no evidence of that claim. Where's the evidence of that claim? Just like there's no evidence that he and Ross Coulthard had, quote, conclusive proof of alien technology, all confirmed by this renowned scientist. And then they cut to a shot of Michio Kaku. It's actually, I'm starting to feel sorry for these people. Because you never know anybody that lives in a delusional fantasy world. I knew a few Q-tards that wouldn't give up the Q-tard thing. And, even friends and family would come to me with Q-tard nonsense, and I would try to talk them out of it. No, Stephen, the storm is upon us, right? And after a while, you start feeling bad for those people. Like these people have lost their grip on goddamn reality. And now they're going to call anybody who objects to their faith-based evidence-free belief system criminals and bad people, right? Or they could just show the evidence they claim that there's so much of, right? If there's so much evidence, why could they find none to show to the government?
That place is not a locked vault.
Right. So of course. And, and you just spoke about data, so it seems like they're making claims, without any data, which of course is what what Kirkpatrick and the others, always sort of accuse us of is saying all this stuff without data. Well, where is their data?
They showed in explicit detail how they reached their conclusions. That was all public and in the report, right? It's not data that you want to hear, like, this person had no evidence. This other person had no evidence. This person made claims that turned out to be completely and totally false. Or this person, confused somebody touching an F-117 Nighthawk with somebody touching an alien spacecraft. They showed all the data. It's in the report. Good trouble show. But hey, we have to cope somehow. So let's just say they didn't show us the data, right? And interestingly, Gary Nolan is one of the people that pushed this TTSA scam material that was completely and totally debunked. Yeah, it was fake. It wasn't from an alien spacecraft. It was from an ordinary earthly, what was it? A missile part, basically, right? Oh, they analyzed it. I will agree that they did not put lab reports from the analysis of that alleged UFO crash material. That wasn't in the report. I would have liked to have seen that personally, and I think they should show it. So, I mean, maybe it's fair to say they have no data because they didn't show lab reports. Is that what they're saying? But this is all one big cope, one big circle jerk of nonsense, right? In order to just continue living in a delusional fantasy world where this is all real, even though they have no evidence it's real. It is a cult. It is a faith-based belief system. It is like a religion or a cult. You don't need evidence to believe in your religion or your cult. It's based on faith. And I'm just at a loss here. Like, I can't believe that some of these people are doing what they're doing with the cope thing going on. You know, like the fact that they're willing to just make new evidence-free claims when they get called out for a year of making evidence-free claims is amazing to me. Like you're basically doubling down on the lie, right? You know, it's like the monkeys, right? See no evil, hear no evil. Like, oh, I don't want to hear it. Don't tell me that there's no evidence. The aliens are still here. No, apparently not. So we'll take some comments from the live chat. I apologize for going so long without interacting with all of you. Welcome one and all. If you're just joining us, we are talking about the UFO circus. And these are my notes from the land of make-believe, where we can somehow trust people who have, most of which have all been caught lying multiple times to fill their pockets with UFO money, all making new evidence-free claims to cover being called out on bluffing their last evidence-free claims. Great. Bobby Broadway is here and said he remote viewed it. Yes, Mike Rotunda says, none of these guys have evidence, but you dispute the results of the government day. There is no evidence. Just show us your evidence then. Prove them wrong. Yeah, that's what we were saying here earlier, Mike Rotunda. And thanks for being a show supporter and a channel member. We appreciate your support. Technic says, did anyone actually read the Arrow's report? We read most of it here right on our show. So if you haven't read it and maybe you just want to hear me read it, I'd read most of it in the previous show. Bob Birkin says, honestly, Ross Coldheart looked like a reptilian. Maybe all that bunch are the aliens. Could be. Kyle Furter says, yes, there was a mix of items going back to Art Bell's collection. Some were obviously just fake, made by humans. They could have been props. Yeah, Art's Parts was then, and it has always been a complete and total hoax. Let me tell you how fake it was. It was so fake that Art Bell said it was fake. When has Art Bell ever come out on a limb and said, no, that story's completely and totally fake? Art Bell said that Art's Parts was fake. Mike Rotunda says, let me get this straight. These clowns went before Congress, asked them to investigate on UFOs, and then they did. And now you don't like the results, so you say it's bogus. Isn't this what you wanted? Great point, Mike. Yeah. Yeah. William Runner says the Q-Tard conspiracy hurt a lot of people. I agree, right? Yeah. Just Call Me Anon says, spend $100,000 a year to go to Stanford University and Gary Nolan is your teacher. Yeah, I'd ask for my money back, right? And here's the thing that a lot of people don't realize, like, he's an immunologist. So him doing like crash retrieval analysis is completely and totally bogus. Talk about scientific. He's bitching about this doesn't follow scientific standards of evidence. Well, how about this? You're an immunologist, you clown. You have no right to be analyzing materials. You're not a materials scientist. That's like, I don't know. It's like having a sore foot and going to a proctologist to get some help. Like, this doesn't happen in real science. This is just, he's the science guy that they got in the wackadoo team. So he's going to prop up their fake science bullshit, right? Ross is making BS candy bars and wanting everyone to take a bite. I can't say I disagree. Gary should be accountable like Ross, the dingo, for telling lies. Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. I think she's sitting on the edge of the rabbit hole, hoping she can get a few books in. Yeah, I think maybe somebody's talking about Annie Jacobs. Wondering if Area 51 must have hired toilet cleaners with 3-level clearance with hand scanners to access the area. Could be, right? Why don't we ever hear whistleblowers that were like the janitor at Area 51? It's always somebody that worked on the aliens, right? He didn't even follow the UFO crash retrieval handbook. He had no gloves or masks on, for starters. Crackpot science, says Al Garay. Yes, the grift will continue for some, like the Skinwalker cast. They each have so far made a cool $250,000. Hard to walk away from those kind of side hustle bucks. Can't say I disagree. I could use a $250,000. It applies. Oh, Pasolka, but it applies to Jacobson too, Stephen, says Smith. Yeah. If Nolan's hobby, just like Elizondo's after-school special A-tip. Yes. Where was the housekeeper? No idea. Kyle says, even look at how bad Avi Loeb's analysis of the meteor and microspheres, and he's in a closer field. And even he just got stuff way wrong. Real expertise and peer review is important. Can't say that I disagree with that assertion. You know, I still think there's something funny going on with clocks here, because I'm I hate daylight savings and all the clocks look like the clock in my car is messed up. I have no idea how to change it, right? So we've been broadcasting for 2 hours and 13 minutes, but StreamYard is telling me we've been broadcasting for 3 hours and 13 minutes. So I think there's still something funky going on. I apologize about that. None of Bob Lazar's working girls was a whistleblower. Apparently not. You got to be real wacky to turn heads at Stanford. Yeah, I mean, they're a pretty liberal organization, so I can imagine, right? Yes. Any thoughts on the letter asking for a UAP oversight committee? 8 out of 435 Congress reps, always the same ones pushing this nonsense. Yeah, we got Burchett, we got Marco Rubio, we got that Anna Paulina nutter, wackadoo, right? The bikini girl. And I can't remember the other 5, but you're right. They're the usual suspects, right? Yes. And General Meow Meow says it's an easy metric. Be skeptical of anyone claiming to know the truth, withholds it, and then needs your money so that they can continue to withhold it. Can't say I disagree. Pasolka has fallen down the rabbit hole. Yeah, I truly believe that. Yeah. Yeah, so some great comments and questions in the live chat tonight. So many morons and grifters getting undue credibility from the podcast circles platforming them. Yeah, I mean, I'm just at a loss. I titled tonight's show The Circus, Notes from the Land of Make-Believe, because I'm just blown away by the evidence-free claims. Like, they bluffed with evidence-free claims that the government had alien bodies and alien crash retrievals and alien spaceships and all this stuff, evidence-free claims for over a year. And by the way, let's be clear, all of these clowns made an awful lot of money. I would love to know how much all of the people we're covering tonight made on the Dave Grush narrative, right? I would love to know. It's got to be in the hundreds of thousands of dollars from what I've seen just in monetized YouTube views. But it's not just the people we're covering tonight. Joe Rogan did an episode. We've got Tucker Carlson doing a huge podcast, or a huge, I don't even know, do you call Carlson's X thing a podcast? Whatever. To huge numbers. Rogan got millions of views. I think like 8 million views, all monetized. That's a lot of money from one interview of Grush. And what's going to happen now is that Grush is probably going to go away for a while because he's not going to be able to withstand a real interview. By the way, just like Lou Elizondo can't withstand a real interview. Because in a real interview, people confront you and ask hard questions. And though I'd love to see somebody confront and ask Lou Elizondo or Dave Grush hard questions, I don't think that they're going to be willing to do that. They're going to carefully, they'll go on the Good Propaganda show or any show with the word disclosure in it, right? And get that softball circle jerk in, right? And sell their wares, but they're not going to do real interviews because people are going to start, listen, if I had Grush for 10 minutes, I could break through all the urgent, incredible bullshit. I could break through, what evidence did you give to the intelligence community inspector general? And by the way, why are you giving evidence to the wrong government party? If they're all claiming he gave evidence to the ICIG. What kind of evidence? Evidence of the aliens? Evidence of crash retrievals? Or evidence of reprisals? It's all of this confusion and data massaging. Oh, I gave evidence. What evidence? What evidence? And by the way, going to the intelligence community inspector general, asking him to investigate UFOs and aliens is not what you do, because there's an office for that. It's called AARO, and all these clowns, many of them, refused to go to AARO because they suddenly got wind and realized AARO was going to expect them to have evidence of their claims. So instead of going to the proper government authority with their concerns or evidence or whatever, they claim they sent it to the wrong government agency that has nothing to do with investigating any of that shit. And that more than anything will inform you that these people are not being honest. If they really had evidence, they would go to the office that you're supposed to show the evidence to. They all refuse to. Funny that, right? So what can I say, friends? We've done our due diligence. I think I will be back tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And I hope that you will be here with me. We want to thank all of you kind and generous benefactors. If you haven't already, please follow me on Twitter. It's at Stephen Cambion. Please visit our website at truthseekershow.com. And from there, you can get all the latest episodes of our show here, whether you prefer the video or audio format. It's all on our website, truthseekershow.com. I'd also like to encourage you to throw a couple bucks in our hat. We're a viewer-supported show. And unlike all these UFO circle jerk shows, we're not pulling any punches. We're asking hard questions here, even if I'm asking them to avoid because these cowards won't come here and ask real, answer real questions. It's just, I am blown away by this circus of, a false reality that many of these people live in. It is a cult-like, religious, faith-based, evidence-free belief system. And, I keep saying the circus, the circus doesn't end, but it does for a time, right? The circus comes to town and they make whatever money they can and then they pack up, right? And they go away for a while, but the circus comes back to town. So right now, all of these people are trying to keep their grift going. They've all made a substantial amount of money, some would say an enormous amount of money, pushing these evidence-free fake stories. We've seen George Knapp pushing a book that he claimed had all kinds of evidence, and he admits on Joe Rogan there is no evidence, right? We've seen Jeremy Corbell push fake story after fake story after fake story, all to huge media blitzes, right? Ooh, pyramid spaceships. Ooh, giant triangle spaceship. Ooh, jellyfish UFO. It was all fake. It was all nonsense. So, at some point you go, all these people have is fake nonsense, and it never changes. It never ends. The big bluff, too. We've talked about this concept before here. All of these people overpromise, and they inevitably underdeliver, and that leads to the big letdown. What the stage we're at now with Grush is the big letdown. They all overpromised and overhyped and over-sensationalized. Oh, he's got 40 witnesses. We've got all this evidence. Now, welcome to the underdeliver. Where's the evidence? When the bluff is called, they don't have any, right? And now we're in the stage of the big letdown. Oh, Grush is full of shit. Pull out another storyteller to give us all the disclosure boner back. That's what they're going to do. They're going to pull out new fake storytellers with no evidence, right? At least that's what I predict. I think the Cosmic Con shuffle is going on, and right now they're all in cope mode, and they're making excuses and claiming cover up, and Kirkpatrick's the devil, right? And all this stuff, of course, again with no evidence. Just like they had no evidence of the aliens, they've got no evidence that Kirkpatrick is a bad person, or had preconceived ideas, or drew his own conclusions, or refused to look at evidence. They have no evidence of that. Just more evidence-free claims, just like the last group of evidence-free claims. But hey, the circus will go on. The UFO circus will go on. The land of make-believe will go on. But I do think that fundamentally, all of the people we're covering tonight, they grift this one too far. They grift this one all the way to Congress, and they screwed up the whole grift game for all of them. Because now, I think, I'm hopeful at least, that a lot more people are going to require evidence before getting excited about anything any of the people we've covered tonight have to say. At least that's my hope and prayer, right? But it is what it is. The grift's going to go on. We have seen time and time again. Corey Good is a perfect example of people refusing to end their grifts. Corey Good, for 8 years, collected perhaps millions of dollars by some accounts, telling secret space alien stories. Then, in a lawsuit, in a deposition, he admits he's never even been to space, right? And what does he do? He makes excuses for why he had to lie under oath, which is absolutely ridiculous because the court cases are still going on. And essentially, He's on public YouTube basically saying, yeah, I had to lie in court. I had to do what I had to do to protect my intellectual property. And he's still going on with the grift. He literally admitted in court that he made up those stories. And he's still going on with the grift. Just like Lou Elizondo is still signing his name, director, ATIP. False reality. Some of these people get caught. They get trapped in that false reality and they can't get out. But, you know, I do believe that there is, I've said this before, I believe there's a road to redemption for all men, right? Maybe some of them can do something more constructive with their lives other than sell people a fairy tale fantasy land of lies and, you know, no evidence. I don't think they will, though. The UFO money's too good, right? It's too good. Why work, right? We've seen it with people like David Wilcock. Guy works 1 day out of 2 months and cries and complains about how difficult his life is, right? And we've seen some of these people can get $10,000 to give one speech at one event. So I don't think they're ever going to give up on the grift, no matter how many times they get caught lying, no matter how many fake stories they get caught selling. They're just going to keep the grift going. That's what they're going to try to do by any means necessary, kind of like Malcolm X said. So, yeah, we've done our due diligence. I want to thank all of you kind and generous benefactors, you Patreon supporters, you PayPal pledgers, you YouTube super chatters, you Twitch subscribers, PayPal pledgers, super chatters, super thanks. Anybody sending a couple of bucks our way, we truly appreciate you. And thanks for appreciating us. So we've done our due diligence, friends. I'm going to bounce on out of here. I'm desperately trying to finish a story for tomorrow's show, but I have a backup in case I don't get through it all. I'll be back. Most likely, I will be back tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Hope you'll be here with me. No place that I would rather be. So that's all I got for you, friends. Until next time, my name is Stephen Cambion. Good night, and God bless all of you.
embrace a full digital life revolution. Uploading acapellas, drum beats, and guitar riffs to the World Wide Web, from one countryside to the next. It's an international love affair, and new music is our gift to the free world. Our freedom of expression is only limited by our creativity, so we stand together, and because of it, our voices are unlimited. We represent every corner of the world as we broadcast our message to every country, state, city, and town. Our supporters have expressed tremendous gratitude for taking the high road and giving them free music again to the world.
Greetings and salutations, and welcome back, old friends and new. Welcome to Truth Seekers, where every day that we're here, we try to fight the good fight. And what a fight it has been, especially these last few weeks, which may explain a little bit of my absence last week. But we are back on track. Sometimes I would say ready to attack, but tonight I'm more ready to make peace with many things. You know, the serenity prayer comes to mind. I suppose I have to learn the wisdom to know what things I cannot change. And there's many things that I can't change. The least of all is this stupid world of conspiracy land that I have found myself engrossed in for many years now. So I do have some notes, a lot of them, to try to get through here. And I apologize, but any super chats we will read after I've gotten through the notes. I'm afraid I will get too sidetracked paying attention to the live chat. So you'll forgive me, all those supporters, which we love and thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and your support. So getting back to last week, and where people have said I disappeared. And I'm glad, it is nice that people notice when you're not around. And thanks to the few people who reached out to me and made sure that I was okay, or, what was going on. Because you see, last week was not fun. And for the first time in years, I got disgusted enough with this whole circus and shit show to just walk away for a time. I felt like I had to. Because last week and the week before that, I got to deal with a lot of things. Coordinated copyright strikes against our channel here. And there was 2. Enough, and threats of another one. And again, these are coordinated attacks, and I will get into more specifics if I feel that I need to. So last week I got to deal with all of these copyright strikes, and in honesty, I thought that our channel was done. Because these are coordinated attacks. By that I mean several people getting together and coordinating their copyright strikes in an effort to get us through the 3 strikes and destroy our channel. I also got to deal with some serious legal threats. Then, to top it off, I got doxxed, and another show host released my personal information. Well, actually, I believe that that was a coordinated effort as well, because I was forced, due to these copyright strikes, to put legal defense letters forward, which contained my personal private information, including things like my home address. And it's interesting to me that I've been doing this for 6 or 7 years, and we've pissed off a lot of people, but no one has ever doxed me and released my personal information, my name and home address to the general public. But just a few weeks after I was forced to give YouTube and the copyright striker my home address and, private information. By the way, it's illegal for somebody who files a copyright strike against you to release that personal or private information to other parties. And we may be pursuing that. Because just a few weeks after I was forced, in a legal sense, to release that personal private information to one of these copyright strikers, a radio show host, some of you will know who I'm talking about. Just a few weeks after that, remember, 6, 7 years, never been doxxed. Just a few weeks after he got that information, everyone had that information. I started getting what some people would refer to as angry lawyer letters, cease and desist letters, people threatening to sue me, coming right to my door. And that's never happened before. I've never gotten one at my home address. So, maybe I'm a little too conspiratorial myself, but I don't think that is any coincidence that I was forced to give my private information to this one individual, and suddenly all of his friends had it. Isn't that a coincidence? Isn't that a coincidence? Now, then on top of all of this other drama, my entire family came down with a bad stomach virus. I thought it was nerves for me, but since everybody else had the same symptoms in my family, one of the kids started throwing up, and then my wife, and then me. It was a tough week, and I chose to just take the week off and try to deal with all these things and get them over with and out of the way. I don't like legal threats hanging over me, so now on to the good news. The copyright strikes are completely resolved, and now we don't have any. But this is not to say that we are safe and in the clear, because now I hear that some of that radio show host friends are now threatening copyright strikes against another show host, not me, but Goof On. And I've used clips from that guy's show, so there could be more false copyright strikes in my very near future. And our channel is in severe danger here, because it appears to me that this radio show host, and again, this is my speculation, I'm entitled to it, is not only sharing my personal private information, such as my home address, with other people who have that are his friends that have some grievance with me, right? But also coordinating copyright strikes in an effort to destroy our channel here. So, it's been a tough week. The 2 copyright strikes we had are now resolved. But like I said, we're not in the clear because it appears that this radio show host is coordinating with his scummy friends to destroy our show and destroy our channel. And quite honestly, last week, I thought we were finished. I thought that 3rd strike's going to come in. They're all within 90 days, and I'm done. And I'm done. There's, at some point, I took a walk outside, and I just said, I'm going to leave this up to God. There's nothing I can do here, right? If people want to falsely make legal claims and threats against my show and my channel, and the host is just going to believe them, there's not much that I can do. So I'd like to begin tonight, though, with some things that I had thought about over the week and a cautionary tale, or 2 of them actually, about this road that we are on. Because you see, I'm not the first person to go down this road and start calling out these scammers and fraudsters. There was people before me with bigger megaphones while I was off in audio podcast land and almost nobody was listening to me for quite a while. There were others. Most notably, the 2 that I really enjoyed was Joe from the Carolinas and C.W. Channer. And I mentioned this is a cautionary tale. Joe from the Carolinas got doxxed, and in his case, they released his employment information, his workplace where he worked, his home address, and more. And I believe, I don't really know Joe. I talked to him a few times in I don't know, Twitter DMs or something like that. But in Joe's case, they harassed his employer so much, and him so much, and his neighbors, and all manner of things. Once somebody puts your address out there and then riles up these nutters to go after you, it's very taxing psychologically, emotionally, whatever. Now, I'll say in my case that I've got a lot of weapons, and I am a big supporter of protecting my home. So any nutters get the wrong idea in my case of doxing, all I got to tell you is I will vigorously defend my family and my home here. It would be a very foolish thing for any dumb nutter to come here and threaten myself, or especially my family. Let's remember, I live here with my wife and my 2 young children. So back to Joe from the Carolinas. Joe took so much nonsense from doing similar stories that we do here that he got doxxed and really disrupted and screwed up his life and his job and all manner of things. Joe got, I believe that he got, I don't want to put words in his mouth, I don't want to speak for him, but my understanding is that Joe from the Carolinas, who, by the way, did amazing, excellent work, commendable work, Joe got so distraught, traumatized, whatever, from what happened with his doxing situation that he literally just walked away from everything. For a time, he changed to I don't know, covering space and different things, and the channel just wasn't the same. The people were there to see him rip apart fraudsters, and so his views went down, and I guess eventually he just said, I'm done, and he walked away. This is the effect that people attacking you in this manner, violating your privacy, directing people to attack you, not just on the internet now, in the real world. And, I have to say, I wasn't fearful last week or anything like that, but I have my guard up now. Sometime last week, a delivery driver came to my door and I didn't see the truck. And so that could have been a bad situation. My guard is heightened now. And will be heightened now, because I don't know if some nutter is going to come here and threaten me or my family. And but it is what it is. Back to Joe, he got so disgusted he quit. And I thought a lot about that last week. I thought, is this really worth it? Am I going to put my family in danger over this nonsense? Then on to C.W. Channer, who did coverage like we do of Corey Good and David Wilcock and Simon Parks and others. And he got doxxed. And then he got sued. And even though it's a frivolous lawsuit that is dragged on now for 2.5 years, by the way, ask anybody who's ever been sued. That's very psychologically difficult. Even when you know you're right, even when you know it's a frivolous lawsuit, in C.W. Channer's case, it cost him something like $15,000 so far, and the case has drug on for 2.5 years. Nobody's seen the inside of a courtroom yet. They're still dealing with motions, and they're about 2 years behind because of COVID, but he's had to have that hanging over his psyche for 2 years or more. And that I can tell you, I got sued one time in a frivolous lawsuit. Somebody literally laid down on my pavement in Philadelphia and claimed they fell. I watched them lay down, an older woman. And then I got sued. And that was very psychologically difficult because, you know, they could get a lien on my home and we were trying to fix up the house and move. And that could have screwed up our moving, all these things. All I can tell you is when you're actually sued, it's traumatic and it's always on your mind or in the back of your mind, and it's stressful. That's what people want when they threaten you with lawsuits or sue you. They want to damage your psyche, to make you worry, right? So the cautionary tale is that we've got two people that I know or knew, right? I don't know Joe very well. Never spoke to him on the phone or in person, but just a few times through DMs. He was aware of me. I was aware of him. But C.W. Channer I know, and I've talked to him on the phone, and he's talked to me. And C.W. Channer has basically said, I'm not going to cover any of this crap anymore. It's not worth it. So what I get to see is the end result of this road, and where it's going is not a good place for anybody else that's trying to traverse it and do the right thing here. And, you know, spend a great deal of effort, time, and energy revealing to people that this conspiracy land, especially UFO community, is filled with disgusting, despicable con artists and other less than scrupulous people. And those people, once you become a real threat to them, and I suppose we have become a threat to some people, and isn't it interesting that it's the higher ups that I'm the big threat to, right? They're going to come after me, a channel with less than 5,000 subscribers. They're going to try to silence my voice in this thing because I'm so damaging to them with less than 5,000 subscribers. Anyway, I can see where this road's going, and it's not a good place. It's not a good road to stay on. And it appears to me to be a fool's mission, because for all my effort, for all my altruistic intentions, what's changed? I suppose many more people are aware of who these scammers are and what their true motivation is. But look at the damage that this has done to me personally, to my family now. And, you know, I got to go explain to my wife why I'm a little high strung or vigilant anytime somebody's, you know, creeping around our house, or, you know, like last week, some dark sedan pulled up in front of my house and I'd never seen it before. It wasn't one of my neighbor's car. And I was like, who the hell is this? Is this some nutter? And I have to go out and investigate. And I suppose my biggest regret is that, you know, I don't want my wife to worry that some nutter is going to come here because of this dickhead show host that decided to dox me. But this guy doxed me on his show co-host or whatever, doxed me publicly on Twitter and more. And by the way, called me a pedophile with no evidence or anything like that. That's the level that these disgusting, despicable people are willing to go to. That's the level they're willing to go to. And unless you're willing to stoop that low too, you're going to have problems. And I'm just not the kind of person. I have that show host personal information. I'm not giving it out to anybody. For me to do so would be illegal. But this is where I find myself. And I get it. So many people are reaching out to me going, oh, Steve, you know, cheering me on. Like, yeah, don't give anybody, no more passes, Steve. Don't let up on these scammers. Go get these scammers, right? But the truth is, no matter how much somebody claims to support me, my show, or my efforts, the truth is that none of these people will be here to pay my legal bills. And I mean that in multiple ways. First of all, if I get a frivolous lawsuit, none of these people cheer me on, always saying, yeah, go get those scammers, Steve, are going to pay my legal bills. I'm going to have to do that myself. And a secondary thought that I had is, if someone should come here and threaten my family, that could turn into a legal situation, because I will not hesitate to defend my home and my family. And we all know that sometimes things can be turned around. You know, maybe the police decide you go too far in the defense of your home or your family. That could be a whole bunch of legal bills and a criminal charge that I don't need. You know, I've got a wife and children here. I don't need the legal problems. So people are not going to come to my aid here. All these people cheer me on are not, you know, yeah, go get those scammers. Well, what happens when this situation turns into a really shitty one for me? People are not going to be here to pay my legal bills for me or to hold my hand through, you know, criminal charges I get for going too far to defend myself and my family. No. So, and also these people cheer me on. They're not going to be here when some nutbag decides to come to my home because some bitter, angry, delusional man, you know, who claims he has superpowers and gets abducted by aliens, decided to dox me and put my family name out there and address and put my family in danger, even directing people to, quote, make me pay. Pay for what? What I did that pissed that guy off so much is I hosted a guest he didn't like, who made a film he didn't agree with or like. And this is where we find ourselves. And, you know, it leaves me wondering, is all of this worth it? Is this really worth it? Am I going to put myself and my family through more abuse, more legal threats, more stress and anxiety over this nonsense? And this is a circus and a cesspool. You know, there are people out there still trying to profit off the work of Wendell Stevens, a twice convicted child molester. There are people trying to sell stories that include pictures from his archive. And that'll tell you everything you need to know about how despicable some people in this thing are. Sorry, not sorry, but I'm not really interested in pictures from some twice convicted pedophile's collection. The source of evidence matters. And for anyone to suggest that we should somehow trust a twice convicted pedophile displays perfectly the level of lunacy that this thing has escalated into, and why most of me thinks I don't want to be a part of this anymore. We've got Jan Harzan, the child molester, right? International director of MUFON gets busted for trying to bang what he thought was a 13-year-old girl. But MUFON rolls on, making millions of dollars, doing almost nothing of value, but collecting millions of dollars in cash. And what do? They give people a nice certificate that calls them a UFO investigator. And the grift goes on. After Jan Harzan got arrested for trying to bang a 13-year-old girl, they replaced him with a guy who does sex airplane tours, you know, where you can go bang your girlfriend on his airplane. And he also gives airplane rides to children. Isn't that lovely? But no one seems to notice and no one seems to mind. And I'm the bad guy for saying that this is disgusting and this is ludicrous. And of course, we've got Stan Romanek and companies still profiting from that kiddie porn collector. We've got the top echelons of UFO community, you know, the big shots, all working for the same company that is right now promoting and profiting from a convicted kiddie porn collector. And apparently all those top tier UFO celebrities need the paycheck that badly that they're just willing to work for a company that's promoting a kiddie porn collector. But don't point this out or tell any of their fans that they're working for a company that promotes kiddie porn collectors, or you'll be the bad guy. You'll get doxxed. You'll get threatened with lawsuits. And to be honest, that's the least of it. There is also the matter of all the abuse that I've had to take. And I get it. I get it. I'm going to ruffle some feathers. I'm going to piss some people off. especially these delusional idiots that believe these heroes of theirs are worthy of the worship heaped upon them. Because every time I log on to Twitter, I've got some asshole busting my balls because they didn't like a guest I had, or they didn't like a story we did, even though it was 100% factually true, right? Every time I'm on Facebook, some asshole is busting my balls. Every time I'm on Twitter or wherever, somebody's busting my balls. You get sick of it after a while. And last week, I did something I never do. You know how critical I am of show hosts who block people, but I finally decided if you engage with me reasonably, respectfully, I have no problem answering questions, engaging with you, whatever. But if you're going to just be an asshole, I'm going to erase you from my existence. And there's been several people, especially on UFO Twitter, these assholes, love to keep bringing up the same shit. And then I explain it. And then they bring up the same shit again a few days later. They just keep on trying to peck away at my reputation, to turn people against me. Look what a bad person he is. Look what he did. He hosted a show. He hosted a guest that I don't like. Wah, you bunch of pussies. These bunch of pussies. Keyboard warrior pussies. And you know, I've reached a level where I'm done with it. I'm sick of this shit. So block, 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 block. And on with my life. I have no obligation to answer assholes that keep on trying to slander me and turn people against me, damage my reputation with false statements. My favorite was last week. Somebody just decided, some show host, co-host, asshole, Uncle Fester's co-host decided he was just going to call me a pedophile on Twitter. No proof. And, it turns out that same guy's had a whole playlist of 8 and 10-year-old girls dancing, and he's going to call me a pedophile with no proof. Jesus, is that projection much, you asshole? How's your wife feel knowing that you've got an entire playlist of 8 and 10-year-old girls dancing that you're dumb enough to leave public, you dumb shit? And you think that show host would go, dude, that's fucking creepy. You can't be on my show no more. You're a creeper. Of course not. Of course not. They're going to lick each other's asses and keep going, calling me shit like that. But I'm the bad guy here. Remember, when all else fails, blame Stephen Cambion. It's a rule in ufology. It works, apparently, right? Now, we can move on to, I suppose, Linda Moulton Howe and, that vitriol. Because people, including that idiot show host that apparently has somebody that likes to watch 8-year-old girls dance on YouTube for hours, he defended Linda selling a video game cover as a genuine gray alien taking on the moon. And that's absolutely ludicrous. Anybody defending Linda Moulton Howe, people attacked me and other show hosts, asked one of my questions, they attacked him and more. And let's not forget, this isn't the first completely fake thing that Linda Moulton Howe has been caught peddling. She peddled the fake carrot documents, right? For years. She peddled fake crop circle stories, even when the people who hoaxed the crop circles came forward to her and showed her proof that they made those fake crop circles. Still, she doubled down and she said that the men in black got to those people and made them lie. And no, it wasn't them. It was aliens that made those crop circles. She doubles down, insisting the men in black got to those people to lie about those alien-made crop circles. 1 second. Camera out? What do you mean? One second, friends. What is that about? Oh, that's great. Just bear with me, friends. Apparently, what the hell? We're having technical issues. I have no camera. This is great. No camera. Just bear with me, friends. In 1 second, we'll see if we can't resolve that. That's great. I've been talking in the dark for 30 minutes. And I don't know what the issue is. Well, thanks to my wife for letting me know. I'm sorry I wasn't paying attention to the live chat. Let's see here. Oh, there we go. Now it's working. I could see myself the entire time. Now I've lost my place. Well, this is great. So now I'm going to have to, oh, we're going to have to edit this big time. All right. Well, all right. Let's get back to what I was saying, and I'll worry about fixing this later. Somebody's saying it's okay. Maybe I'm more handsome without the camera on. Thanks. So, back to Linda Moulton Howe, people are viciously attacking me just because I asked a question. And let's not forget, she pushed a whole documentary about 2 fake whistleblowers who claim to have some knowledge of aliens in Antarctica. One of her fake sources for that story was a fake Navy SEAL. He even gave a rank that does not exist in the Navy. But remember, I'm the bad guy for pointing out her information is not reliable, vetted at all, or worthy of your attention. And the fact that people in this thing are defending her selling this fake shit, again, tells you the people in this thing are delusional. And no matter how much proof you show them that somebody's not worthy of your attention, they still want to lick their ass and worship that hero, right? Next, we have Richard Dolan, who took part in and profited from the Roswell slide scam. He then laughed at people who said his career should be over for taking part in that kind of a money-grubbing scam. He's been involved in many fake stories and has promoted hoaxes in the past. I believe he's promoting a hoax right now in the form of these Wilson documents. Now, apparently, I don't know the details, but he's going after small YouTube channels that are critical of him. The guy who talks about government censorship and the deep state going too far is now going to threaten and censor people simply for talking about him. Awesome. I don't know the details, but apparently he's threatening Rich from Goofon's channel, and Rich from Goofon is concerned enough to start a backup channel and prepare for his channel getting nuked by one Richard Dolan. Next, we've got Simon Parks, who just got caught being a sex creeper yet again. You may remember Simon Parks, we covered his sexually deviant behavior with some of his followers and even clients before. And what did I get for that? Well, he threatened to sue me for defamation and slander. And now several new victims of his, sex creeper stuff have come forward, mostly recently covered by M. Seeker of Truth. Simon Parks has been accused of sexual misconduct by several of his female followers now, and even clients of his who were paying him for his healing services. We stand by our coverage here, but the legal threats are not over. Next, we can move on to Nick Pope, who lied about his running a UFO program for the British government that never really existed. So for decades now, he's been defrauding people. He's still getting big speaker fees, even offering a 5-minute Skype calls to fans for people for, what was it, $49 or $99? I forget. And how many documentaries, television show gigs, and more has Nick Pope gotten where he literally stole money from people with his fake claims? Every TV show or documentary he is on introduces him by repeating his own lies. He did not run any British UFO program. He was an administrative assistant for the Ministry of Defense. Yes, he was a secretary, nothing more. He didn't, as he suggested, investigate a single UFO case for the British government. Not that he can prove. I challenge him to prove that. There isn't a single report or piece of paper proving any of his claims. In fact, the British government says he was never part of any UFO program, and he did not run any British UFO program. Yet every time he's on television, they introduce him by saying that he ran a British UFO program. The British government themselves dispute his fake claims. Yet he has been allowed to defraud UFO conference organizers, television producers, documentary film producers, and the general public for decades now. And nothing seems to change. No matter how loudly you scream from the rooftops that he lied about his background to make money off of UFO people. Next, we get a radio show host whose name shall never be mentioned here again, who profited from pumping up total frauds, fake stories. People like Emery Smith, Corey Goode, David Wilcock, and more recently, Sarah R. Adams, the fake psychic who claims that she can heal people of cancer with her superpowers and takes money from people to teach them how to open stargates and takes money from people for medbed sessions for medbeds that don't exist. And most recently is running a new medbed scam that is essentially a tanning bed with magnets glued in it. Yes, that radio show host hosted all these people. And he also hosts people who tell people behind a paywall that you can cure autism with camel milk and essential oils. This radio show host let David Wilcock pump up and promote two separate scams on his show. He still hosts UFO conferences like he's some kind of authority on the subject, instead of a bottom-feeding weasel slimeball who has profited from decades by feeding the public garbage fake stories and lies from garbage fake people that have nothing but lies to offer. Of course, we've got David Wilcock, who raised, what was it, $100,000 for his shady charity, and apparently spent all that money on himself and his wife, or funneled it into a for-profit venture, something that's illegal. Yes, the man who took money for courses on ascension and promised everyone was going to ascend and get superpowers in 2012 is now selling courses in anti-gravity, claiming anybody will be able to do it once you take his course. That and free energy. And he's claimed he will have a working hover car prototypes sometime in this year. Tick-tock, David. Clock's ticking. I think he's only got about 8 months left on that claim before that comes crashing down, and he'll be on to the next scam, and nothing will change. Because his grifting goes on. There is no stopping some of these people, no matter how many things you reveal about how they are literally stealing money from people for fake and false information. They keep rolling on. Of course, we've got Corey Goode still suing, 8 or 10 different people simply for saying his fake stories are fabricated and, yes, made up nonsense, and pointing out that he has absolutely zero proof of any of his claims that he's made over the past, 6 or 7 years. He hasn't had a real job, and he's been living off of the UFO community. I think he hasn't had a real job since 2015, but somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. I'm a little hazy on the dates on him. See, instead of just, getting a real job, he decided he could just profit off people stupid enough to believe his fake Buck Rogers space adventure stories. And we've covered him for years, yet he still gets to apparently make hundreds of thousands of dollars from stupid people selling people his fake made-up stories. And there seems to be no end in sight, no matter how often we see his true intention is actually profit. See, the real truth is that this thing is filled with opportunistic bottom-feeding slime balls. A moral and ethical person doesn't just wake up one day and say, I'm going to lie about my background. I'm going to make up fake stories, and I'm just going to sell fake stories about aliens to people for a living instead of getting a real job. That's not something a moral and ethical person wakes up and decides to do one day and then does it for decades. And what gets me also is all these UFO shows and no one is talking about the elephant in the room, these things that we've been talking about tonight. And remember, these are just some examples of this cesspool. I got more for you. I got a lot more for you. I could do this for 4 hours. But this elephant in the room is largely ignored. And you see, all these other show hosts, they play the game. Don't talk about the scams that those guests you're hosting or running. Don't talk about all the hoaxes those guests that you have promoted. Just play the game. Get the clicks and views. We'll all make money together. It's a big club, and I still ain't in it. And, ignoring these predators is not going to solve these issues. It just makes these problems continue and get even worse because other predators go, man, if this Corey Goode and David Wilcock are making all this money, I can make up some shit and do this too. and the field gets filled with more garbage because no one is standing up to these slime balls. Well, I don't want to say no one. I'm aware of me and maybe a few other people I could count on 2 fingers, right? There's a few other people. Now, on to the Lou Elizondo controversy. I hosted a guest here who made a documentary about that. I got threatened, doxxed, slandered all over Twitter. They talked about some event in my past that happened 10 years ago, but they got the facts of that event all wrong, totally misrepresented the facts of that event on Twitter and other places, other social media networks, even going as far as publicly calling me a pedophile with zero evidence or proof. Great. Now people are calling me a pedophile on the internet. That's something that I really have aspired to all my life, right? But this is the level that some of these delusional, bitter, angry little people are willing to go to. And why? Because they disagreed with one of my guests. I've had 1,000 guests, right? But they had such venom, such vitriol, such hatred in their hearts that they decided to go and slander me publicly on Twitter, making up shit, right? In the past few weeks, I've also gotten hate mail and death threats by email and more. I got harassed for days, again, simply for hosting a guest that some people disagreed with. Another show host and is just released my personal information right on his live show and encouraged people to, again, quote, make me pay. Now, on Lou Elizondo, here are some indisputable facts. And if you're an ass licker and want to live in a delusional world where facts aren't facts, then go ahead. But here are some indisputable facts about Lou Elizondo. Lou Elizondo lied to or misled the New York Times. He lied to the History Channel or misled the History Channel. He lied to the public as well, I believe, or misled the public. His organization, TTSA, lied to investors, promising people a spaceship and all kinds of things they never delivered. TTSA also, while he was a member, tried to conceal the fact that they were the publisher of Bob Lazar's book. Lou Elizondo apparently lied to the government and misused whatever authority he had so he could declassify 3 videos that I think are worthless, that prove absolutely nothing, so that he could get a new lucrative job with Tom DeLonge, get a TV show deal, and get a book deal, and make money at conferences telling people that he ran a UFO program, and there is some dispute about that. He also misrepresented the organization he claims he ran within the Pentagon, what their budget was, what their purpose was, and what they actually did. He's also never discussed what his actual full-time responsibilities at the Pentagon were, because it wasn't being a UFO investigator. We know that to be false. Now, on to doxing and cancel culture. The source of me being doxed and threatened, again, it's a big club and I ain't in it. Just a few weeks after I was forced to share my personal private information with a radio show host who copyright struck me, I got doxed. And again, it's my belief, and I'm entitled to my beliefs, that this is not a coincidence. I've been doing this 6+ years. I've never been doxxed before. Nobody's ever released my personal information, or at least, of course not. No one's ever released my address on Twitter publicly. No other show host has blurted out my personal private information on their show like an idiot. But a few short weeks after I was forced to give that personal private information to that radio show host for legal reasons, and again, when you receive that information, it comes with a disclaimer that it can only be used for legal purposes. You're not allowed to just share it with your buddies who then use it to threaten, intimidate, dox, and harass me. You're not allowed to do that. Next, we can move on to payoffs and playing the game. Because here's something I haven't talked about. Recently, I was approached by a few separate parties, and these parties knew that my coverage of them and their so-called work has not been very kind. So what did they do in an attempt to get me to soften my tone and be, quote, fairer in your coverage, unquote? They want us to work together and all of us can make some money. In short, several different parties, I believe, have literally tried to bribe me to shut me up and force me into no longer covering them, or let's just say their less than credible work. Is this a surprise? Am I surprised that people would try to pay somebody off to shut them up so that they can keep their con job going? Not really. Nothing surprises me here anymore in this cesspool. And, because of all of this and the fact that I feel nothing will ever change in this cesspool, I was ready to just pack it in and do something better with my time and energy. Because the truth is, in the past year and a half, or maybe a little more, I have neglected my whole business. I have a technology business here. I have neglected that business, those plans, and that work that needs to be done to move that project forward. I have neglected my software projects. I have neglected some of my long-term goals and projects like the cabin. And if I'm being honest, I have neglected some of my fatherly responsibilities here and husbandly responsibilities, like the remodeling project that my wife, for 2 years would like me to complete in our house. They're not big projects. I just keep putting them off because I'm always too busy working on this thing. And, all those sacrifices, personal, business, long-term goals, all ignored or neglected to pour an incredible amount of time, energy, and resources into doing this. And the truth is, I really did think that I could make a difference, and maybe I have. But as the UFO turns goes on, and these slimy people who I have covered and shown to be not trustworthy people, they roll on. They keep making money, and all of them are making more money than me, of course. Some of them are making hundreds of thousands of dollars selling fake information and lies. And little or anything that I do or say about it will change anything. Last week, I almost packed it in. And, there are hundreds of new shows covering the paranormal and especially UFOs since the pandemic started. Most of these shows don't bring people the truth, but instead play the game. They take those bribes, or they just keep their mouth shut. And keeping their mouth shut about the elephants in the room so that they can get more subscribers, more clicks, and more views, and be a part of this delusional circus and its sad reality. The people who deny the actual sad reality about this thing. And if you're someone like me and you refuse to play the game, you just don't get the rewards. In fact, you get nothing but constant harassment and attacks from delusional people who don't really want the truth. But they want to live in a delusional world where these conspiracy land characters, who are their heroes, are really bringing them disclosure or the truth about aliens or whatever. It's absolutely ridiculous. And I choose to live in reality, not in a delusional world. You can't put blinders on and ignore all this. And if you're another show host and have been ignoring it, maybe it's your turn to tell people the truth. Maybe it's your turn to take some harassment on Twitter on a daily goddamn basis, to take other people's venom and nastiness. Maybe it's time for you to get doxxed for doing the right thing instead of sitting there like a goddamn idiot while these people are scamming and conning everybody with their bullshit and lies. If you're not part of the solution, you're part of the problem. I did my best to be a part of a solution here. I told people the truth, even if it was ugly, while you sat there on your ass and did nothing but profit from your silence about these issues. So what do we do? What do we do going forward? Well, really, there has to be new rules and a new way forward. First of all, I'm not taking any more abuse from assholes. I'm just not doing it. If you're going to be an abusive asshole, I will erase you from my existence without a second thought. Also, I'm just not going to argue with idiots on Twitter anymore, especially nameless, faceless, brand new accounts. I love Mikey Horn and his 100 sock puppet accounts. Oh boy, a brand new sock puppet account that's going to bust my balls for having a guest, Cal Korf, on. A brand new account that just signed up for Twitter and has a name like Alien Gray 87 with a picture of an alien. And you go and you look at that account's tweets, and all they do is attack Cal Korf and people like me. I'm just not going to argue with idiots like that. I don't argue with Mikey Horn because he's such a disgusting, despicable, child molester promoting idiot. I'm sure as hell not going to argue with his fake sock puppet accounts. So I'm blocking and banning all abusive people. First, zero tolerance policy now. The first time you bust my balls and are, abusive to me, I just erase you. And I roll on with my day without a second thought. I will also not answer questions from or engage with nameless, faceless Twitter accounts or brand new Twitter accounts. You want me to answer a question? I'm fine with that, especially if you come to me respectful, but I'm just not going to argue with assholes anymore. And you know, also, I'm not taking anybody's legal nonsense and threats anymore. If you're going to threaten me, you goddamn better follow through with your threats, because I'm just going to start making these, where appropriate, I am going to start making these legal threats public. You can send me an angry lawyer letter. We'll put it on the show and we'll laugh at you. Now, of course, there are some times when I get a valid legal threat. Maybe we got a fact wrong, and especially if it's an important fact. You know, I'm not talking about that, but I'm just talking about these people that are trying to get in my brain, make me worry about them coming after me for X, Y, or Z, or saying X, Y, or Z. We do our very best to fact check every story we run here. I'm not stupid. I know if I report inaccurate facts, I could be sued for defamation or slander. So we try to do our due diligence here, double and triple fact checks. And recent threats have made me even more aware of the importance of fact checking everything. I could get one fact wrong, and I could be sued. This is a dangerous road. Remember, we talked about C.W. Channer. He got sued and he basically just offered his opinions, right? So, also, getting back to roots, if there is a way forward for me here, you know, if any of you have ever listened to those early Midnight Hour show episodes, I was much more positive about these strange and esoteric subjects. Maybe that was before I spent so much time concentrating on the dark side of this thing. I probably have seen more of the dark side and disgusting part of this thing than anyone else in this thing. You know, maybe my focus has been too focused on the dark side, too focused on the negative. If you listen to those early episodes of the Midnight Hour, that was my first show, an audio podcast, you know, I was much more positive, right? I thought, yeah, let's interview these people. Let's dig for the truth behind this case or that case. And somehow we get away from that and spend most of my time digging in the dirt. And you know, I'm sure there's a saying, if you spend your time digging in the dirt, you're going to look like a pig too. Spend enough time. So I don't know if there is a future for the show. I'm still mulling things over. But I'm here. I showed up today to do what needs to be done, to say that which needs to be said. But I reserve the right to walk away from this shit show circus anytime I feel like this level of abuse and venom that I get is just not worth it anymore. Do you know, I have a technology company, and the point of my technology company was to build software and hardware devices. It was never supposed to be a media company. But, you know, things change. The point of my company was also not supposed to be computer repairs, but that became a revenue stream. So if it's going to take us 6 months to a year to finish this software project before we'll see a penny, maybe in the meantime, between working on that software, we could fix other people's broken computers, which is something I'm very skilled at. You know that guy you call, right, when your computer's broken, your cousin, your brother, whatever, your neighbor. I'm that guy. So, you know, it talked about neglecting that company. I am literally a year and a half, which is the length that this show has been running. I am literally a year and a half. I found a goal sheet, you know, like a timeline to finish this project or that project for that technology company. I didn't finish any of it because I was too busy here doing this shit. But back to the point of the technology company, you know, also, the thought occurred to me this week that I could literally fix one person's computer a week and make more money than I make here doing this show. Now, I'm not complaining, but what I'm saying is, do I really want to put up with this level of stress and venom and anxiety and hatred directed at me, and people threatening me constantly. Now people have elevated to the point where they're literally threatening the safety of my family. Do I really want to put up with that much bullshit for the little bit of money that I'm making here? Or do I want to shutter this show, walk out of here, and go fix one computer a week for virtually the same money, right? Maybe two, I don't know. I haven't looked at our financial numbers here lately. I try not to. It's discouraging. Yeah, and that's a valid thing, right? Like, why should I put up with this level of bullshit for this little bit of money? I could just go fix literally one computer a week, right? And COVID sort of killed my business even doing that, because we were primarily in-home service. So in other words, instead of taking your laptop to Geek Squad, you just called us and we went right to your house. But because of COVID, nobody wants people in their house. But I think that that's changing now. And, you know, I'm sure I could get a few jobs repairing computers a week. Maybe I could work harder on some of these technology projects and get them done faster than it should take. And you know, follow through with a dream. This technology company was a dream of mine. You know, I worked for other people in the technology industry, and the whole time I wanted to be that guy. You know, I wanted to be the guy that started the company and had a vision and followed through with that vision. I'm not following through with shit here. I'm busy in the mud arguing with assholes on Twitter, nameless, faceless assholes, most of them. It's just not healthy. Oh, great. Now we have people right now in the live chat who I've covered previously making threats. Making threats. They're going to run a background check on me because they think I have a criminal record. Think again. I have zero criminal record. But go ahead. You do what you need to do, Sarah, while you're ripping people off, right? Yeah. Walter Bosley is here. So I'm going to take comments and questions from the live chat, but we're going to bounce on out of here in 28 minutes because it's Valentine's Day. And that's another thing. Why am I neglecting my wife tonight when I should be spending time with her to come and talk about this drama nonsense? But thank you, Walter Bosley, who says, Stephen, the morons in the UFO community don't deserve what you do. Too many want to believe the BS. Well, that's part of the problem. It's this mass psychosis, right? All right, I'm going to do something else too, by the way. We're going to read the super chats, but let me see if I can't catch up in the live chat and go ban people that need to be banned. I'm not sure where the chat room moderators are. We removed most of them because, well, things got a little crazy in the live chat when we had all those moderators, right? Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to find it. But here's what we'll do. I'm going to see how far back in the chat I could go. We're going to read all of the super chats. I want to thank everybody for their kindness, their generosity, and their support. And please, nobody that's a supporter take my comments about the finances here, you know, like I'm complaining. I'm just trying to display a point that all this stress, anxiety, and nonsense and drama constantly is just not worth it when I could literally I could work one day a week Ubering or go fix one computer and I would make as much or more, right? All right, so let me find the super chats. You'll have to bear with me for a moment as we page through the live chat. I want to welcome everybody in the live chat. We had I'm surprised. We had a tremendous numbers tonight, and I thought everybody told me you take 1 week off, you will lose all momentum. You know, there'll be 20 people. And thanks, Dorothy Hawkins, for trying to let me know. You know, I have a second monitor. This should never happen. Area 503s, thanks for your support and being a voice of reason. Hang in there, Stephen. Things have been rough, but it will get better. Yeah, I believe that. And thanks, Area 503. And I stand by my decision to host somebody as a guest who made a documentary and let them come here and talk about it. And the fact that people, literally one show in particular has doxed 3 people, threatened us all. It's ridiculous. Why? Because we host it, and then Rich from GoofOn has got all kinds of problems. Anybody who hosted the creator of this Who's Lou documentary got nothing but grief and being attacked and all kinds of venom and vitriol and, you know, attacks. Area 503 also says, for any potential lawsuits or to have a cocktail on me, brother. Yeah, it's been kind of rough, but at the same time, I'm kind of like, is it really that? You know, listen, I've had real problems in life, like almost dying from a brain aneurysm. Some asshole on Twitter crying is not really going to affect me very much. Patrick Sheehan, $9.99 super chat saying can be and work for the truth. Thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and your support of the show. Same to you, Area 503. It is much, much appreciated. We have Rebecca Turner with a $5 super chat. Says, you are making a difference, Stephen. You open my eyes, and if you quit, then they win. You know, that, Rebecca, that was another thought of mine. But I don't want to keep going doing this and put myself at further risk of more of this nonsense just so that the assholes don't win. Doing something just so that the assholes don't win is kind of a fool's mission. But I feel that myself, Rebecca. I feel like we've worked so hard to build this show, to build this audience. I'm sitting in a state-of-the-art literal live television studio that I built with my own 2 hands and with my supporters throwing a couple of bucks in my hat every week or every month. And what am I going to do with a television studio in my house if I don't do a show? You know, maybe I'll do a different kind of show. I don't know, you know. Moody Mongol says if Stephen is pissing people off, he's doing something right. Yeah, there's something to be said for that. Word Salad with kind and generous $10 super chat saying thank you for your work, sir, and thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and your continued support of the show. We appreciate it very much. Viewer-supported show. And, you know, I have to say, I'm venting today. I had a shit week, literally a shit week. Could you imagine having a week that shitty and then on top of it, you're shitting your brains out and puking with a stomach virus for days? It was literally a shitty week last week. I doubt I'm going anywhere. I just need to develop a new plan for going forward. And I don't know who World Chaos 76 is, saying somebody struck their... You know, I don't know what you're talking about. Lord Ludicrous Plaid with kind and generous $4.99 super chat says, whatever you decide to do, thanks for the last amazing stories, conversations, and pulling people out of rabbit holes like Lazar and Dolan. Yeah, I thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and your support, and your continued support of the show. Lord Ludicrous Plaid, always there to throw a couple of bucks. Tim Frick is here saying, I enjoy the content of your shows. Thank you. Well, that means a lot to me. Thank you, Tim Frick, for your kindness, your generosity, and your support of the show. Vibe with me with a kind and generous $4.99 says he appreciates it. Appreciate you. And I appreciate you, Vibe with me. Thank you for being here. And I appreciate your kindness, your generosity, and your continued support of the show. Much, much appreciated. Longtime show supporter, Vibe with me. And Lee Guy, longtime show supporter with a very generous $19.99 super chat. Thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and your support of the show. Much, much appreciated. Victor Caliero says, maybe it was a good idea for Charlie Weiser to stay anonymous. Yeah, it was. And by the way, somebody tried to dox Charlie Weiser recently, Victor Caliero, and they got it 100% wrong. They claimed that Charlie Weiser was a well-known skeptic author, and Charlie Weiser is not that person. So now people are putting somebody that's totally innocent and doesn't even know who Charlie Weiser is in danger. Great job, these doxer people, right? Somebody's telling Sarah R. Adams to shut her lying mouth. Oh, geez. Why does she do it in my live chat? And why is she here today? Rebecca Turner telling me, go talk to Burnt Toast on here and Crude AF. They do the same kind of thing in a different community and know how to deal with this stuff. Talk to them. Well, thank you, Al. Yeah, I could use some advice, I suppose. But I think we've got things handled, Rebecca. I think we're just, we're going to change things up here. We're going to go back to the roots of why I started the show in the first place. This has got to be fun. I'm not coming here and getting attacked and abused on a daily basis, right? Wild Ascension with a kind and generous $1.99 says, thank you for holding your shit together. We love you. Thank you. And I'm very glad for your continued support, and thank you very, very much. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Sarah's losing business as we speak with her new MedBed scam. That's not going to work out very well, is it? Right? Thanks for, there's a couple of people. Yeah. So, and here's another thing. We covered the Freedom Convoy, and suddenly I'm a right-wing Nazi. And I got to tell you, I'm anything but right-wing. I'm very liberal, especially when it comes to social issues. But I support everyone's right to peacefully protest, right? So, sure, I would cover, and I like people standing up to a tyrannical government. So, yeah, we covered that. But, somebody throwing the word Nazi at me, all this stuff happened all at once. So in 1 week, I get doxxed, I get legally threatened. People coordinate together, friends. By the way, like I said, it's a big club. And these guys, a lot of them work together. And, we covered a bunch of them being scammy. So I'm pretty sure a radio show host who got my personal information got with some of these other guys and said, let's all strike him this week. That'll destroy his channel. That'll be the end of Truth Seekers, but it is what it is. Atheist Earthling with $1.99 super chat saying, do you think the day after Roswell is BS? Yes, I don't believe it's credible, mostly because I have a background in computer science, Atheist Earthling. And for somebody to suggest that the transistor and the integrated circuit was somehow derived from alien technology, it's just rewriting history. The history is there. It's well established that it's well established that people were well on their way to inventing these things without alien assistance. And most of the other claims that Corzo made in that book really fall apart under scrutiny. Now, it is interesting that he did indeed work where he said he worked and things like that. So there's some truth to some of his story. But, where I have a problem is this. We got all of this technology from the Roswell crash. It's a bridge too far for me. And there's ample and supportive evidence that the book's not credible. Blaine Ryan with kind of generous $4.99. There's a lot of interesting avenues you could go down that don't involve this nonsense. Yeah, and that's what we're going to do, Blaine Ryan. We're going to change our focus. First of all, I'm going to be doing I've got 6 or 7 shows in the queue, which means they're prepared. I have notes. I have things to share. We're going to be doing shows on great mysteries, getting back to the roots of why I started the show. I love a great mystery. So we're going to be talking about this, 411 and why people are disappearing all over federal forests. We're going to be talking about crop circles, Bigfoot, the Yeti, and more. We're getting back to the roots of why I started a show. And I suppose for legal reasons and more, for legal reasons and more, we're just not going to be digging in the dirt as much, right? Not to say that we won't when we need to, or when I feel it's important enough to take the risk of more legal threats. You know, right now I'm fairly confident that we have settled most of the legal threats. Now there's still some nutters that just every, you know, one person in particular comes to mind, and every time she gets drunk, she goes on Twitter, I think, you know, has a few glasses of wine late at night. Fuck Steve Cambion. I'm going to sue you. Those are not threats that I take seriously. But when somebody actually takes the time to get a lawyer, explain the situation to them, their side of the story, and get the lawyer to send me an angry, you know, threat letter, I take that a little more seriously, right? And thanks, Al Warrior, for your kind and generous $5 super chat, saying we have your support, bro. I appreciate that immensely. Yeah. So we'll take comments and questions from the live chat. On the Rise is here, holding down the fort. If you happen to see Sarah R. Adams in our live chat on the Rise, shooting her mouth off again, she's threatening me, telling people she's going to dig up my criminal background when I don't have a criminal background. Banner from the live chat. She's not welcome here. She can come back when she wants to apologize for all the sick people she has scammed with her fake healing psychic powers that don't exist, or her fake med bed that doesn't exist, or her new fake med bed that's a tanning bed with fucking magnets glued in it. She's going to take money from people to sit in a tanning bed with magnets glued in it. She's going to tell people she's going to sue me for talking about that. I don't know what the situation is with that Lord Ludicrous Plaid. People are asking me if I don't know this person, but if did Darcy, this person Darcy blackmail somebody into making a document? I don't know. I don't know anything about it. And I also don't know the details of what threats were leveled by Richard Dolan against Rich Giordano from GoofOn. I don't know the details. He's going to be talking about that later tonight. Actually, he's going to be talking about that in a little bit, and I don't want to step on his nuts, so we're going to be bouncing on out of here. Any comments or questions for me, please put them in all capital letters. And listen, I want to be very clear in that I'm really just venting because it helps me, especially to say these things publicly, let everybody know what's going on, what I've been going through, why I took some time off, and things like that. I'm not planning on going anywhere. Now, if these assholes coordinate again to get me 3 strikes in a row, that could be the end of our show here. I don't know. Or we could move to Odyssey or Rumble, you know, the ghetto of the internet. Well, I shouldn't say that, actually. I've been very impressed. Not so much with Rumble because we're not getting views on Rumble, but we are getting a lot of views on Odyssey. I was surprised. My point is, we're not going anywhere, but some things have to change. I'm not going to continue on this destructive road that's just going to lead to more legal threats, more hate, more venom, more vitriol, more threats against me and even my family. It's ridiculous. Maybe, you know, we'll get less views, not, you know, spitting venom constantly, but I'd rather have less views and not worry that, you know, I'm going to get sued for telling people the truth, or I'm going to, you know, pissing the wrong person off. All it takes is one person, right? And they could all gang up on me and do it all at once, kind of like they tried with this copyright strike thing. You know, and again, I don't have any proof that people coordinate it, but it seemed awful funny to me, right? And there's a whole lot more to those stories, but, you know, I've said what I want to say about it, right? I really don't want to give these people any more attention than they deserve. They're slime balls, right? Yeah, Bob, that's a good point. I mean, I could ask. Together Stronger. Bob Birkin says you should ask Joe to come on your show. I believe I have in the past, and he has not wanted to do that. But I'll reach out to him again because we try to give the viewers what they want. I'd love to interview him or talk to him, right? Get an update on what he's been up to. right? Why doesn't someone in the chat tell me who doxed him? Well, it would be multiple people by now, Dave. It was another show host and his sometimes co-host initially, and then more people picked it up, and now we've got the nameless, faceless alien accounts that just signed up for Twitter last month, doxing me, putting my address on Twitter and my personal information, telling people to go get me, and other vicious, nasty threats, even threats directed mentioning my family, like he lives there with his family, go get him. Somebody said that on Twitter. Of course, it's a nameless, faceless account. I reported the tweet. It got taken down, but still. Area 503 says, oh, it was coordinated. Truth Seekers got hit, Gufon got hit, and so did I. All with 2 strikes, and they all tried to 3-strike us. TTSA, Dolan, Church, Fessler, bunch of ninnies. Yeah. Victor Caliero, I'd like to see an interview with Carrie on the ex-MUFON director. Send me his information, Victor. I'll ask him to do it. Is he sort of anti-MUFON now? It's rare that he does, except Bob Birkin says, yeah, I believe that, right? Yeah. Well, listen, I really do want to thank everybody for the outpouring of support. And I don't want people to think that I came here to have a pity party. I'm good. My family's good. And the show must go on. It just, some things have got to change. And I spent a long time last week thinking about when I used to enjoy this. And not that I haven't enjoyed it, but it's no pleasure to go finish a show and get hammered on Twitter by 20 different fake accounts by some asshole, right? It's no fun. And getting legal threats mailed to my house, or emails with threats in them, right? I mean, I can't believe that people are this venomous and hateful, that they're going to disagree with me about something as stupid and, something, it's like, I wonder, like, are people into like Dungeons and Dragons this venomous when they disagree with another Dungeons and Dragons guy, right? But this is UFO. It's so stupid. But what you always have to remember is that to some people, this is literally their religion. They believe that the aliens are here, that there's proof of it all, that these UFO celebrities are going to bring it to us. Just buy their latest book, buy their new documentary. There'll be some nuggets in there, right? And we've also got people like Dr. Stephen Greer, who has made more money than anybody selling this bullshit, used a dead baby to scam people for alien and UFO dollars. It is truly a cesspool. And that's another thing that I said, do you really want to be involved in this cesspool, right? Even if you're the guy cleaning out the cesspool, it's still a shitty job, right? It still stinks to be the guy cleaning out the cesspool, And so I'm sure there's other things that we could cover and sort of get off of the dark side of this thing, because it's just not healthy to focus so much on the evil in people. And maybe I have been too focused on that. I'm human, but I see these things. I see people being taken advantage of and literally stolen from so that people, can sell their fake alien stories. And it pisses me off. It pisses me off enough to go after them and reveal that to people. And maybe I have made a difference in taking some money out of the right people's pockets, or some would say the wrong people's pockets, because they're getting together and they're coordinating attacks to try to get whole channels taken off of YouTube. They're critical of them and they're, scammy shit. And but it's just where we're at. But again, I have to decide, or do I want to stay in the cesspool, or do I want to rise above that, talk about other topics, try, I'm going to really try to get back a positive attitude about interesting stories we could cover here without getting too much down in the mud. I also want to mention my friend, I'd like to consider him a friend, Michael Schratt, started a new channel. It's called Blue Room Media. go over there when you're done with our show here and subscribe. People ask me all the time, what researchers do you still trust? I could count them on one hand. I like John from the Black Vault. I like Michael Schratt. I like Alien Scientist and a few other people. He's one of the good guys. He's definitely one of the good guys. So please do go over there and support him. He got a big bump from, I think, Third Phase of Moon or a few other people. I don't have a link handy to share with you, Owl Warrior. Just look up Blue Room Media in the YouTube search bar. You will find it. Not my rabbit hole, Terry Joyce says. I'm using you as a source for my persuasion speech about extraterrestrial. Oh, great. I'm in a college paper. Thank you for your support, Terry Joyce. I appreciate it. Tim Frick, I actually covered that song once, believe it or not. And I grew up literally a few-minute walk from the mixed gym and the pet store where Rocky's wife Adrienne worked. And believe it or not, I believe that Sylvester Stallone still owns both those buildings. Mixed Gym is a dollar store now. Isn't that interesting? It was an empty and abandoned building for a long time, but somebody in the neighborhood told me that Sylvester Stallone owns those buildings and he holds on to them in case he ever needs them to make a movie, a Rocky thing again, or I guess now a Creed thing. Yeah, grew up right near there. I could see it in my mind, and we would always go like Rocky when we were going by the mixed gym, you know, riding our bikes. And the pet store has been abandoned forever since I was a child, really. But you can still see in the windows, and it's the same place. It's just been abandoned. It's just sitting there. Interesting, right? Yeah, but I covered that Eye of the Tiger song. I did it with a big fat beat, though, because I like big fat beats, you know. You can find that on my old YouTube channel, Stephen Cambion. Blaine Ryan said, I would have given up on this a long time ago. Understandable to get fed up with it all. Glad you're sticking around. Yeah, well, so am I. And I'm glad you're all here to support me. And thank you all for the support. It does mean a lot to me. I'm not going anywhere. It's just that we have to change things because I cannot keep going in this cesspool. We have to do something different, vastly different and better. And we have to rise above the cesspool. So that's what I'm going to be focused on, is rising above the cesspool. I want to thank each and every one of you for joining us. I want to thank each and every one of you for this tremendous outpouring of support with the Super Chats tonight. And one more bit of business. People are sending me stuff to share, but yeah. That may be a problem, sharing some of that stuff. You know, I don't want to anger the idiots anymore. You know, I've said my piece. If they want to keep going with this kind of vitriol and venomous attacks, I mean, this other show host is literally violating the terms of service in, whoa. Wow, I want to thank Dennis for a kind and generous PayPal donation. And I want to thank David for a kind and generous PayPal donation. And I want to thank Shell Shock for a kind and generous PayPal donation. And Dennis, very generous of you. Dennis, there's sent me $100 $100 PayPal donation. Thank you very much. And David sent a $10 and Shell Shock sent a $5 super chat, and also Tony sent a $25 one. Says, awesome job, Stephen. Are you also starting a new channel? And I sent him the channel address. Yeah, so we're rocking and rolling. I'm feeling better having gotten this shit garbage off my chest, and you'll know I'm here for the long haul. We're gonna keep moving forward. I mean, that's what you got to do, especially when you're, you know, facing obstacles in the road. You're never going to get to your goals if you give up. And I'm not a giving up kind of guy. Anybody who knows me and has known me for any length of time knows that. So I'm not going anywhere. We're going to keep up the good fight. So I want to thank all of you for joining us. I want to thank all you kind and generous benefactors and remind you this is a viewer-supported show. Also remind anybody listening in audio podcast land, go on over there to YouTube. Put Truth Seekers, one word in the search bar. Smash the subscribe button. and hit that notification bell, and you too can come here and take part in the live tapings for the audio podcast. If you're listening in audio podcast land, you're missing half the fun. Please do come over and subscribe to the Truth Seekers YouTube channel, which is the root of all we do here. So I want to thank each and every one of you for joining us. I want to thank those of you who reached out to me to make sure I was okay last week. It's nice to be missed, but I'm back, and we should have a full lineup of shows this week. So until next time, friends, my name is Stephen Cambion. Good night